He was wearing a khaki trousers and a green t-shirt. He has a wedding band, and on the inside of the wedding band it says Carmen. Another one of the flyers talks about a young woman who very sadly was just at the World Trade Center for a conference. Another one is about a restaurant worker. Now this morning I've even been given 2 new flyers. Just want to show them to you right now. This is for Betsy Martinez. It was given to me by one of her family's friends. She's known her since she was a child. She said, I want you to put you on the phone with her mother. Betsy has 2 very young children, and she said, we are desperate for any information people may have about her. Then I was given another one, and this is for Roger Mark Rastweiler. You can see this is very typical. It will give a height, a weight, some identifying characteristics, in this case, brown hair with a gray beard. Now I'm joined by 2 of his children. This is Mike Rastweiler and Karen Wiley. Now tell me, when was the last time that you spoke to your father?
I talked to him Monday night. I called him when I got home, and I told him that I loved him right before we got off the phone. That was the last time I talked to him.
Now he had told you that he had plans for lunch the next day. Is that correct?
Well, we had heard that he usually does not go into the city every day. It's just a couple times a week. He works at home a lot. He never comes in on Tuesdays. Came in for a business lunch, and we found out yesterday that the business lunch was canceled, and he had called another friend that works in the city to meet him for lunch. And he had left a voicemail at 8:40, and that was the last time that anybody's heard anything from him.
So you came in from New Jersey searching for him. You've been going from hospital to hospital. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we live in Flemington, New Jersey, and we've been here since yesterday. Since around 2, we passed out 300 flyers around the city, and we went home and got about an hour's worth of sleep, if you can really call it sleep. And we had 300 more made, and we came back, and we're going to distribute them until they're all gone, and then we're going to repeat the process until we find them, and we're not going to give up.
How's your mom, Susan, doing? You said to me that they've known each other since they were kids.
My mom has known my dad since she was 15, and they've been married for 32 years. So she's pretty heartbroken right now, but we're keeping the faith, and we're hoping. Seems to me that we're finding a little bit more hope each day, a little bit more information. We've had a lot of phone calls, and while we really appreciate everybody's support and love, and that everybody's sending us from all over the country and from Canada and from everywhere, we can only take calls if there's information. It's bogging down the phones, and just only if you have information, please call us if you've heard anything, if you've seen him, if you're a doctor that have seen him, or a firefighter that's seen him, anybody that has seen him come through, or just, he might not have identification on him, so we don't know, but we're hoping that by going around and putting his flyers and speaking with the news, that we can find somebody that's seen something, that knows anything, that just can give us an idea, and we have phone numbers all over, just if anybody has any kind of information about him, or even any of his co-workers. Their families have not heard from them either. He was on the 100th floor of the first tower for Marsh Incorporated. It was Marsh and McLennan. If anybody's heard from any of them or my dad, please call. We're all trying to stick together, trying to help each other out.
Must be so difficult, because as you told me, your father generally is not in the city on this day.
No more than 3 days a week does he come to the city, and when I found out about it, I didn't even know what to think, because when he is in the city, he works in Midtown a lot, and he travels around, and he goes to a lot of meetings in the city, and just
thought there was no way he could have been in there, but we know he was in there, so we're just hoping that he was rescued. Or
you told me your dad's a real fighter. Does your family, though, try to prepare itself if you can't find him, if he has died?
We're trying not to think that way. We're trying to all be very strong. No one wants to even think that until we've heard anything. We're all keeping hope and faith, and just a lot of prayers and a lot of love have come our way. We can feel lot of positive energy, a lot of positive vibes coming towards us. And it's just so helpful, and people in the city have just been so wonderful to us. People we don't even know hugging us and offering us food from their restaurants, and just been really just very kind to us, and we're just hoping that somebody has seen something or somebody can help us in any way.
Well, we just want to offer you a little bit of kindness. Bear with me while I just get down here a moment. You told me earlier that you've got several hundred more flyers, so here's the tape that you need.
Thank you so much. We're running out of tape, so.
Well, I'm counting on you to use it up. Thank you both very much, and we wish you all the best and really bless the mission that you're on to find your dad. Thank you.
Thank you.
We
And
won't
thank
stop
everybody.
until we find him.
So these are stories that, sadly to say, are being repeated all across this city. Now, there is a victims hotline, and perhaps we can put up that number. It's 1-800-331-0075, 1-800-331-0075. And just finally, to put this into perspective, there was a report this morning about one of the major bond trading firms that had 1,000 employees working in the World Trade Center, and they've compiled a safe list, in essence, people they've been able to contact, and out of those 1,000 people, they've only been able to reach 200. We're live at St. Vincent's Hospital. Catherine Herridge, Fox News. Back to you.
All right, Catherine, thanks very much. So many heartbreaking stories. And as I toss it back up to my colleague Neil Cavuto outside, Neil, I'm reminded of a story I read about a man who could have gotten out. He was on the 27th floor, but he didn't want to leave one of his co-workers who was quadriplegic and in a wheelchair. After the airplane struck, he stayed in the building, stayed in his office to be with his friend. And there are going to be so many more heartbreaking stories like that. Neil Cavuto.
It's true, John. You know, I mentioned the story of Cantor Fitzgerald, the big bond trading firm that Catherine Herridge was referring to. Probably the single hardest hit financial concern on Wall Street. John, as I've been stressing here, there is no status in death, but we did talk about the loss of brain power on Wall Street as a result of this. That's an intangible. There's no way to put a price tag on it, and it is substantial. But, John, you mentioned those kind of stories. I heard many more like that. Keep in mind, in the North Tower, where Cantor Fitzgerald was, among many firms located, it was hit by that second plane, so it was impossible for folks above essentially the 60th floor to get down. Not only were the stairwells decimated, there was no way to physically get down. The elevator shafts, of course, were useless. So these guys knew they were trapped, and now we're hearing stories of some of these Cantor Fitzgerald workers, at least 20 by last count, many of their families emailing me. I don't want to go ahead and release their names at this point, but many of them telling me and calling me and saying, you know, Neil, so-and-so said this. I did mention the name of Al Smith, a trader whose wife did call me and did want to get that out. I tried to convey that to emergency officials to let them know, is he popping up on any list? Sadly, he is not. But with some of the other folks, you heard many, many stories where they were essentially calling home and telling them, honey, I'd love to get down from here. You know what's happened. I love you. If you don't hear from me, just remember I love you. And those kind of stories are rampant. You keep hearing so many of them. And John, it's a reminder to me, I know there are many people who look at those who work in the financial community as, you know, money grubbers, and that's all they're interested in. These are hardworking men and women who have families, who, as you said, John, have sons and daughters, their wives, their husbands, many of whom were calling. In the case of one guy, if I'm to believe this, he was calling virtually every family member and friend he could think of, knowing full well that there was no way for him to escape, that once that second plane hit the North Tower, he was simply unable to escape. And he knew full well, unless rescuers were going to get to him, he was trapped and he was going to die. And the fear seems to be, at least among some Cantor Fitzgerald folks I talked to here, that the vast majority of their workers did indeed die there. So when you talk about a loss of human capital, you also talk about a loss of many mothers and fathers and many children now who are left parentless as a result of this. So that puts some of this in some perspective. But to that end, I also want to show the good side of the financial community, John, and what many of these guys are trying to do to help themselves. The Cantor Fitzgerald folks who've set up emergency operations and numbers through their website to help families of those link up with those other sites. But in the meantime, it is a real hard, long, desperate search for that. I've also talked about the Anheuser-Busch is donating $1 million to the rescue effort, of Wells Fargo doing much the same, of Jeffrey Immelt, the newly installed head of General Electric, donating $10 million to rescue effort. We're hearing more and more of these, and some of them are quickly trying to confirm. Neil, we're also drawing up some sums and figures to pass along, so as soon as I do get those, I'll let you know. But in the meantime, John, it is just one sad story after another, and we're going to be hearing about this for a number of weeks. Back to you.
Yeah, it is
going to. Right now, we're going to go to Bill Rapperley right now, who has the latest on another bit of aftermath from this tragedy. Bill.
Well, I'm at Logan Airport here in Boston. It remains closed, and officials here say it will remain closed until they're satisfied that all security measures have been taken to make this into a safe airport. You'll remember this is where both of those jets that plowed into the World Trade Center originated from on Tuesday. So naturally, the criminal investigation is centered here as well. And the Boston Globe reports this morning that investigators are now focusing on a dozen men with Arabic names who boarded both of those flights. 3 men in particular, Mohammed Atta from Saudi and the brothers Walid and Marwan al-Shari from the United Arab Emirates. All 3 of these men trained airline pilots, all trained in Florida. Additionally, a car that was left at Logan Airport that has been impounded by authorities has been connected to the hijackers, and within that car was found, and this has been confirmed by broadcast and published reports, a pass, a ramp pass that allows the bearer access into secured areas of Logan Airport. This brings into question the security here at Logan, and Massport officials have said all along, this is just as safe an airport as any major airport in the United States. However, yesterday, while they were meeting to upgrade the security here, meeting with all the different agencies involved, they ejected from the meeting a U.S. Marshals representative. Now, this was a very embarrassing incident for the Massport officials. In fact, they have now apologized to the U.S. Marshals and are working with them to upgrade security here. But no word yet on when Logan Airport will be reopened to commercial traffic. Live in Boston, Bill Rappley, Fox News.
All right, Bill, thank you very much. I want to go to my friend Tony Snow in Washington with the latest there. Tony?
Well, Neil, a couple of developments breaking right now. First, the Pentagon has just released preliminary figures that the estimated death toll in Tuesday's attack on the Pentagon is about 195 people. Again, that's the very latest. There also, the President and Mrs. Bush today are going to be visiting a hospital in the Washington area, we don't know which one, to find out what's going on and to console victims of the bombing. There's a lot of other activity going on at the White House, and for more on that, we turn to our James Rosen, who's standing by just outside. James?
Good morning, Tony. President Bush was back at work in the Oval Office at the usual time, shortly after 7 a.m. Eastern Time. As usual, he received first things first, his daily intelligence briefing. Then he started picking up the phone and calling some world leaders. That's the kind of day it's going to be for President Bush, conferring with his national security advisors, keeping himself abreast of the ongoing developments in the FBI's probe of Tuesday's terror attacks, and perhaps plotting military retaliation for those attacks. The president made an unexpected visit late yesterday to the Pentagon, where one of those 4 hijacked planes made a kamikaze crash and killed almost 200 armed services personnel. So far, that's the death toll, as you just heard Tony say. And as the president told salvage workers and others on hand, he was there primarily to give thanks.
How are you? Thank you, sir. Again, thank everybody, not only on this side, but all across America, responding so generously, so kindly in their prayers, and their contributions of blood, and their willingness to help in any way they can.
The White House disclosed yesterday that Air Force One and the White House itself were targeted in Tuesday's attacks. Press Secretary Ari Fleischer said the administration had specific and credible evidence that the plane that smashed into the Pentagon was originally aimed at the White House. But Fleischer refused to elaborate on the source or the nature of the threat to the president's plane. In fact, the footage you're seeing now was shot from inside Air Force One just hours after those attacks, and you can see the fighter jets that were escorting the president's plane. Last night, about 1,000 Washington residents held a candlelight vigil to honor the victims victims and also to plead for peace in the aftermath of the attacks. Very concerned were these demonstrators that there might be some unprovoked attacks upon Arab Americans in this country. They showed up outside the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue around 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Finally, as you just heard Tony report, the President and Mrs. Bush are scheduled sometime today to visit a Washington area hospital. We don't know which hospital it is, but we will keep you informed. Reporting live from the White House, James Rosen, Fox News.
All right, James, thanks. One person who knows the region probably better than anybody else in the United States is Dennis Ross, who was a special envoy and ambassador for Presidents Bush and Clinton in the Middle East. Ambassador Ross joins us now. Ambassador, let's first begin by talking about what steps the United States needs to take. A lot of people are wondering how it is that some group of people could hate our citizens so much that they very willingly and perhaps even joyously would slaughter innocent Americans. How has that come to pass?
Well, it's a complicated story. I mean, at one level, there's genuine anger and a sense of grievance that they feel towards us as being a supporter of Israel. But the reality is they've also had leaderships out there, including friends of ours, that have allowed an environment to take root in which those sentiments are developed, cultivated, legitimized. And I think one of the things that has happened is when you lionize suicide bombers, when you make them martyrs as opposed to monsters, then it becomes quite legitimate to think in terms of attacking us and trying to impose a price on us and trying to defy us. So I think while there's a certain amount of history, there's also a certain amount of cultivation that is going to have to be dealt with.
Ambassador, one of the other things one of the steps the United States therefore perhaps needs to take is to say to our allies, look, cut it out. Do we think they'll actually do that?
I think we're at a unique moment in history where everybody can see what has happened and that it is simply unacceptable. I think we need to work with our allies internationally and in the region itself and say you have to draw a line now. You can't condemn terror on the one hand and then allow medias which are not exactly free to make heroes of those who are suicide bombers. To blame everything on the United States, to say we have a responsibility to correct things. If they want us to play a certain kind of role in terms of pursuing peace, they have a responsibility to create an environment where peace is possible. It is not possible when you focus on the legitimacy of terror and you don't focus on the legitimacy of peacemaking.
Should one of the first steps, therefore, be for the United States to say, for instance, to Yasser Arafat, look, you have set loose people that we and the government of Israel have identified as terrorists. You need to take them back into custody. To say to the Taliban, you need to, put Osama bin Laden under house arrest or provide some way for us to get at him. Are those the kinds of conditions we ought to be laying down at this point?
Well, actually, I think they are. I would look at it as a full dimension of different kinds of activities. One will be very precise in terms of specific behaviors, but another is in terms of changing your media. Yasser Arafat can change his media by snapping his fingers. The same with the Egyptians. The Egyptians have a media that has been replete with attacks on us, attacks on the Israelis from the standpoint of saying anything goes. So I think you've got to create a climate where those who would carry out suicide bombings are discredited. They don't reflect Islam, they are a perversion of Islam. The leaderships out there need to say, we have our claims, we have our grievances, we have our rights, but these people who carry out these kinds of acts, they are a threat to those rights. They are a threat to that cause. They discredit the cause. Leaderships out there have to be prepared to take those kinds of steps, and they need to be prepared to say those kinds of things.
All right, Ambassador Dennis Ross, thanks for joining us this morning. That's it for now from Washington. We'll be back with more developments as news warrants, and I'm going to turn it back over to my friend John Scott in New York. John?
All right, Tony, thanks very much. Of course, the U.S. financial markets have not reopened yet, but there is trading going on around the world as we look at the rubble of what used to be the World Trade Center. Neil Cavuto has some information about what is happening to the dollar in overseas markets. Neil?
You know, it's interesting, John. You know, the financial markets are also a very good proxy for human emotion, human sentiment. That's why some people say the financial markets can be a leading indicator, not only for the economy, but mass psychology. It is interesting to note that the Chicago Board of Trade, the folks who trade bonds, again, essentially a proxy on our dollar, on our currency, on how people feel about us, they're trading sharply higher here on optimism, largely that the United States will respond to this, and largely on optimism that with all the other pain and suffering going on, this is still a pretty damn good country. So I don't want to sound overly Yankee Doodle Dandy here, but I do want to emphasize something, John. The dollar is up in the middle of all of this. Bonds are up in the middle of all of this. There is no stock trading. That might not happen until as late as Monday, but it is interesting. Early on, the world, which is judging this very, very closely, is essentially saying to the United States, look, we know you have a hellish development to deal with, but we're standing by you, and we are standing by your currency and your bonds. We're confident that this economic morass you're going through, on top of now this disaster, we still have faith in you. And when people literally put their money where their mouth is, they're really believing something that in the middle of all of this is a little bit refreshing. So the world confirming what we in America probably already know, it's a pretty good place, and we will get through this. Back to you, John.
All right, that is a sentiment that bears repeating, Neil Cavuto. Of course, the terrorists are trying to weaken our national resolve. They are trying to destroy not only America's physical symbols, but also our will, and we cannot let them succeed. We want to get your thoughts on America's response to all of this. We're going to the phones now. Janet is on the line with us from Ohio. Janet, what's on your mind this morning? Janet in Ohio, you're on the air live. Go ahead. Hello, Janet, are you with us? Hi, Janet. We're having a little technical difficulty, but you're on the air live. Go ahead.
Hello. First, like everyone's been saying, I just feel so awful for all the people involved in this. And I thank Fox News for all your coverage and just giving us all this information all these past few days. And I just wanted to say regarding, what the last person was just saying about our national resolve, what about in Israel, where basically what we have forced them to do is give half their country over to these terrorists, arm them, give them police authority? Would we want the peace in the U.S. at that cost? Give them half of our country, half of New York, arm them, give them authority over us? I mean, these people, I think, are crazy from our standpoint. They don't think like us. And I really don't believe any of their leaders. Arafat saying he's sorry, I'm sure he's happy secretly that this has happened. And
well,
he's just an old bin Laden.
I have to disagree with you on one point. I mean, we did not force Israel to get out of the Palestinian territories. That was something that the previous Israeli administration, that was a decision that they made on their own. Janet, I want to thank you for your call. Indiana is calling. June is on the phone with us. June, I have to wonder, sometimes New York City and Washington, D.C. can seem a long way from America's heartland. When you look at these pictures, what goes through your mind?
Well, it's just an incredible tragedy, but I do want to please encourage Americans not only to give blood, but to buy stocks when the market reopens. Do not allow the terrorists to massacre our markets too. We need our financial strength.
It's a good point. June in Indiana, thank you. Let's go to Texas. Ron is on the line with us. Ron, what's the great state of Texas thinking right now?
Well, I don't know what they're thinking. People aren't real happy. My feeling is we need an Operation Clean Sweep and just wipe these terrorists out once and for all. I would like to not see American troops nor NATO troops get hurt. Obviously, I'm very upset. Personally, I think we need to drop atom bombs from our planes. Goodbye to bin Laden. Goodbye to Saddam Hussein. But goodbye to Gaddafi, and let them dance in hell.
Well, you raise an interesting point. America, it seems like, has not been willing lately to incur casualties ever since the Vietnam War, when those 55,000 boys came home in body bags.
Right.
America has been loath to get involved in any kind of military conflict that involved dead soldiers.
Well, I understand these are planes, but they were bombs. And if it was a nuclear bomb that had hit us, we would be striking back, and we wouldn't be talking. The nuclear bombs would be going. So I'm not saying take the nuclear. Just put our planes in the air with atom bombs. and let's wipe these terrorists off the face of the earth once and for all. They got to go.
All right, Ron in Texas, thanks for your thoughts. Let's go to Alaska now. Christian, you're calling from a long way from New York and Washington. Christian, does it seem real to you?
No, it doesn't. Not at all. When I woke up on Tuesday morning, I thought I was dreaming or seeing a clip from the old bombing. And when I realized that it was real, I was just devastated. My brother was supposed to go to New York City Tuesday, and thankfully he didn't get to go there. And my mother and my nephew are actually stranded down in the States. They were away on vacation, and so they're waiting at the border trying to get back home.
So are you angry? Are you scared? How are you feeling at this moment?
Well, there's a lot of feelings going on. A lot of people in Alaska are concerned because we feel that we are, a prime target with our oil supplies up here. But most of my thoughts, I've been trying to get on for the past 4 hours because I can't sleep. And I had a chance to jot down a few of my feelings, and I'd like to read those.
Well, real quickly, would you?
Mm-hmm. I never thought I'd see something so devastating in modern America. I'm young, though I've had the opportunity to experience and grow up the last 2 decades in an age of this country that has left our futures as young adults and adults to our own limits. Though these great privileges have in part made us vulnerable to just this type and many other types of domestic and international violence by allowing us to live so unnaturally and so carefree. Our country was founded by people hacking their homes out of the woods, burying their children, and defending themselves along the way. We can no longer, in an age when the methods of terror are just as diverse as the citizens we have in our neighborhoods, expect to raise our children to be innocent, relying upon the illusion of security.
All right.
I'm proud to see so many individuals come together in the face of these horrifying events.
It is heartwarming, in fact, Christian in Alaska, thank you. Well, let's go to the newest state in the Union, Hawaii. Willow is on the phone with us. Willow, vestiges of Pearl Harbor here. That must ring true to you there, huh?
It's ringing very true, and things here are actually pretty tense. Talking about the kids and the kids whose parents aren't coming home from the tragedy. There's a lot of kids here that are dealing with a lot of things that they shouldn't have to deal with. We've been locked down on base since the onset. And my husband.
So you're a military family then?
I'm a Navy wife.
Mm-hmm.
And my husband actually left earlier this week. So, my kids are watching this unfold on TV, and they're saying right away, Mommy, when's Daddy coming home?
All right.
And seeing,
Cheryl, I want to thank you for you and your husband's service. Let's go to Mayor Giuliani here in New York, who's having a live news conference. We'll get an update on what's going on from him, we hope.
Good morning, everyone. The recovery and relief effort still goes on, and it will be going on for a long time. The amount of progress that they were able to make last night with regard to removing debris and removing structures and opening up the area was very, very substantial. They moved over 200 large trucks of debris and fallen structures out of the way, which is substantially more than even the night before. So far, they've moved about 6,000 tons out of the affected area. Most of it removed to fresh kills where it can be analyzed properly by the police and the FBI, and those that can be disposed of will be disposed of. We now have a count of 94 bodies that have been recovered, 46 of which have been identified. And since, unfortunately, we're going to be doing this for quite some time, I'll tell you the process that we're following. That is, when the medical examiner is able to identify the remains as a body, then they'll be identified, they'll be numbered basically for identification. We have 94 of those. 94 where we have bodies for identification. 46 of those 94 have actually been identified. And then we have the gruesome and horrible situation that in many cases we recover only parts of bodies. and we have 70 in that category. So there's 94 bodies, 70 body parts. And I'm sorry that I have to describe it that way, but that's unfortunately the situation that we're facing. We have 4,763 people on the missing persons list. That's a list that's as inclusive as we can make it. It includes the plane itself, the manifest. It includes people that have been identified to us by family members. It includes the information we've been able to glean from businesses who are looking for people that they believed were working and they haven't been able to make contact with. But that's the list that we're working with right now. It could turn out that we recover fewer than that. It could be more. We don't know the answer to that yet. We have set up now a permanent family center at the Armory on Lexington Avenue and 26th Street. It began operating at 8 a.m. This morning, and it will continue to operate until midnight tonight, and then it will operate every single day. Yesterday, we registered over 2,000 families, and therefore, if you are looking for someone that you believe is missing as a result of the attack on the World Trade Center, that's the place to come to register, to bring identifying data, and we'll do everything we can to help you. The city is still closed, 14th Street South. Our objective today is to try to get it open, a good deal of it open, for midnight tonight, literally, really for tomorrow morning. And we will be working to open it down to Canal Street, and then to open also other selected areas so we can create corridors into the Wall Street area. We'll continue to keep West Street closed all the way down. We'll continue to keep probably a street parallel to West Street closed, and possibly the FDR Drive. We're not sure yet. But tomorrow the city will be open, certainly down to Canal Street, and then selected portions further down. And obviously a lot of the work today will be designed to try to get that done by midnight tonight. There are a number of other things, but I'm sure it'll come up in the questions. Again, I want to thank very much the governor and the state and the federal government. We finished our meeting this morning and were able to coordinate many, many things that would be impossible without the close cooperation of the state and the state agencies. And thank you very much, Governor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. We continue to see a tremendous outpouring of support from people across the state and literally around the country to help with the relief efforts and to help the families. We've had 16,000.
So there you got the update. The grim numbers that everybody has been wondering about from Mayor Rudy Giuliani of the city of New York. 94 bodies recovered. 46 of those, about half, have actually been identified. But as the mayor told you, it appears that many of the victims are really only body parts at this point, and it is going to be a monumental task to try to get those people located and identified. The mayor's numbers, 4,763 people missing. That's the best they have been able to come up with. It is an enormous number, smaller in some respects than we might have feared, but certainly that number most likely would only go north, would only get higher from here. Let's check in with our Eric Shawn, who is keeping an eye on the situation there, not far from where that orange crane is trying to dig through the rubble. Eric?
Well, John, there's been certainly a downward, a departure downward on those numbers from hearing as many as 10 to 20,000 who may have lost their lives in this tremendous terrorist attack to that 4,700 some odd people who are missing. What are the chances of finding them alive? Well, if you ask the rescue workers, they certainly would hope that there'd be great chances, but the sad fact is after the past 2 days of searching for people who could have survived this thing. Only 5 people have been plucked from the twisted, smoldering ruins of the World Trade Center. The heroic rescue workers have been are in there now, as in a bucket brigade, where they are taking apart the rubble, the 5-story tall mound, piece by piece. A piece of concrete, glass, twisted iron, stone. The iron workers are in there with their soldering machines, torches, trying to cut it out, pieces of steel that then can be moved by heavier equipment. The huge concrete chunks that create what's known as voids, which are areas where they had hoped they could find people trapped, still alive. But the sad fact is, over the last 24 hours, no one else has come out alive from this horrific scene. We've had conflicting reports, none confirmed, that they think they may know where some firefighters may be, but the sad fact is there seem to be many more body bags, orange body bags, put on top of locations where bodies are found than anybody that they have found yet who possibly could be alive. Brooks Brothers, the clothing store, has been turned into a morgue, which is right next to the location. All day we've had trailer trucks, and through the early hours in the morning, we arrived here at 3 this morning, have been moving down this way and up with the debris. As the mayor said, they take the debris to the Great Kills landfill in Staten Island to analyze that, so there's been progress there. On another factor, the reason we're wearing these masks, that has to do with the smoke. Let me show you the plume. Today is really worse than any time in the past 2 days, except for the initial explosion itself. You have this huge, monumental plume of ash and dust and acrid smoke that has just overwhelmed Lower Manhattan. From our point now, the wind has taken it further up and away, so it's a little easier. But this whole downtown section of Manhattan, that includes Wall Street and the whole financial area, had been just engulfed with this plume. And I also now finally want to show you something that one of the rescue workers showed us a little earlier today, and that is, if we roll this tape, something that they found in the rubble, and that, of course, was a doll. I think this perhaps poignantly and so tragically explains it all. There was a daycare center in the World Trade Center. This rescue worker who we talked to was overwhelmed with his sadness at the fact that he found a little charred doll in the rubble. Surely this is a example of what the folks in there have to deal with now. John, back to you.
It's the kind of thing that is just bringing tears to your eyes, Eric, and there are so many more stories like that yet to come. Eric Shawn, our senior correspondent down there in the middle of all that mess. Thank you. There is a crisis center set up for people who are desperately searching for missing family members and friends. Heather Nauert is live with that story from the Armory northeast of the disaster site. Heather?
Hi, John. The family center that Mayor Giuliani was describing is where we are now, where family members of the missing people who worked or were near the World Trade Center buildings are gathered. They're being asked here to bring information about those family members, family photos, dental records, medical records, identifiable information such as scars, where they last were, who they worked for, and what they were doing and when they last heard from them. Thousands of family members may be expected here today. We talked with one woman who was frantically searching for her brother-in-law. His name is Oscar Nesbitt. He was last heard from that morning. He was seen by a supervisor comforting another family member. He was told that his building, which was the second building, was safe. He was on the second floor there. He decided not to evacuate. That's what people are telling us. His name is Oscar Nesbitt, and his sister-in-law now will describe what she has been through the past few days.
The first place I've stopped by today is at the National Armory Guard. I gave them a picture and they said they're going to put it in their database. But that's all the information. I asked if I can see the list of names on the morgue, and they said that's not available as yet.
Now, The family members here are actually being asked to fill out missing persons reports. Police are here, the Army National Guard is here, and they're filling out these forms, lengthy forms, and this helps to prevent the family members from having to travel from hospital to hospital. We understand that some have gone to as many as 12 hospitals in the last few days, but here hopefully they can get all that information, although it will be tough because the bodies that have been recovered, the people who are actually in hospitals oftentimes did not have IDs on them, and as we're hearing, sometimes just body parts are being recovered, and so it would be very difficult for them to identify those people, and it may be a while before family members actually find out what happened to their relatives. John, back to you.
All right, Heather Nauert there at the Armory, the place that family members are being sent if they want to find information about the missing loved ones. Heather, thanks very much. Of course, much of the action taking place now is in Washington. Let me go to my colleague there, Tony Snow. Tony?
Thank you, John. One of the key questions facing American policymakers is what to do next and what is it possible to do next. Here to shed some light on that, we are now joined from Jerusalem by the former Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. Mr. Netanyahu, welcome.
Thank you, Tony.
There's been a lot of talk in the American press in the last day or two about a failure of human intelligence. We don't use spies as much as we used to. Based on your experience with the United States, do you think that's a legitimate criticism?
Well, it may be, but you know, it's very hard to penetrate closed cells of fanatic ideologists who come from, probably a lot of them are veterans of Afghanistan or the core group, and they're supported by and inspired by states like Iran and others. It's a very tight arrangement. So I think the intelligence question is tremendously important, but I don't think it's the most fundamentally important question, because the nature of terrorism is that always it operates in the shadows, it strikes in the darkness, and this new terrorism, using a lot of states to hide itself, is particularly adept at fighting in stealth. So the only way you're going to stop it is by getting at the infrastructure that supports it. You can, of course, find, if this indeed was done by bin Laden as appeared, you may eventually find bin Laden, but you'll get new bin Ladens because there is a factory that produces them. The states like Iran and Iraq produce these kinds of terrorists. Right next to our door in Gaza, there's a factory, literally kindergartens, that produce suicide bombers. They take little Palestinian children and they inculcate them from age 3 to become suicide bombers in the summer camps under Arafat's regime. So you have, unless you take out this infrastructure, you will have it again and again and again. And I think this is the most important thing that we have to understand, that the horror that we saw in New York, this awful, murderous, barbaric act that claimed 10,000, perhaps 20,000 lives. I don't know what the final figure will be, but that may simply be a harbinger of far worse things that will happen tomorrow when these shadow groups supported by terrorist states have at their disposal weapons of mass destruction. Then you'll have entire cities destroyed and entire states held in hostage. Our entire civilization is threatened. This is not hyperbole. This is not exaggeration. This is the threat that we face, and therefore the issue is not intelligence. In World War II, you might have had a failure of intelligence too, but the issue was, how do you bring down Nazism? And today, what we have to do is bring down another hate-filled ideology, which is completely irrational, a maniacal movement that might possess atomic weapons and bring down our civilization. We have to bring them down first, and that means not only fighting the terrorist groups, but dismantling the regimes that make their work and their stealth possible.
What regimes are you speaking of?
I mentioned two of them, Iran and Iraq. There's obviously Afghanistan, which on whose soil bin Laden openly walks, but he also walks secretly in other places. Bin Laden has been cooperating with terror groups in Arafat's domain, Hamas, Islamic Jihad, even the Fatah. He has close links with Hezbollah, which, by the way, also now operates from in and with Arafat's forces. So you have here a network of terror, and that terror regime has to be dismantled. I must say, Tony, that I'm disturbed by those who say, well, you know, this is a problem of Israel. If only Israel would give Yasser Arafat's terror base the hills above Tel Aviv, this would go away. The very opposite would happen. Arafat personally is directing his attacks to destroy the state of Israel. I'm not sure that he wants to destroy America, but he wants to destroy Israel. But bin Laden, who is represents the militant Islamic movements with which Arafat is aligned, wants to destroy the United States. And that is an antipathy that goes back many, many centuries. This is a movement, and this must be understood. This is a movement that seeks to reverse history with the rise of the West and the reversal of Islam. And they think they can do it only by destroying the United States or bringing it to its knees. If Israel did not exist, they would continue to attack. And probably they attack us because we're the outpost of the United States right here, and we form a stumbling block to their advance. So it's not that they hate America because of Israel, it's exactly the other way around. They hate Israel because of America. They call America the great Satan. We're just a little Satan. So would Belgium be here, or the Netherlands. They'd still try to wipe it out. But the real target is America, and they showed that very clearly the other day.
So when American policymakers are formulating a response, let me outline several options for you. Number one, Dennis Ross was on our air earlier today saying at a bare minimum for starters, what the United States ought to demand is that people like Yasser Arafat and the leaders of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, they control their presses, they control the textbooks, they immediately, in order to establish any sense of credibility, have to A, disavow what happened, and B, tear up the old textbooks and stop doing what they've been doing in the past to inculcate hate. Is that a satisfactory first step to you, or do you think the use of force is simply the one thing that has to be done?
Well, I think that's, that Arafat could appear in front of TV and shed crocodile tears while he's, and donate blood. That's grotesque. If that's the height of it, I think that's actually the historical height of a long history of cynicism that has plagued the world. Because if anyone has shed blood, American blood, it's Arafat. And for him to donate blood after he bombed American aircraft in the Jordanian desert, after he murdered American diplomats in the Sudan, after he shed the blood of American citizens just the other day in the heart of Jerusalem, I think this is ridiculous. And furthermore, I must tell you that he has now issued warnings through his goons against journalists and photographers who would show the riotous celebration of Palestinians. And he's paraded a few children in front of the camera, Bolshevik style, to show how they're lamenting this terrible tragedy. So I think that demanding that he tear up the old textbooks is fine, but we must understand that the goals of the terrorists are unchanging. The goal of the bin Ladens are unchanging. The goal of our bin Laden, Arafat, is unchanging. They want to destroy America. He wants to destroy Israel. The only thing that changes is their capabilities. And today they have the capabilities to knock down entire buildings. Tomorrow they'll have the capabilities with the development and acquisition of atomic weapons to knock down our civilization, destroy our very way of life. We have been given, Tony, a wake-up call from hell. And as awful as it may sound, the horrible loss of thousands of people in Manhattan may have given us the opportunity to say, we have time, we have the power today. You see, what is happening here is that the terrorists have the will to destroy us, but they don't have the power today. Today we have the power. Now the question is, do we have the will? And we must eradicate this whole network of terror, this whole empire of terror, while we have the time. That's what I think the United States must do, precisely as it did it 50 years ago against the evil empire of Nazism.
All right. Former Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, thanks for joining us. Now for more developments in the Middle East, I'm going to turn it back to my colleague John Scott in New York. John?
All right, Tony, thanks very much. We are going to check in now with David Schuster, who is live at the Pentagon, where they have pretty much given up hope of finding any more survivors. David?
John, that's right. One of the reasons they're having a difficult time of having any optimism is because they've dropped some listening devices into the crevices from a crane, and those listening devices have really picked up nothing. But investigators do believe, relief crews do believe that they know that they have now located the nose cone of the American airliner jet flight number 77 that slammed in the Pentagon, and perhaps they've also discovered pieces of the throttle. And the recovery crews think that they know where the black boxes may be located in the debris. And that, of course, would be very significant because you have officials from the National Transportation Safety Board who are very eager to look at the flight data and voice recorders to try to get an exact determination as to how those hijackers got into the cockpit and what were the circumstances under which they were able to change course of the plane and send the aircraft hurtling towards the Pentagon. However, the rescue crews who are sifting through the debris say that this whole process has not been very easy in the least.
They've got a lot of debris to go over, a lot of spaces to check, a lot of shoring that needs to be done as they go to try to make sure that the parts of the building that haven't collapsed don't, and the same one at the same time making sure they stabilize the parts that have collapsed. And it's certainly exhausting work when they have to do that, and they're just continuing that process.
Now, as you're looking at a live picture of the crevice to the side of the Pentagon at this very moment, you can see right now, you see how some of those beams are slatted at 45-degree angles. That is one of the reasons why it has been so unstable and so dangerous for some of the crews and why work has been slow going. We are told that some of the crews are going in for about 20 or 30 minutes at a time, that each of the teams are accompanied by a medical and safety officer. As we mentioned, they are using listening devices and infrared. They also have some cadaver dogs. The crews described the scene as gruesome. The bodies, as of last night, were being removed every few minutes. They had gotten up to perhaps 80 bodies or so recovered from the debris, but they are expecting upwards of 200. There were 64 on the jetliner and 150 civilians and military employees at the Pentagon who remain unaccounted for. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Pentagon, the Department of Defense has apparently reportedly given President Bush several military attack options. This would be a standard operating procedure. Officials note that this kind of stuff is done all the time, that there is a procedure in place for doing this. But again, business is getting back to usual, getting back to normal on the other side of the Pentagon. And furthermore, I have to tell you, John, that this morning you can clearly see the parking lot on the north side of the Pentagon is filled. A lot of people are moving back into offices that they have not been able to go into for the last 2 days. John?
All right, David Schuster there at that very sad scene at the Pentagon. We have a sort of a bird's eye view of what's going on in lower Manhattan there, where the smoke cloud is still rising from the World Trade Center. Let's check in with Edie Donahue for the latest on that. Edie?
Good morning, John. In fact, there has been a new sort of cloud of smoke, very dark, very thick, that has arisen from the ashes where the World Trade Center once stood tall in just the past 5 minutes. You know, New Yorkers try to put a brave front on everything. They certainly rally together, just as the rest of America has done in the face of this tragedy. But it is very difficult. There are hundreds of thousands of families still searching for loved ones that are missing. Every one of us who works in the New York tri-state area is touched in some way by this. We know people, our children go to school with people whose own parents haven't come home yet. Down at the Trade Center, there have been numerous stories of the just incredible will and kindness, generosity and strength of people. And right now, I want you to take a listen to a man who was saving himself, witnessing this firsthand, and then realized he not only needed to take care of himself, but he also needed to try to help a friend. Listen.
Two of the guys I work with, they couldn't find them. So Mike and I decided we're going back in to look for them. We're going downstairs to find these guys. And we went into the building and we couldn't find them. Over the radio, one of the other guys got out, that he was spotted. This one other guy, Hershey Lever, we looked for him 6 levels below ground. We couldn't find him. We tried to get out to the garages where the cars come out, but the power was out, the garage doors were down. The doors were chained down. Manually, we couldn't open the doors. So now we had to find our way out. We went from building 2 back through building 1. And dark now? Dark, the smoke's rolling in pretty heavy, a lot of water. It's coming down, it's cascading down the stairs, the ceilings are coming down. Mike and I walked up the stairs to the street level, which is the concourse level, in building 1, and came out by the elevators, and we just informed some of the firemen that there was some marble falling above their head, and then all of a sudden it started like it sounded like gunfire, you know, bang, 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 and then all of a sudden 3 big explosions, and we started running. We just started running. The way it looked like a wave of black smoke just came, and we were running and running, and we couldn't get away. It just pushed us down. The pressure just pushed us down on the floor. We were sliding. It pushed us. There was debris from marble and concrete and metal and glass flying past our faces as we just kept crawling and crawling. And we wound up near an elevator shaft. I wound up near an elevator shaft and just praying to God that this wasn't it. There was so much black soot. I was covered, my eyes, my nose, my ears, everything. There was people on me. There was debris on me. And it stopped and it was silent, and I thought I was dead. I couldn't see 1 inch in front of my face.
Did you have your friend with you still?
I don't know where he was. He was off to the left of me someplace. A firefighter, I felt the Scott pack, you know, the chains and the equipment jingling, and I reached up and grabbed this guy's belt as he went by and pulled myself up and just started grabbing people around us as we were going, and I kept yelling, Mike, you know, it just started grabbing people. Hold on, just follow us out. Just stay with us, you know.
What a harrowing story. We have been told that life is going to change in America. Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison is now on the Senate floor introducing a resolution to put sky marshals on board U.S. aircraft. Let's listen in for just a moment.
Unturned. Now, having said that, Madam President, I also want to say that this is not the end. This is a beginning. And it is only one part of what I believe Congress and the President need to do working together to assure the safety of the people of our country. Clearly, this hijacking
It's got a bigger
operation
screen.
that was so well orchestrated is one facet of domestic terrorism. It is the facet that deals with our aviation security, and we are going to clamp down in every way to assure the security of our flying public and the security of anyone in America who would be attacked by a weapon of mass destruction, which in this case was an airplane. But that's not the way that we should approach this issue. In my opinion, Madam President, they found a vulnerability and they exploited it. We must assure that we have addressed every area of vulnerability for our citizens, not only the aviation security of our country, but we need to look at the public works in our country, the water systems, the tunnel systems that we have for highways and trains and for mass transit, for our subway systems. We need to be ever vigilant on the public works of our country. Secondly, I think we need to assure a missile defense system for our country. We must not let any terrorist in the world believe that now we have addressed the issues of domestic terrorism within our own public works systems or our infrastructure, but we would be vulnerable to an incoming ballistic missile. So this should be part of our domestic terrorism effort.
Well, sometimes Washington can be a place of a lot of talk and not much action, but the action is already starting there on Capitol Hill. That's Texas Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, a Republican, introducing legislation to put sky marshals on board U.S. airliners. Of course, back in the late 60s and early 70s, when there was a spate of hijackings across this country, some sky marshals did fly on selected flights. They may be coming back if this legislation goes through. Let's get the latest from the White House, which we are learning was in fact targeted by one of those hijacked planes. Jim Angle is at the White House. Jim?
Well, John, the White House had said yesterday that both the White House itself and Air Force One had been targeted by the terrorists. I must tell you that a number of other agencies throughout government expressed a good deal of skepticism about that claim and said they had no evidence of that. I have personally talked to officials who are somewhat baffled by the White House claim. Nevertheless, the White House insists that it is true, and they are saying that a terrorist was heard, at least this appears to be the information, that someone was heard referring to Air Force One by its code name as a target. That someone referred to Air Force One by its code name as a target. That was confirmed by White House spokesman R.A. Fleischer this morning. So it's not quite clear what the facts are, but the White House insists that it does have information that Air Force One was indeed a target, even though it was in Louisiana and far from the site of the attacks in New York and Washington. Now, on another point, you just heard Senator Kay Bailey Hutchinson talking about sky marshals, John. Now, sky marshals, as you noted, started in the early 70s with largely Cuban hijackings. It was run by the Marshals Service in the early 70s, then by other agencies after that, taken over by the FAA at one point. The thinking now is that there must be a rebirth of the Sky Marshal program, if you will. The problem is, where do you get a sudden infusion of people who are trained in airplane security? Now, we are told that the administration is considering using military personnel trained in those matters to act as sky marshals. That, of course, would be a very controversial move because the military has often resisted, and many critics have complained about any attempt to use military personnel in civilian law enforcement functions. So that would indeed raise a controversy. Now, yesterday, some administration officials were flatly denying that any such consideration was being made about using military officials. However, other officials are now saying that everything is on the table, and some specifically suggest that military personnel would be brought in. Now, there was one point in the early history of the Sky Marshals when military personnel were deputized as Sky Marshals, and that may be where the administration is heading. But obviously a concern for airline safety, a concern to demonstrate to the American public that it is safe to fly, and one of the only things to do at this point is put Sky Marshals on those planes. John?
All right, Jim Angle at the White House, thanks very much. Greg Palcott is keeping an eye on the situation in Afghanistan from just across the border. We have a report from him filed by Fox Phone. He has been tracking the terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden and his followers.
We are here in Islamabad, Pakistan, not far from Afghanistan, the focus of a lot of attention following Tuesday's terrible terror attacks. Afghanistan believed to be the base for Osama bin Laden, alleged terror mastermind, suspect number one in those attacks this week. All this, we are told, making the Taliban leadership very, very nervous. They're worried about a replay of 1998. That's when the United States sent 70 Tomahawk cruise missiles into Afghanistan, that in retaliation for bombings against the U.S. embassies in East Africa. They're afraid that, or worse, could happen again. There are reports that the top leadership of the Taliban are moving out of their headquarters. We can confirm at least that some of the upper echelon is moving around. There are also reports that some of the military installations of the Taliban are getting into a defensive position. It is the guess here, too, that Osama bin Laden is moving around, despite the fact that the Taliban denies that he is responsible for the attacks. They say that he is not in communication with the outside world, that they know his whereabouts, but they also deny reports today that he is under house arrest. They say he is innocent as of now and that he is free to move around. Also moving around today and moving out of Afghanistan, international workers and 35 UN employees, the last batch coming out today. Other workers for NGOs there leaving. This also fearing that the United States, to make the connection with Osama bin Laden and those attacks, will attack in Afghanistan, and there will be retaliation against the foreign workers inside Afghanistan. All this very reminiscent of Iraq and the days before the United States attacked there, when UN workers also, for their own safety, had to be pulled out. Finally, U.S. officials putting a lot of pressure on the government here in Pakistan. Pakistan recognizes and supports the Taliban regime. Some charge that they are, in fact, indirectly supporting Osama bin Laden with that. Today, there was a presentation of credentials from the new U.S. ambassador to Pakistan, Wendy Chamberlain. That was with the Pakistani President Musharraf. There's got to believe the conversations between the two of them in the coming days will focus on Pakistan helping the United States out of this crisis. In Islamabad, Pakistan, Greg Palcott, Fox News.
Greg Palcott reporting via Fox Phone. Of course, a lot of what happens now depends on how the American people react. Will they react with panic? Will they react with steely resolve? to these terrible bombings in New York and Washington. Our managing business editor, Neil Cavuto, has some thoughts about that, and he joins me now. Neil.
Thank you, John. What we are getting early indication of, folks, is that some people are panicking a little bit, quite understandably, and they're trying to hang on to what money they can get their hands onto. We're already hearing reports that certainly in the New York metropolitan area, if you have a Citigroup Visa or MasterCard, it's in some machines very hard to get activated. A lot of other credit cards are having problems. This all seems very incidental until you consider this. There has been a rush on money on a number of teller machines, and a lot of people have been withdrawing a lot of cash. We're trying here at Fox to try to get a handle on how much cash, but this might tell you something. Sources are already telling Fox News that at least at the Federal Reserve, they are pouring a lot of cash into the banking system to compensate for all of this. We heard earlier reports of $10 billion. The Dow Jones Wires folks are talking about something in the vicinity of $38 billion worth, but we do know that the world's central banks are working in concert here to ease any potential financial crisis. This happens a lot of times. It happened after the 1993 World Trade Center bombing. It even happened after Pan Am Flight 103, of course, back in Scotland in 1988. In other words, when there's a fear of something big going on, people take their money out and really then start to ask questions later. So there has been a run at some banks. I want to put this in perspective here. It is not a panic run by any means, or indeed the case in all 50 states, but alarming reaction to all of this, given the magnitude of these events, quite understandably, have prompted a number of Americans to simply take their money out of their accounts as much as possible. I was even talking to a big bank analyst yesterday, Mike Norman, who runs his own investment newsletter. He was with me yesterday saying, you know, Neil, I wanted to take my money out right away, and that's exactly what I did. I'll tell you more on that. In the meantime, Norman Mineta, the Transportation Secretary.
Bush said Tuesday's acts of cowardice were a deliberate and direct act on the security of the American people and on freedom-loving people across the globe. In order to restore our security to the fullest extent possible, we exercise the necessary precautions while assessing our nation's transportation systems. Now I am pleased to announce some good news for travelers, for our economy, and for the restoration of America's freedom of mobility. Effective 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time today, our national airspace system will reopen to commercial aviation. At this moment, the FAA reports that we have airports starting to reopen across the country. Now, this decision was made after a series of meetings throughout the day, yesterday, and late into Wednesday night, with the White House and other cabinet officials, Federal Aviation Administrator Jane Garvey and her great team, aviation industry leaders, as well as intelligence and law enforcement representatives. I must caution everyone that a system as diverse and complex as ours cannot be brought up instantly. And so we will be reopening airports, and airlines will be resuming their flights as they meet the new security measures that we are now imposing. Additional airports will be opened only after they meet the new stringent security measures. Anyone planning on flying today, or not even today, but henceforth, should check with their airlines regarding the level of service and flight schedules, and especially be able to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security precautions. As I stated yesterday, safety is always of paramount importance. And in these extraordinary times, we will be vigilant. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our national aviation system. A thorough search and security check of all airports and airplanes will take place before passengers are allowed to board any aircraft. We have discontinued off-airport check-in and curbside check-in at the airport. All passengers will be required to go to the ticket counters to check in. We must reserve boarding areas for passengers only, and only ticketed passengers will be allowed to proceed past airport screeners. And all vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. We experienced an unprecedented assault on our commercial aviation system. And in times such as these, we will use all available resources to ensure the safety of our travelers. Agents from the Department of Justice and from the Department of Treasury will be deployed to airports across the country. The added presence of these officers will augment our existing heightened security procedures, serving as a visible reminder of our strong commitment to protect the safety of the American people and the traveling public. Again, I strongly urge all passengers to allow plenty of time to deal with the heightened security procedures and also to exercise patience with airport and airline employees and security personnel. Finally, let me say this. From this day forward, we are operating with tightened security. In the weeks and months ahead, we will do all that we can to ensure that the safety of the American aviation system is in place. We will not allow this enemy to win the war by restricting our freedom of mobility. I wish again to express my hope that all Americans will heed the President's call to keep the victims and their families in our prayers and our thoughts as we go about the task of recovering and rebuilding. I will now take questions.
What is the situation now with general aviation, with business aviation, and the cargo carriers?
First of all, the cargo carriers are not being differentiated from the commercial passenger airliners. There are certain requirements being put on them in terms of security and safety measures, but they are back in the air again effective 11 a.m. On private or general aviation, rather, I will have a little more on that subject later this day, but right now this is a announcement only as it relates to the commercial and cargo airline.
As of 11 a.m., you can't go out and hop in your Cessna and take off?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Secretary,
Norman Mineta, the Transportation Secretary of Life, as we know it, is going to change for those who like to fly. No more curbside baggage check-in. Had been talk as well about no more carrying luggage onto the plane. Some doubt as to whether that would ever happen, or indeed whether it's among the final acts here from the Transportation Department. But essentially, the way we fly, the way we conduct our business, both in a business and personal sense, part of the dramatic changes in the wake of this attack. I just want to update you as well on what I was saying before Mr. Mineta took the podium there. That is the Federal Reserve and flooding the banking system with a lot of money. Apparently a lot of folks are taking money out of their bank accounts because of what happened 48 hours ago, understandably, but the Federal Reserve always has to be in the ready to add some cash, and they have been adding quite a bit of it, by some reports upwards of $38 billion. That is not unusual. This is what the Federal Reserve did after the 1987 stock market crash, although the figures were dramatically smaller back then. Other world central banks have indicated they're here to help the United States as well and to provide a smooth smooth and consistent flow of funds across the world community. So we'll keep you posted on those developments. The major exchanges are still closed. And John, just one other quick update for you here. The bond market, which is indeed has resumed trading, is in fact doing extremely well. A great deal of attention and interest in our securities, a sign that the globe at least thinks we're still a pretty good place to invest. Back to you, sir.
Quick question on that, Neil. Any downside to putting all that extra cash in the market? I mean, it's not like printing money. It's not like it's not going to touch off a round of inflation or anything like that, is it?
No, it's a good question later on, John. I think a lot of folks are going to ask, do you do more harm than good in the long term? But right now, it's sort of like you have to apply a tourniquet to an open wound here. So the feeling seems to be do something now. We'll address whatever problems there could be as a result of this later.
Because you don't want to create the perception that there is a cash shortage or something
Absolutely
like that.
not. But this is very similar to what the Federal Reserve and other officials are doing ahead of the millennium situation. So not surprising. I just want to put in perspective, not a huge deal, but one we're following closely.
All right. Neil Cavuto, thanks very much. As we continue to keep an eye on the situation unfolding in lower Manhattan, the smoke cloud there is billowing up at this moment. We can't tell you exactly why. Perhaps a fire that has been burning ever since the planes hit the tower 48 hours ago is kicking up again, but we're continuing to keep our cameras on it. We'll update you as soon as we know the reason for that. Meantime, we want to take a look at a very sad photograph. This is, of course, the Time Magazine upcoming special edition of the second tower in flames at the moment of impact. The first tower, of course, there on the right, already burning. Life in America has changed forever as a result of these events and the hijacked plane that smashed into the Pentagon. That's what Time Magazine is looking like as it comes out.
It's interesting, too, John. That is the first cover with a black border they've had since 1927. So, again, as if it need any reminder how tragic all these events were.
Well, if you thought that they had everything under control, at least fire-wise, in lower Manhattan, that is not the case at all. You can see that that cloud of smoke continues to burn, and who knows what else is in there. You know, there was about 4 inches of concrete on each and every floor of the World Trade Center. You times that by 110 for each tower, you've got something like, well, 20 feet perhaps or more of concrete per building. In fact, I think my math is wrong there. I think I'm way low. I should do it again, but feet and feet of concrete that would cover a city block in any good-sized American city has just been reduced to powder. And that is part of what's flying up in the air right now.
And you know, it's interesting, John, having been there many, many times myself, beneath the World Trade Center complex is a vast underneath labyrinth of tunnels. There's a shopping mall down there. So there's quite a bit of room, pockets, if you will, and even Rudolph Giuliani had said as much, where if you're looking for survivors, that's the possibility they cling to, that in that area, if that did not fall, and in some areas we're told that structurally that is still sound, you could in fact find survivors. In fact, that has been sort of like the last gasp of hope for these guys since they knew of this mall, and it's a vast network underneath there. I can tell you myself, it connects virtually much of the lower east side there, that it's distinctly possible they could find victims, or at least that's where they're hoping to find those who might have survived this. That's what it comes to, but as you indicated, it's all that stuff on top that makes it dicey.
Well, it is an awful situation, and it still continues. They are still hoping to be able to pull survivors out of that rubble down there. Edie Donahue has a bird's eye view of this thing from the roof of our building. Edie, what are you seeing from up there?
Well, John, as you know, we've been watching the smoke as it rises above the area where they've been working. And definitely over the last 10 or so minutes, there has been a huge increase in the amount of smoke. At first, it was very black. Now it seems much whiter than it was before. But, you know, they're battling a number of things. There is an incredible wind, not only here where we are, but when you get down there to the Wall Street area, it just whips through the concrete canyons down there, and that could be flaring up the embers down on those buildings. We also know that the Millennium Hotel and several other buildings were having a difficulty this morning. And so the rescue workers down there have an incredibly immense job on their hands, that being made much more difficult simply because of the elements here. They've also cut electricity down to that area because they were concerned that electrical sparks during the rescue effort could start new fires. They have been using generators through the night. Now that sounds fine, except for the fact that the generators then interfere with their electronic listening devices. So it seems that whatever they try to do to take safety precautions, they have to sacrifice somewhere else. Of course, the rescue and recovery continues tragically. They found one man's body, his cell phone still clutched in his hand. They removed him. Another body brought out with the American flag wrapped around it. And they believe they may have found what could be one of the hijackers, because they found a hand, or a leg that is, and a foot near a cockpit seat. Eric Shawn has been covering all of this for us live from Ground Zero. He is seeing some of the worst of it. Eric, good morning.
Good morning, Edie. We also understand that some portions of the plane have been recovered in that area, that they are visible, of one of the two planes at least, or perhaps both, in the middle of that pit. I also now want to introduce you to a man who is the heart and soul of the rescue team here. What he will tell you in the story you're going to hear right now can be told by many of people here. He really captures the spirit of this, what's going on. He is a New York City firefighter, John Morabito. He is a member of the 1st Unit, Ladder Company 10, that arrived at the scene. He lost many of his firefighter brothers. He was there when one of the buildings went down. We talked to him here just about 10 minutes ago, and here is what he told us.
There were bodies lying in the street, bodies still moving, people completely burned. I would imagine it was from the jet fuel that fell from the building. We got into the lobby, we started evacuating. They gave a report about 18 minutes later, prepare for impact, the second plane is approaching, prepare for impact.
That's what you heard on the radio?
I heard that on my fire department radio. We felt the impact of the second plane, the building shook, the lights flickered, people started to panic. We rushed 3,000-4,000 people out, down through the subways. Me personally, I was there. I witnessed these people escaping the building. Moments later, the lights went out and number 2 collapsed into number 1. I managed to climb over some rubble and get myself out a window along with other firefighters and a couple of civilians, and then we ran toward the water. It was absolute hell, and just hoping and praying to God. He put a shell around me. He protected me. I braced myself for the worst possible impact. I got up, I checked my limbs to see if I was okay, to see if I could move, and I helped a couple of firefighter brothers out of the building, a couple of civilians.
What's your message to the terrorists who did this?
My message is right here. We're going to rebuild this city. We're going to combine nation. We're going to combine our race and creed, and everybody in this country needs to pull together. We have to stand for ourselves. We have to fight. We have to rebuild. We have to remember this day and remember that this can happen at any time. We have to be prepared.
Well, firefighter Morabito says that he and everyone who's in there desperately working to try and find survivors, they are aware and know about the nation's prayers and thoughts, that they feel that the nation's prayers are with them, and they want to take this opportunity to thank this country and the world for those who are supporting them in their effort here. He said he's not a hero, that he's just doing his job, a job very difficult, obviously, and sadly, one that has not progressed beyond yesterday's recovery of 5 people, 3 firefighters among them. So far, sadly, today, no new victims have been found alive, but we have heard some reports that a firefighter may be in contact via the radio with some of the fellow firefighters. That is not confirmed. We're hearing those type of stories throughout the day. Nothing confirmed, but so far, sadly, the numbers tell it all. More than 3,700 people missing, only 5 recovered. Back to you up at the studio.
Eric, actually, it's Edie. I'm up here in Midtown Manhattan, and I've got to tell you, you're down there at Ground Zero. We have just been hearing a number of fire sirens racing down towards the Wall Street area, and so there may be a flare-up of another fire there. It is a tough job, and you've certainly been doing a great job covering it. 5 square miles down there shut down for the rescue efforts. All non-essential personnel kept away. Let's take you back down.
Can I show you the?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just want to show you the plume from ground level. Look at this plume. Sure. It's going up.
Yeah, we see that here too.
Huge. And now it's white, as you said before. Depending upon the winds, it sometimes either moves up through us or down south. And it was really dark and gray about 15 minutes ago. So obviously something really started burning, whether it was another building or one of the buildings or just probably the smoldering concrete and ruins of the buildings that have already collapsed. There were fears earlier today that 2 other buildings could collapse. One, Liberty Plaza, and also the Millennium Hotel. Right. But I don't think it's the hotel because that's on this side of the street. So it's just perhaps just a continuation of all that concrete and ruins and dust that has still been burning and the firefighters have been fighting and not been able to completely smother.
You know, Eric, as adults, we're able to, in some way, keep our emotions in check and realize that these things happen and we try to cope with them. You've been down there almost from the start. You've been talking to these rescue workers. I know you spoke with one man earlier today who was holding a scorched doll that clearly had most likely come from one of the child care centers in the World Trade Center, and you realize that these innocent little children were victims as well. How are the rescue workers you're dealing with handling all this emotionally?
Well, it's very difficult for them. I think they try to keep focused on the job. When you're in there, it's very focused, as much as a surgeon or a doctor or other people have to deal with tragedies. Going in, they know they have a mission. They know they want to accomplish that. They are geared up and pumped up to try and find people. And then when they come back here, they walk a couple of blocks to where we are, and you can just see it on their faces. Earlier today, there were a couple of guys over on the left of me with their faces in their hands, just sacked out. It is exhausting. It is difficult, clearly. Tremendous amount of strain and stress, but what keeps them going is, as firefighter Morabito told us, are the thoughts of the nation and the fact that they hope they can find somebody. But clearly there will have to be issues of trauma, psychological issues with a lot of people when they see body parts, when they see pieces, when they see all the horrible remnants of this dastardly and despicable terrorist act.
One of the problems they also are facing, just dealing with getting the sheer supplies into them and the numbers that they need. What are you seeing? Are they in need of anything? In need of proper masks to protect them from the asbestos and everything else in the air? In need of food, water?
We have, this is one of the most sophisticated type of masks that you can use that protects you from the asbestos that could be in the air. We were told that the level is 4 times higher than the acceptable rate over there in the center. But you know what? Most of the masks are much thinner, small ones that you go and get at the drugstore that are not made for toxic material. So a lot of these guys know that, and they're in there anyway, just using the mask to try and breathe as well as they can, as opposed to this more sophisticated type. Some of the units have already prepared and have these type of masks already, and they've been able to take them in. Other guys are in with masks. Some others don't even have any masks at all. But you know what? That is just part of their mission and their zeal to go in protected or unprotected to try and lend a hand and get something done, try to save lives, even if their own lives could be theoretically in danger.
All right. Thank you very much, Eric. Sean, reporting live from Ground Zero. Perhaps that's one way that another company, if they're involved in that type of manufacturing, can help out through donations. I know that several large corporations, GE, Cisco, pledging millions of dollars, so that a need as well. Catherine Herridge has been at St. Vincent's Hospital now for the past 2 days, and she has been talking to the desperate family members searching for loved ones that are missing. Catherine?
Edie, with more than 4,700 people missing, the request here from St. Vincent's is don't come to this hospital if you can't locate somebody. You should go to the Patient Services Center, which is located on the east side of the city in one of the armories. There they have comprehensive lists of the injured. They also have some mental health professionals. And if they can't offer the information that you're desperate to get, then you need to file a missing persons report. Now, in the last 24 hours, what we've been seeing is we've had families, relatives, spouses. They've come here and they initially brought pictures, but now many of them are bringing flyers. And I'm just going to take you over here, and you can take a look at one of the news vans. They've taped them to the windshield. Very similar, all of them. There's usually a picture, the name, the height, some distinguishing characteristics. In some cases, they've said what they were wearing. One says khaki pants, a green t-shirt, a wedding ring with Carmen written on the inside. Another talks about a woman whose only son is desperately searching for her. Now, even this morning, I've been handed several more, and you can see these people are doing whatever it can take to find those who are still missing. Reporting live from St.
Catherine, thanks very much. President Bush is going to have a conference call now with the mayor and governor of New York. Let's listen in.
First of all, I can't tell you how sad I am and America is for the people of New York City and the tri-state area. I want to let you know there's a quiet anger in America that really is real. And also, though, I can't tell you how proud I am of the good citizens of your part of the world and the extraordinary job you all are doing. You're doing really a great job on behalf of the citizens of New York City, New York State, and in the tri-state area. So I want to thank you very much for your leadership and dedication.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secondly, I've been in touch with you all, and you've extended me a kind invitation to come to New York City. I accept. I'll be there tomorrow afternoon after the prayer service at the National Cathedral. I look forward to joining with both of you in thanking the police and fire, the construction trade workers, the restaurant owners, the volunteers, all of whom have really made a huge display for the world to see of the compassion of America and the bravery of America and the strength of America. Every world leader I've talked to in recent days has been impressed by what they have seen about our nation and the fabric of our nation. And I want to thank everybody when I come, so thank you for your hospitality.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for coming to New York. I'm sure that's going to be a great inspiration to all of us, and particularly those thousands of men and women still downtown trying to help us with the rescue efforts. I also want to thank you for all the help we've gotten from the federal government. It's been tremendous, and for your words. You are right. Our nation is united as never before, and we will triumph over this evil with your leadership and your inspiration. And I also have to congratulate the mayor for the tremendous effort he has made. Mr. President, you would be proud of the leadership and the cooperation we've seen here. The city has taken the lead. Your people have been enormously supportive, and we're very grateful.
Well, thanks, George. And Rudy, thank you all. I know you've put in a request, and I've directed the Attorney General to expedite any payments of benefits for those fallen public safety officers to their families, any benefits to their families. And the Attorney General, as I understand, will be making a formal announcement of your request today. I've told Allbaugh anything it takes to help New York. I have been in touch with the Congress. They are expediting a supplemental. We've had great cooperation with members of the Congress in both political parties. So just keep in touch. I know you will. This isn't the first time we've talked, and I really appreciate the fact that you all are in charge. And I know the citizens of New York and the tri-state area, people of New Jersey and Connecticut, are appreciative as well.
President, the uniformed officers, the police, the fire, the emergency service officers, their families will really appreciate this. We're going to sustain a tremendous loss of our bravest and our best people. And the relief that you're now making available to the families is going to mean a lot to them. They're going to be able to think about the fact that their children are going to be taken care of, that they're going to be able to go to college, that they're going to be able to carry on. So I can't express to you how appreciative we are of your acting so swiftly. And also, on that terrible day when our city was being attacked, you were in immediate communication with us, Mr. President, and helped to secure the city. And the work you've done for us, we all eternally appreciate. You've been a terrific leader, and we're taking direction from you, and we're following your example. You've done a terrific job, Mr. President.
Well, thanks, Rudy, and thanks, George. Let me make it clear to you all, as my close friends, that my mindset is this. One, I'm weep and mourn with America. I'm going to a hospital right after this to comfort families. I wish I could comfort every single family whose lives have been affected. But make no mistake about it, my resolve is steady and strong about winning this war that has been declared on America. It's a new kind of war. And I understand it's a new kind of war. And this government will adjust. And this government will call others to join us to make sure these acts, the people who conducted these acts and those who harbor them are held accountable for their actions. Make no mistake. And as we do so, I urge, I know I don't need to tell you all this, but our nation must be mindful that there are thousands of Arab Americans who live in New York City who love their flag just as much as the three of us do. And we must be mindful that as we seek to win the war, that we treat Arab Americans and Muslims with the respect they deserve. I know that is your attitudes as well, certainly the attitude of this government, that we should not hold one who is a Muslim responsible for an act of terror. We will hold those who are responsible for the terrorist acts accountable and those who harbor them. You'll see, and I look forward to visiting with you in person tomorrow about the resolve of this government. And so I thank you very much for your leadership on the ground. I wish I was visiting under better circumstances, but it will be a chance for all three of us to thank and hug and cry with the citizens of your good area.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We really appreciate this very much.
We'll see you tomorrow.
President, we're looking forward to your visit. It will inspire us all, and we will be with you when the United States takes firm and appropriate action to those who conducted this evil.
Thank you all very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
God bless.
Mr. President.
Bye.
Three Republican leaders there who have from time to time had their differences in the past, but you know they are united on this one. President Bush announcing he will come to New York City tomorrow to be with Rudy Giuliani there and George Pataki, the mayor and governor of New York.
We should go back. I think the president is still speaking to reporters assembled in the Oval Office. Let's listen in.
Security at our airports. There's increased presence on the airplanes. Yes, I would. If a family member asked whether they should fly, I'd say yes.
Mr. President, how close are you, sir, to finding out, to nailing down who is responsible for these acts, and what kind of international coalition are you trying to build? Is it similar to the one your father built for the Persian Gulf War?
I am. First, let me condition the press this way. Any sources and methods of intelligence will remain guarded in secret. My administration will not talk about how we gather intelligence, if we gather intelligence, and what the intelligence says. That's for the protection of the American people. It is important as we battle this enemy, we conduct ourselves that way. Secondly, I've been on the phone this morning, just like I was yesterday, and will be on this afternoon on the phone with leaders from around the world who express their solidarity with this nation's intention to rout out and to whip terrorism. They fully understand that an act of war was declared on the United States of America. They understand as well that act could have easily been declared on them. These people can't stand freedom. They hate our values. They hate what America stands for. Many of the leaders understand it could have easily have happened to them. Secondly, they understand that unlike previous war, this enemy likes to hide. They heard my call loud and clear to those who feel like they can provide safe harbor for the terrorists, that we will hold them responsible as well. And they join me in understanding not only the concept of the enemy, that the enemy is a different type of enemy. They join me also in solidarity about holding those who fund them, who harbor them, who encourage them responsible for their activities. I'm pleased with the outpouring of support. Jiang Zemin, Vladimir Putin, had a great visit this morning with His Royal Highness Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia. I will continue to stay on the phone. And there is universal support for the American people, sadness in their voice, but understanding that we have just seen the first war of the 21st century. And there is universal approval of the statements I have made, and I am confident there will be universal approval of the actions this government takes. Yeah, Stretch.
Mr. President, if this is a different kind of war, it might require perhaps a different kind of coalition. Many people believe that for a real war on terrorism to work, you'll need cooperation from governments that haven't necessarily done so in the past, specifically Pakistan and Afghanistan. Have you made any progress on that front?
I would refer you to the statements that the Pakistani leader gave about his, I don't have the exact words in front of me, but his willingness to work with the United States, and I appreciated that statement, and now we'll just find out what that means, won't we? We will give the Pakistani government a chance to cooperate and to participate as we hunt down those people who committed this unbelievable, despicable act on America.
Mr. President, how confident are you that Osama bin Laden is behind these attacks? Do you know what his whereabouts are? And secondly, what kind of support are you looking for from Congress in terms of your willingness to act?
We will not discuss intelligence matters, how we gather intelligence, and what we know. Secondly, I am about anybody. When our government acts, you'll be informed. Secondly, we had a great meeting yesterday here in the cabinet room with leadership of the House and the Senate. I was touched by their response, their encouragement, and their willingness to work together. And I would be very pleased to see a strong resolution come out of Congress supporting the administration and what we intend to do. And we're working closely with Congress. Secondly, progress is being made on a supplemental. I thought that was very swift action, and I'm most appreciative, again, of Senator Daschle and Representative Gephardt, as well as my Republican colleagues, for really showing solidarity again and uniting the nation. Now's the time for the country to be united. And, you know, through the tears of sadness, I see an opportunity. You know, make no mistake about it, this nation is sad. But we're also tough and resolute. And now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism, hunting it down, finding it, and holding them accountable. The nation must understand this is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory. To victory.
Mr. President, what is your understanding of the threat to Air Force One, and do you believe that the terrorists attempted to assassinate you, sir?
I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered.
Do you believe they tried to assassinate you?
I believe I took the, I know, I don't believe, I know I took the appropriate actions as the Commander-in-Chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis. You didn't hear the end of the phone call with the mayor and George Pataki, both of whom thanked me for the fact that we was immediately on the phone with them from Air Force One, and our government responded quickly.
How did you feel knowing you're under personal threat?
Could you give us a sense as to what kind of prayers you are thinking and where your heart is for yourself as you work on that?
I think about myself right now. I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment, but this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you.
President Bush there, you could see the tears welling up in his eyes as he was talking about the family members, the children of the people who were lost in these terrible attacks.
Yeah, and when you talk about the global coalition that he's trying to establish, that his dad established with the Iraqi war, he's going to have to rely on the same thing. But unlike then, he seems to have shepherded it way ahead of the fact. So he's got them in there, and he seems to be sending the unequivocal message, with or without them, I'm going, and clearly showing his resolve in that regard.
You heard him say, you know, I'm a sensitive guy, but he said, I'm ready to do what needs to be done, and you got the sense that somebody is about to take a pounding. But
yeah,
whether that's
even the
today,
reference
tomorrow,
right,
to
Pakistan's leader, you know, essentially saying, all right, we got the sympathetic letter in response, but now they're going to have to prove it. I mean, it's no mystery that among those countries that might be harboring the type of villains we're looking at here, Pakistan's on that short list, Sudan's on that list, other countries are on that list, and clearly the president seems to be sending a message. You know, these sympathetic overtures I'm getting from even some in the Middle East, I want to see proof. And that is not even a veiled type of reference. He's just saying that unequivocally.
Well, the president is going to be coming to New York tomorrow, and I'm sure that everybody is going to welcome that visit here.
All right. In the meantime, we are following a lot of different angles on all of this for you. I'm Neil Cavuto, of course, and John Scott and I have been sort of monitoring this for the past hour or so, but the dust does continue to settle on what is still an unbelievable sight right now. This is the picture we're getting. Some clearing, but the blue sky is certainly being overshadowed by new billowing smoke. Some 5 structures are already under question as to whether they'll survive the next 24 hours. A new skyline, certainly for New York City. The majestic Twin Towers of the World Trade Center, of course, no more. Let's get you caught up now on what we know thus far. U.S. airports are scheduled to reopen, albeit with tightened security. Flights are resuming on a case-by-case basis. We have heard separately from United Airlines that they hope to begin flying by 7 p.m. tonight. Elsewhere, the Justice Department is saying that at least one hijacker on each of the 4 planes in the terror attack would train at U.S. flight schools. 94 people are confirmed dead in the World Trade Center attack. New York City mayor says already that 4,763 people are reported missing. Now, the last fire at the Pentagon is indeed out. 190 people believed to have been dead. That could go higher, but that's the last firm count that we have. All right, a couple of other things we're checking on for you right now from the epicenter itself, where Eric Shawn has been standing by monitoring all of this from Ground Zero. Let's go to him right now. Eric, what do you got?
Well, Neil, just the fact that you mentioned that there's confirmation that each of the hijackers, at least one of them in each plane, trained at a U.S. flight school. That fits with Osama bin Laden's profile because at the federal court trial of the embassy bombing trials, which was just a block away, 2 blocks down this street here, right near the epicenter of what happened, there was a testimony and evidence that showed that 3 of the alleged accomplices, one convicted of Osama bin Laden, had been trained at flight schools here in the United States, including not Florida, but the one in Oklahoma. Meanwhile, we have some new information about that big plume of smoke. It really is just a continuation of the smoldering fires that remain from this attack. Possibly number 7 World Trade Center, which is a building that has already was demolished, that last night. It went down. But there is concern about at least two other buildings, immediate concern. One is One Liberty Plaza. That is part of the Battery Park City complex that houses American Giants, American Express, the Wall Street Journal there in that complex, and also the Millennium Hotel, which is a very ritzy upscale hotel. That building heavily damaged. Concern that perhaps some of those buildings may be structurally unsafe. They have been using mechanical laser material machinery in order to measure if those buildings move. They shine a laser at the building. They do this for bridges to see if there's any structural problems with the integrity, and it's computerized, and it's a beat that keeps on pulsating, and it can detect if there's any movement at all in a major structure. We've also learned that aircraft parts apparently have been recovered. One of the many dump trucks, trailer trucks that have been brought in here, one of them that's in there now says aircraft parts, airplane parts on the back. So apparently that's their depository for pieces of the airplane. And there are pieces of an airplane, or at least the parts labeled as such, in this truck, including some tires. So it seems as the search and rescue teams go after and try to find any victims who may still be alive, they are also on a parallel path of trying to get as much evidence as they can. That fits in with Mayor Giuliani's mission when yesterday he showed what a cockpit, the black box of the cockpit voice recorder conversations would look like, the device that is in the tail of the jet airliners that's not black but orange, so that each person of all the 2,000 and more who are in there in that rubble know exactly what this orange box looks like. So if they happen to stumble across it or find it, they know that they have then recovered potentially the black box that could give so many valuable clues and unopen the secrets and mysteries of the last few minutes of these two flights that hit the World Trade Center, much as we understand the mysteries of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania could be learned from what's being uncovered there. So that's the latest here from the World Trade Center. Back to you up on 49th Street.
All right, Eric, thank you very much. Be safe. Eric Shawn in the nerve center of all of this. Well, certainly shockwaves of grief are rippling outward from Ground Zero. And for anyone still searching for missing loved ones, the city has set up this crisis center. Heather Nauert has that story live in Lower Manhattan for us now. Heather?
Hi, Neil. It's a heartbreaking scene here as family members are filing into the armory behind us. They're coming with photos of their loved ones, medical information, dental information, trying to find out if they survived, if they have, where they are, or if they're deceased, where their bodies can be found. For the past few days, these family members have been going to local hospitals one by one to try to find these family members. Many of them have not had any luck, though. Now there is a list here, they are saying, with some of the people who have been identified, but it's difficult to get information because some of the people very few people in fact have been identified, and many, they are saying, are still in the rubble. We spoke with one woman earlier today who's looking for two cousins. One of them, his name is Robert Murak. He worked for a company called eSpeed, and she thinks that he was in the first building. She describes she's describing what the process is going on in the armory today.
When they identify bodies, they're looking for identifying factors, billfolds, money clips, and clothes. They ask you what kind of clothes he was wearing, what kind of dry cleaning they used, because the tags might identify where they were from. And they're going to go through every person and try to just basically play a gigantic matching game from the detectives, whether or not they can figure out who this person is.
She says it's a very difficult matching process, that they're looking for any bit of information that family members can give them, including photos, including when they were last heard from. But she does say that the people inside seem very well organized, very concerned, and very kind, and willing to do all they can to help these families. Neil, back to you.
All right, Heather, thank you very much. We're also keeping track of what's supposed to happen, certainly at our nation's airports today. People are going going to be scheduled to be flying today. The question is when. We're going to keep you posted on that separate development here. But Norman Mineta, the Transportation Secretary, indicating that they will get the go-ahead to start flying later today. United Airlines has indicated that it will start flying planes as of 7 p.m. tonight. The question is, it's going to be a whole different environment right now at the nation's major airports. Security checks are going to be rampant. They're going to be checked at every single airport. There will no longer be curbside check-in. There will even be a limit, if any, carry-on baggage allowed at some of the nation's major airports. And only ticketed passengers will be able to get into the major gate centers of the nation's airports. So even for parents picking up kids at the nation's airport, those children will have to be escorted past security areas. So we'll be keeping you posted on those developments as planes begin flying within the next couple of hours. Catherine Herridge, meanwhile, has the latest on the situation over at St. Vincent's Hospital in downtown Manhattan. Catherine.
Just to give you some perspective, people are so desperate for information. Even though they have registered someone as a missing person at that crisis center, they are still coming to St. Vincent's Hospital, and they are bringing flyers with them. I just want to do my best here to take you through a few of them. Some of them have been handed to me just as I've been waiting to go live. This one, for example, Anthony Luparello, 62 years old. His family told me that he was doing maintenance in one of the towers. After the first attack, he phoned his wife, and he was crying. And he said to her, "I can see people jumping out."
We're going to take you away from the Fox News Channel coverage of the attack on America, and we're going to go to Boston. CNN's coverage. They're covering former President George Bush talking in Boston.
But I think still present a very clear threat to civilized countries in a lot of ways. And together with terrorism, all represent threats to the peaceful world that we seek to build. And if I might add, all of this and more should reinforce the need for Americans to have the best possible intelligence in the world. You may remember I went to CIA. I was living peacefully in China as the equivalent of your ambassador. I was then head of the liaison office with the title of ambassador because I'd been ambassador at the United Nations. And we were bicycling away happily there in China. In those days, China was isolated from the rest of the world, and so we couldn't go into anybody's home. We couldn't be received by many other officials. And I remember bicycling one Sunday back from our little church service in Beijing to the U.S. liaison office, and a messenger came from our embassy or our liaison office and said, "Mr. Ambassador, we have a important message for you." He said, "You better be sitting down." I said, "I am sitting down, right on my bicycle, right here." He said, no, this is important. So anyway, it was a request from President Ford that I come back to head the CIA. I'd been a consumer of intelligence at the United Nations. I'd known something about it as a congressman. But I didn't know all the technicalities of intelligence. But I went to CIA at a time when CIA had been criticized properly for some things, but unfairly attacked for many things that it shouldn't have been attacked for. And what happened out of that period was that many of our human intelligence sources dried up. If they see there's some muckraker going out to CIA and considering that everybody out there is doing something bad or naughty, and if they see the names of our intelligence sources released, those sources dry up. And so human intelligence is a kind of a dirty business. And in it, you have to deal with unsavory people. People tried to make a lot out of the fact that at one point the intelligence community dealt with Manuel Noriega. Well, they did, but it isn't a nice, clean business. And if you're going to infiltrate some cell somewhere, or a terrorist cell, you have to deal with people that are willing to betray their country, people that are willing to betray their friends, people that want money or other things, and it's not pleasant. But if we are going to provide the president with the best possible intelligence, we have to free up the intelligence system from some of its constraints. You got to always respect the privacy and right of an American citizen. But I think they ought to take a hard look now at whether we've gone too far in denying the people that run the intelligence community access to human intelligence. You know, you can tell a lot from science. When I was president during the Gulf War, they could tell me exactly how many troops were where on the front lines. They could say which direction they were moving. I remember getting a thing from Saddam Hussein via Gorbachev saying, well, they're pulling out. Yeah, they were pulling out of where they were, but they were going south towards Saudi Arabia. And we could tell that from intelligence. But what we couldn't tell is the intent. And the only way you can measure intent in intelligence is if you have human intelligence. If you have people that are really willing to risk their lives for a cause, and sometimes they'll risk it for noble reasons. They believe in democracy and freedom, and sometimes they risk it for more selfish reasons like money or women, or you name it. And it's not pleasant, but I think we're going to find that we have to do more in the way of human intelligence, and that means we're going to have to take a broad look at exactly what constraints the intelligence community, not just CIA, but the community itself, is operating under. And I think it's important to recognize that all this new internet technology, that you guys know so much about has to be reviewed, in a sense, to see whether we're constraining our intelligence communities from getting after the culprits that may be American citizens. It's not pleasant, but I believe strongly we need to strengthen our intelligence. We got the best intelligence system in the world. Our president gets better intelligence, I think, than the Prime Minister of England, the President of Israel, Prime Minister, whatever. But we still need to strengthen it, and I think you're going to see a little effort to do that. The world we live in today is very different than what it was when this week began. Very different indeed. And we should make sure that these agencies responsible for protecting American citizens against terror are not forced to fight this critical battle with one arm tied behind them. Having said all that, the topic at hand today is the energy business. And though it seems like a million years since I was out there in the business trenches, like you all are, following a dream, working to build something with my career, I always enjoy the opportunity to visit with executives who lead dynamic companies, who work with and for dynamic companies, particularly in the industry where I spent some 17 years. Lodestar provides a very valuable service to the energy industry. I know that, and my friends in that business know that too. I left the oil business, 36 years ago, but my interest has never diminished. In many ways, in fact, it intensified during my public service, because what so many companies like the ones that some of you represent here today do have a direct effect on our country's national security, as well as our vital strategic interests around the world. And now out of office 8 years, or maybe it's 9, I still try to keep up on developments. But to be clear, you are the experts, not me. I couldn't begin to even converse with you on the technical aspects of what you do. So I'm not here to give you advice. I keep quoting, and Chris has heard me tell this about John Kennedy, President Kennedy speaking to a group of stock analysts. And he said, if I weren't president, I'd be buying stock right now. The guy in the back jumped up and said, yeah, if you weren't president, I'd be buying stock right now. So I'm not going to tell you guys how to run your business or what Chris ought to be doing differently. But I have to say, I was fascinated in doing a little homework to learn what companies like Lodestar are doing to bring the latest technology to bear on the energy industry. When I read about Customer Choice Suite, how I can help companies with billing, pricing, and things like that, well, I'm wondering where the heck this kind of stuff was 50 years ago, and we thought carbon paper was a massive development, you know. But anyway, to be sure, the business world is changing at a breakneck speed, And many of
All right, you're listening to President Bush speaking to what I think is an energy group in Boston, but he prefaced his remarks commenting on the nation's intelligence community and how much money and support we give our intelligence community. Of course, this coming from not only a former president of the United States, but a former director of the CIA in this country under Richard Nixon. There has been some criticism already that maybe had our intelligence forces had more resources and money in prior years, this might not have happened. The president not saying that, that is the former president not saying that in so many words, but making it clear that budget cutbacks and the like certainly have hamstrung intelligence's ability to sort of ferret out the types of operations that were conducted in this country a little bit more than 48 hours ago. We're still keeping our eye on 5 buildings that are very much in question, structural question, in downtown Manhattan, not far from where the World Trade Center imploded the other day. And a lot of the smoke and fumes that continues to billow out from that area, and it's not subsided. In fact, as Eric Schoen was telling us a little earlier, it has only increased. Now, prior to going to President Bush Sr.'s remarks, you might have heard President Bush Jr.'s remarks, the son, talking about the need to respond to this quickly and aggressively and with tears in his eyes, indicating that he plans to do so and that he has already had the support of European leaders and indeed even those in the Middle East. He wants to make sure that they hear that the United States is united in this and that the global coalition that his dad put together for the Iraq war is still very much in place today. Having said all of that, there are a number of papers out in Europe who are still urging the president not to do anything unilaterally, and that while Europe supports him, they want him to check in with them. Of course, the president making it equally clear that he is going to show his resolve clearly with or without them, though at this point he seems to have them with him. Let's go to Tony Snow in Washington, who has the latest on what's going on there. Tony.
Hello, Neil. Well, let me backtrack a little bit and tie together a couple of things you were just talking about. First, when George Bush, the first President Bush, talks about intelligence, he speaks from a fairly interesting perch because he was the last CIA director to be able to make full use of spies in a way that that his his successors were not able to. That's because Senator Frank Church in the mid-1970s decided that we would get out of the nasty business of bringing in people who, as the former president pointed out, would betray their country for money or glory or whatever. And therefore, we don't have the kind of penetration of terrorist cells that we might like to have. He and a lot of other people now say that we need what is called human intelligence. Translated, that means spies. The big complaint about our intelligence apparatus in recent years is that we've been gathering all our intelligence from satellites that are hovering hundreds of miles over the Earth, which is well and good if you're trying to track troop movements, but not very effective if you're trying to figure out what 50 guys are doing when they're huddled together thinking about hijacking planes and blowing up the World Trade Center. That's point number one. His son alluded to that. President Bush alluded to that in his remarks with reporters. A second thing to keep in mind, although the president is now talking about taking action and taking firm action, a lot of people in the administration and around the administration issue a caution. There's a lot of talk about, we want to strike back, we want to send a message soon. You got to be careful how you do that because you have to make sure that the targets you strike have strategic importance. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld put out a video earlier today that indicates very strongly that this administration is prepared for a long war. And that is a war that is likely to cost a lot of American lives as we try to root out terrorists whose main ambition is to bring down the United States of America. So having said that, it does not mean that people can expect an airstrike today or tomorrow. But the fact is, when the fighting does begin, it is likely to be sustained and serious. Now, the president, and in a few minutes we'll be hearing about this, the president today is embarked on a fairly ambitious set of events, and so are other members of his administration. He just delivered his remarks in the Oval Office, which were really striking. Not the phone call with Rudolph Giuliani and Governor Pataki. That was clearly designed to demonstrate to people that he's in charge. But afterward, when he was talking to reporters, you got a sense of emotion that you almost never get from presidents. You saw it with his father. The Bushes feel very keenly not only the pain and anguish of people who have been victimized by acts of terror. You saw him tearing up, but you also saw a resolution. Even with his chin quivering, he was saying, we are going to make sure that we whip the terrorists. He used the term whip several times. That's not something you use when you're thinking of a so-called surgical strike on an ammunition dump or something like that. But the president, after making those remarks, is now headed off to a hospital in the Washington, D.C. area. He has said that he's going to New York tomorrow to visit with Governor Pataki and Mayor Giuliani, obviously down near the site of the World Trade Center, as close as safety will permit. There are a series of briefings today, a lot of activity in Washington. Secretary of State Colin Powell, within the next hour to hour and a half, we expect will be giving a briefing. Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, press briefing at 2:30. Paul Wolfowitz of the Department of Defense, the Assistant Secretary of Defense, will be giving a briefing around noon. And John Ashcroft and FBI Director Mueller also are going to be giving briefings. So we're going to be back and forth out of Washington all day today to give you a sense of what the national response is to a tragedy, Neil, that obviously most strikingly afflicted New York City and Washington, D.C.
Tony, you mentioned something interesting about the president's reaction to all of this, and I too noticed the tears welling up and his determined look in the face. But a lot of people have criticized Bush, fairly or not, for being aloof or distant. It's the first inkling I've seen since this crisis began. You know him far better than I do, Tony. That this guy has a pretty big heart, a lot of passion, but it's not known to a lot of folks, is it?
Well, we're also accustomed, Neil, to public theater over relatively smaller events. President Clinton was great at going out and really striking people with his own passions and his ability to reach out and show emotion. He never faced anything like this. President Bush never faced anything like this. President Reagan never faced anything like this. You got to go back to Roosevelt. And what Roosevelt did was he waited a full day before going down and addressing Congress. You have to take time to figure out what you're going to do. So there has been criticism that he has not responded to this crisis in the same way and with the same drama as previous presidents who faced problems that were far smaller. Neil?
Tony, thank you very much. Appreciate it, and we'll no doubt be going back to you as the day ensues. Elsewhere, as investigators chase hundreds of leads to catch the terrorists, several people now have been detained in Boston. Bill Rapley, I should say, is live at Boston's Logan Airport with the latest there. Bill?
Well, Neil, while airports around the country are allowed to reopen at this point, officials here at Logan Airport are saying they are not intending to reopen anytime immediately, that they still have a lot of work to do to comply with those new FAA safety regulations. Of course, this is the airport where both of those jets that plowed into the World Trade Towers took off from on Tuesday, so there's a lot of investigative work that is going on here as well. We told you yesterday about a car connected with the hijackers that's been impounded by authorities. And that car, it turns out, not only had flight manuals in Arabic, but law enforcement sources are also saying within the car was a ramp pass that allows access to secure areas of Logan Airport. And the Boston Globe is reporting today that surveillance tapes show that car came to this airport parking lot as many as 5 times in the last week, obviously giving the terrorists plenty of time to case out this area and to plan their attack. Now, Massport officials all along have defended their security here, saying it is as tight as at any major airport in the country. Clearly, though, they have to make changes. They've been meeting with people to make those changes to comply with the new FAA regulations. An embarrassing incident yesterday, though, at one of those meetings, a Massport official ejected a U.S. Marshal who was trying to attend that meeting. That, we are told now, was just a misunderstanding, and that now the Massport people are working with the U.S. Marshal Service in order to come up to speed with all the new safety regulations. And those include towing 2,500 automobiles that were in a parking lot that now is too close to terminals to meet the new regulations. Massport is also in the process of reissuing 12,000 of those security badges. They say they began doing that even before this week, so that is something that continues and is ongoing. But then the other changes that are going to take place before this airport reopens include some of the things that you mentioned earlier, Neil, about no more curbside check-ins. There are going to be more armed personnel at all of the gates, nobody but passengers allowed past security checkpoints, and in addition, every plane on the ground is going to be swept before passengers are allowed to get on board. So officials here are saying that when the air travel industry gets back up to speed, and it will take some time, passengers are going to have to be ready to wait much longer than they ever have before. Still, no word yet on when Logan Airport is going to reopen. I'm live in Boston. Bill Rapley, Fox News.
Thank you, Bill, very, very much. All right, so as we know it, the way we travel to and from the states and this country will change markedly. I want to bring in my friend David Asman here, because David, that alone is the starkest reminder yet how the life will change as we know.
We heard a lot of sentiments in the Senate and the House. Of course, some were pretty stark, like Senator John McCain, who said, in fact, we will not have mercy, whereas God will. But at the same time, we know that our lives will change, and that's one of the first signs. Another sign, of course, continues to be this dramatic scene downtown in Lower Manhattan. Our Eric Shawn has been following these rescue efforts as much as he can, and he has new information from Lower Manhattan. Eric, what is it?
Yeah, well, the new information that we're hearing now is that apparently a body of a man believed to be a terrorist was recovered in the cockpit area of one of the airplanes. I'm told the reason they think it could be one of the terrorists in the cockpit is because he has not dressed in pilot's clothes, and I'm also told that their body has been found that is believed to be that of a flight attendant whose hands were tied in the back by wire. This is not confirmed by the police. We're hearing this, though, through sources that are telling us that a body has been recovered that could be the terrorist, because it was in the cockpit area of one of the planes of a man who was not dressed or in the clothing of an airline employee of a pilot's uniform, and also that a flight attendant's hands were apparently bound in the back by wire. That is what we're hearing here. We know that some bodies have been recovered intact, others, though, not at all. It is a horrific scene, of course, inside the area. There is also, we understand, a truck that is labeled airplane parts, and that truck has in the flatbed of the tractor trailer a lot of charred metal and pieces of what appears to be one of the airplanes, including some tires. So it seems that the recovery here, the effort is on two paths. One is the search and rescue of trying to find anybody who could still be alive and is alive, buried in that rubble of the 3,700 people who are missing. The other path, obviously, the gathering and sifting through of evidence, as evidenced by the truck labeled airplane parts, and all the material, whether it's the debris or actually the debris is sent off in the tractor trailer trucks up Church Street over to a barge and is going to the city dump in Staten Island, which is the great landfill dump, Great Kills, where there is being investigated and analyzed by the FBI and National Transportation Safety Board, and the bodies, though, and body parts are then separately sent at first to a makeshift morgue that has been established down the street in the local Brooks Brothers department store. So that's some of the latest information, that there could be some headway, at least as far as trying to get some evidence and find out more about what could have happened. Sadly, no new news about any recovery of anyone who may still be alive in that rubble.
Okay, as Eric Shawn continues to watch them pull, incredible that they could pull any evidence out of that mess at all, but incredible stories if they bear out of evidence that they are indeed pulling out of that. The question now is how all that evidence will eventually tie in to the terrorists themselves, and those investigations, of course, taking place in Washington. Our own Jim Engel has been following U.S. reaction to what's happened in New York and down in Washington. Jim?
Hello, David. Well, I can tell you that this morning you heard President Bush issue the most forceful statement he has made so far on this, perhaps addressing the criticisms from a number of quarters, including conservative supporters who have wanted him to say more and take a more forceful role. Now, today the president went much further than he has before, saying that terrorism is now the focus of his administration, that even though he's worried about domestic policies, this is the focus of his administration, that this is the first war of the 21st century, and that we now have the opportunity to do generations a favor by whipping terrorism. Now, obviously, the president was very concerned, and you could see him tearing up and his chin shaking as he said, "I am a loving guy, but also someone who has a job to do. This country will not relent." Now, there is also another story that came out just before the president spoke, and that is that officials are saying that the reason they said yesterday that Air Force One had been targeted is because someone picked up word that the terrorists were using code words in referring to Air Force One. Not just code words for the name of Air Force One, but also regarding procedures involving Air Force One. And that was interpreted as evidence that the terrorists did know something about Air Force One and were targeting the aircraft, and they did hear that phrase that Air Force One was next. So that is something the White House confirmed for us this morning. In addition to that, Fox News has learned that the administration is considering putting military personnel on aircraft as sky marshals on civilian aircraft to try to restore confidence in air travel and protect against any further terrorist incidents. Now, this is obviously very controversial. Anything putting military and civilian law enforcement roles is always controversial, but these are people that have been specially trained in airplane security. It is difficult to find those people to ramp up the Sky Marshals program without turning to the military. David?
Jim Engel, thanks very much from Washington.
All right, now for the very latest on the efforts to reopen our nation's airspace, let's go to Trace Gallagher standing by live at Los Angeles International Airport. Trace, what do you have?
Yeah, hi, Neil. You know, Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta, of course, have lifted the ground order about a little more than an hour ago, which does not mean that planes will soon fill the sky. It stands to be a very long and tedious process. First and foremost, they need to get all of those diverted planes back to their original destinations. There are hundreds and hundreds of diverted planes around the country, as well as in Canada and Mexico. For instance, 150 planes from Canada and Mexico alone will be arriving here at LAX today. United Airlines has said they've got 150 diverted planes, and 21 of those are coming here to LAX. There are also a lot of planes diverted here that will be going elsewhere. Now, we have not seen a single plane take off. We have seen some good signs. Employees are now starting to file in, and for the first time in more than 2 days, there are people on the ramp working on planes, gassing planes, starting to check out the planes, which is a good sign. In fact, LAX says they will open the airport to the public at noon today, West Coast time, largely, I think, a symbolic gesture because a lot of the airlines may or may not be ready. United Airlines says they're not going to start flying until 4 o'clock local time, 7 o'clock in the east. A lot of the other airlines may need some time to get their ducks in a row, and once they do start flying, it could be up to a week before they get back on their regular schedule. We have talked about this again and again, but I think the security measures are worth mentioning again. We're talking about no curbside check-in of luggage anymore. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed past the security gates. They will have more handheld metal detectors to check passengers, a lot of more random ID checks. The parking scenario stands to be a nightmare at airports around the country because you can bet they will be a lot stiffer. And of course, as Jim Engel was just talking about, the whole idea of having more sky marshals on board these flights. Now, as Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta just said, we will also have more security personnel at the airports.
Agents from the Department of Justice and from the Department of Treasury will be deployed to airports across the country. The added presence of these
So I can tell you there'll be a lot of change in flights, but this may not be overbooked. The airports may not be overcrowded because a lot of people, when they were diverted, decided to take cars, decided to take trains and buses away from their destinations. And quite frankly, a lot of people are still very frightened to fly, and this has the byproduct of hurting the airlines financially. Before this whole thing started, fuel costs were going up, labor costs were going up. Now the planes have been down for 3 days. People maybe fearing to fly could put a financial dent in airlines even further. Neil, David, back to you.
Indeed, that's exactly what I've heard as well. Trace, thank you so much. Trace Gallagher at Los Angeles International Airport.
Well, as the White House is now saying they were the target for one of the bombing planes, but the Pentagon got hit. The Pentagon today is open for business, but things, of course, are far from normal. About 70 bodies have been pulled from the section hit by a jet as recovery efforts continue around the clock. Our correspondent David Schuster joins us now live from the Pentagon. David?
David, a few problems with IFB here, but the latest that's going on is that the Pentagon has now come up with a little more of an official estimate as far as the number of fatalities that they are expecting. There were 64 people on flight number 77 that crashed in the Pentagon, and now the Pentagon has identified 126 people in the building that are now unaccounted for. It appears that the Army got hit the hardest, 74 people missing from the Army, 42 from the Navy, and 10 from other military agencies. While the rescue crews try to sift through the debris and find some more bodies and essentially shore up some of the floors that have collapsed so that they can get in there, it is becoming pretty evident at the Pentagon that military options are on the table. The Pentagon military officials taking a very matter-of-fact tone. And in fact, listening to Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld last night, he sort of hinted at this matter-of-fact approach when he spoke to reporters last evening. Let's listen.
If you're going to cock it, you throw it, and you don't talk about it a lot. So my instinct is that what you do is you go about your business and do what you think you have to do. I think anyone who thinks it's easy is wrong. I think that it will require a sustained and broadly based effort, and I don't think that people ought to judge outcomes until sufficient time has passed to address what is clearly a very serious problem for the world.
As far as the problems here at the Pentagon, on this side of the building, the south side, where the rescue crews are trying to dig into some of that debris, it does appear as if the crews have located the nose cone of the American Airlines flight and apparently also the throttle. And it appears, according to some crews, that they have located a debris field where they believe, and again, this is they stress they believe this is where the black boxes may be located. The black boxes are actually not black; they are orange. They contain the flight voice and data recorders, but that would be crucial information, say officials of the National Transportation Safety Board, if in fact investigators are going to be able to get an accurate picture of when those hijackers stormed into the cockpit, how they got there, what it was that they did to the plane in order to change course and divert it into the Pentagon. But again, the effort continues here at the Pentagon to try to shore up some of the beams that are literally at 45-degree angles that still pose a threat as rescuers try to go and recover some of the bodies. There are literally several hundred of people on the south side of the Pentagon providing support, including the Salvation Army, and they've asked us to pass along that they are running short on T-shirts and socks for the rescue crews. Apparently it is very hot where they are searching, and if people are wondering how they can help, that is the kind of thing that they are in need of. But again, that is the latest from the Pentagon. And David, I cannot hear anything through this IFB, so I'm going to leave it, send it back to you and leave it at that.
Well, David Schuster, we thank you for that report from the Pentagon.
All right, in the meantime, Edie Donahue has a bird's eye view of everything going on half a world away in downtown New York, where all of this started a little more than 48 hours ago. Edie?
Well, we see that over the past hour or so, the wind has been changing directions, and that has changed the gust of smoke as it rises up from where the World Trade Center towers used to stand. We do know that President Bush says that he will be coming into town tomorrow, into New York City, to go down to that area and to thank the hundreds of thousands of rescue workers that have been working tirelessly trying to find survivors, and unfortunately, since early Wednesday morning, only finding victims. President Bush saying that there is a quiet anger in America, and he says his resolve is steady and strong. That is the same as the effort being put out by those rescue workers today. They have had the grueling task of pulling away the remnants of the buildings, and in many cases only finding body parts. In fact, a Brooks Brothers store here in Manhattan has been turned into a morgue simply for parts that have been found. As we have heard earlier on Fox News, they're even asking victims' families or potential victims' families to tell the rescuers what kind of dry cleaner people use, trying to use clothing to identify the pieces that they find. This is interesting. There is a man, his name was John O'Neill. He was the new head of the World Trade Center security. He is believed to have been killed in the blast. He took that job just recently. For the past many years, he'd worked for the FBI. The last 6 years with the FBI, he had been the man tracking Osama bin Laden, working on the USS Cole and the embassy bombings. Instead, he takes this new job at the World Trade Center, and an attack that may eventually be definitely linked to Osama bin Laden claims his life.
down there. Now, they're not only worrying about the wind gusts kicking up new fires, but they've also had to worry in the evening about the electricity. They've cut off electricity because they were worried that there could be electrical sparks causing problems, and that means they have to rely on generator power for their lights. The problem with that is that the generators interfere with the listening devices, so they have an incredible task on their hands, and certainly the visit by President George Bush tomorrow will be a welcome one. Let's take it back downstairs.
All right, Edie, thank you very much. Edie Donahue, and that site you're seeing behind you there is, in fact, like a bucket brigade as they try to clear through some of the rubble there, and obviously a 24/7 task. Now to Islamabad, Pakistan, where correspondent Greg Palkut is joining us now to track terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden and his followers.
Neil, the investigation into Tuesday's terrible attacks against the United States, focusing more and more on alleged terror mastermind Osama bin Laden, and also the focus here on the Taliban regime over in Afghanistan. They are hosting Osama bin Laden. I had a very, very interesting meeting tonight with a top Taliban official. He is the ambassador to Pakistan for the Taliban regime. His name is Abdul Salam Zaif, and he gave me a very good insight about what the Taliban is thinking right now. I asked him first point blank, did he think that Osama bin Laden was responsible for this attack? Response, pretty predictable. He denied it. He said that communications between Osama bin Laden and the rest of the world have been cut off. Telexes, faxes, satellite phones, whatever you want. It could not have occurred under his supervision. I asked, however, what if he was just delegating responsibility for his other minions in this attack? The response to that, well, if he was delegating it, he wasn't guilty. Next, there have been a lot of reports today that the Taliban have put Osama bin Laden under house arrest. I asked him.
You have been watching Fox News Channel's coverage of America Unite. Stay tuned for a special edition of Fox 5 News at noon.
This is a special edition of Fox 5 News. U.S. under attack.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Roy Hobbs.
And I'm Lisa Rayam. First on Fox 5, several new developments today as we continue our coverage of the U.S. under attack. As the country's airports reopen, there are reports that the company that provides security for all three airports involved in the hijackings has been cited for security lapses in the past. The FBI has identified most of the hijackers who crashed the four planes and has leads on others.
And in New York, the long, almost overwhelming process of finding victims and cleaning up the site continues. Transportation shows some signs of returning to normal with a reopening of several tunnels and bridges leading into the city.
Well, here's what's happening right now. Mayor Giuliani says the names on the missing persons list is now nearly 5,000. And the number of dead and missing in Washington has been estimated at 190. Both figures include the people on the hijacked planes. The country's airports have been given the okay to open as they see fit. We'll have a report on that in just a moment. But first, Fox 5's Corey Thompson joins us with the latest on the investigation into who wreaked this havoc on the United States. Corey.
Lisa, as search and recovery efforts go on, the probe into the source of the attacks intensifies. U.S. Attorney John Ashcroft says 4,000 special agents around the world are working this case, as well as their support personnel, scientists, and lab technicians. Today, we are learning more about the dozens of people who played a role in this horrific attack. Within the past hour, President Bush and New York Governor George Pataki and Mayor of New York Rudolph Giuliani spoke by phone. Bush plans a trip to Ground Zero in New York City tomorrow and expressed grief today.
I can't tell you how sad I am and America is for the people of New York City and the tri-state area.
It has been just over 51 hours since the first jet plowed into the World Trade Center. These images now seared into the American consciousness. That defining moment ignited a worldwide investigation stretching from Miami to Boston, from Portland to Maine, and past American borders to Canada and Germany. U.S. officials believe the terrorist plot points to Saudi fugitive Osama bin Laden. Investigators say at least 4 hijackers on the commandeered planes were U.S.-trained pilots.
We feel like we're making progress. We know that between 3 and 6 individuals on each of the hijacked airplanes were involved. We know that they were trained and technically proficient, that they were trained in the United States to fly, some of them at least, to fly these airplanes, and they flew them with deadly accuracy.
Ashcroft would not elaborate on what he called credible leads that are being followed, but we have learned that the FBI is serving search warrants on major internet service providers, seeking information on an email address believed to be connected to Tuesday's attack. One of those providers is Atlanta-based Earthlink. An executive speaking on condition of anonymity said, quote, "They want to know what we have in our network and our logs about this email address, if that address has flowed through our network at any time." AOL, Yahoo, and Microsoft's Internet division have also been served warrants. Another avenue of investigation is the security breach that allowed 4 commercial airline planes to be hijacked. Another Atlanta-based company appears to be under scrutiny here. Argonbright Security guarded checkpoints at the 3 airports where the terrorists hijacked their planes. In a separate incident, Argonbright pleaded guilty last year to allowing more than 1,300 untrained employees to operate security checkpoints in Philadelphia, including dozens of people with criminal records. Argonbright released a statement this morning saying, quote, "We wish neither to compromise national security through the release of information on FAA security procedures, nor to prejudice the thorough investigation currently underway to find the perpetrators of these appalling crimes." A Justice Department official says a number of people that could have been involved in the terrorist plot were detained overnight for having false identification. No word on how many or where they are being detained, and no arrests have been made at this point. Lisa and Roy.
All right, Corey, thanks. Now, planes are flying again over Hartsfield International Airport.
Passengers will experience significant changes with security tightened, and you may even undergo pat-down searches.
Fox 5's Morse Diggs now joins us live from the airport with more on the increased security going on there. Morse?
Police using bomb-sniffing dogs made the final security preparations last night. That is when the FAA told airport officials they had passed the test and were ready to reopen.
Come on in, it's been kind of lonely.
Back in business at the world's largest airport. Planes are landing and they're able to take off.
I say that the team here at Hartsfield enjoys the fact that we are a high-profile airport and have our reputations at stake.
The challenge is daunting. Making the operations even more secure will mean doing things differently for staff and for the travelers, including, in some cases, pat-down searches and strict enforcement as to who can be inside.
We want to stress that passengers must call their airlines and make sure that they have a confirmed flight. Passengers should not come to the airport unless they know that they are confirmed on a flight.
For security reasons, travelers are being urged to arrive at least 2 hours ahead of time. Other increased security measures include no curbside check-in of baggage. Only ticketed passengers will get to go to the concourses. And there will be more ID checks. You may be asked to show it twice. The airport general manager says the rules will have to be followed. I believe we have a shot right now of one of the planes landing on our airport camera. You see that plane landing here. Operations getting back underway, but again, slowly. Now, what about the issue of if you have a minor that's supposed to be going somewhere unattended, unescorted? Well, you will be allowed to take that minor down to the concourse to see your child onto the plane. Live from Hartsfield, I'm Morse Diggs, Fox 5 News.
All right, that is some good news, Morse. Thanks very much. Now, here is the contact information for Delta and AirTran, the 2 airlines that account for the lion's share of flights out at Hartsfield. You can contact Delta at 1-800-325-1999. Flight information is also available at the company's website, delta.com. And the number for AirTran is 770-994-8258. Its website is airtran.com. Both Delta and AirTran are waiving rebooking penalties and giving refunds to travelers afraid to fly in the immediate aftermath of Tuesday's attacks.
We've been talking about how somber it's been, not seeing any planes in the sky the past few days.
Yeah, it really has changed. It's so much interesting now that we're going to start hearing those planes flying across once again.
Yeah, well, earlier today, Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta said the country's airspace would be open today at 11 a.m.
Airports will reopen and flights will resume on a case-by-case basis. Fox 5's Trevor Pettiford is now live at Hartsfield with the latest on that. Trevor?
Well, there's an anxious sigh of relief here for passengers who are boarding the first flights out of Hartsfield International Airport. As you might be able to see behind me, traffic is slowly starting to pick up here at the airport, but make no mistake, things are far from normal here. After the first ever nationwide shutdown of America's airports, Hartsfield officials gladly welcomed the public back into their corridors, although it's still not business as usual.
We don't have any scheduled flights today, but we're opening up to just in case someone needs to rebook or have information. Call the airline, because it's going to be a few days. Because right now they're repositioning planes.
Despite the skeleton schedule of flights, people are returning, although cautiously eager to fly.
I'll be a little nervous, but I'm really not concerned. I have a lot of faith in the industry and the security that is around here, and everybody's been real helpful, and everybody's pretty calm right now, which makes me feel a lot better.
Most people looking to board flights today have been stuck in Atlanta for the last 2 days. At the American Airlines ticket counter, passengers lined up for their flights, still harboring some fears of flying.
It just kind of makes you wonder sometimes, you know, why is my flight taking off and the others aren't? Did they do enough security then?
Another sign of things getting back to normal, MARTA has restored train service to the airport. That began at 9:30, so now you can take MARTA here as well. Live at Hartsfield International Airport, I'm Trevor Pettiford, Fox 5 News.
All right, thanks, Trevor. We've been talking about New York, haven't talked much about Washington yet, where a United States flag has been unfurled on the side of the Pentagon, a sign of resolve in the face of Tuesday's deadly attacks. Increasingly, though, U.S. leaders are signaling a military response is very likely.
That's right. And Fox 5's Dale Russell is in Washington, where he met with Senator Zell Miller this morning. And Dale, what did the senator have to say?
Boy, the senator had quite a bit to say about a $20 billion aid package that senators are going to take up later this afternoon, a package that would help assist the victims of the terrorist attack and also punish the perpetrators. But Senator Miller told me that he made it clear that he wants that punishment to be harsh, swift, and sustained.
What do you want to do? I learned a long time ago that one way you get people to stop shooting at you is that you shoot back.
U.S. Senator Zell Miller pulls no punches in his response to the terrorist attack in Washington and New York City. He wants to track down the killers and, in his words, bomb the hell out of them.
You strike at the heart of Afghanistan, and if there happen to be some civilians killed, then so be it.
Miller says senators will hopefully vote today on a financial package that will give the president all he needs for a potentially long and systematic war against terrorism.
Of course it's war. It's war in a degree that we have not seen since the days of Pearl Harbor.
Senator Miller says that there has been too much hand-wringing in the past when there have been terrorist attacks on American soil and terrorist attacks on American positions abroad. He says that's got to come to an end. He says it is time for America to respond. Reporting live from Washington, Dale Russell, Fox 5 News.
All right, Dale, what's next for Congress in terms of making a declaration of war?
Well, Roy, that's a good question, because the question is, whom do you declare war on? This is not like you've been attacked by a country per se. These are terrorists that they're dealing with. And this is what Congress is grappling with right now. What kind of wording do they give the president? Do we bring NATO into this at all? Do we get them involved so that it's not just America responding, but we have a coalition, if you will, of countries from around the world to help support us?
Dale, any feeling there that something might be imminent?
The talk is imminent, definitely. We know that they're going to be meeting this afternoon to discuss the $20 billion aid package. They're also discussing the language of the resolution that they want to give to the president in terms of the support from Congress.
All right, Dale Russell, Washington, D.C., thanks very much.
Of course, have more from Dale later at 5 and 6. Fox 5 News will return after this.
You asked for an easy way to sell your car, so we created CarMax. Our expert appraisers will give you a written offer that's good for 7 days or 300 miles. And we'll buy your car even if you don't buy ours. CarMax, the way car buying should be.
CarMax.com has a great selection of used cars online. We carry nearly every make and model. Find a car from any of the thousands we sell nationwide and have it transferred to the store nearest you. CarMax, the way car buying should be.
Taking fiber? Now Citracel fiber comes in caplets. No more gloppy glass of Metamucil that can cause excess gas. Citracel's fiber is different. No excess gas. New Citracel caplets. Don't just have a regular day. Have a great day.
One thing I can't stand is people lollygagging around when there's money to be saved on new cars, trucks, vans, and SUVs. And since right now, Superior Chevrolet is holding their Make Your Money Count sales event, I want to see you people move, move, move.
Get $1,000 cash back on new Impalas. Get 2.9 financing or $1,500 cash back on Tahoes and Suburbans. Get 1.9% financing on Silverados or get the new Trailblazer for just $299 a month.
Superior Chevrolet. Now get out there, save some money, and make me proud.
Think about it. You've just been badly injured in a car accident or at work, and you need a lawyer now.
In choosing an attorney, do you want to hire an actor or someone who could rhyme crash with cash? Of course not.
Instead of poets or actors, wouldn't you prefer attorneys who used to represent the insurance companies and can put that experience to work for you?
I'm Roger Orlando.
And I'm Richard Kopelman.
Come in and meet us. You'll find we're lawyers with the experience you deserve.
Orlando and Kopelman, for the people.
Not the powerful.
All right, we want to now take you live to New York City, where Mayor Rudy Giuliani says more than 4,700 people are missing at the World Trade Center.
Fox News reporter Molly Falconer joins us with the very latest. Good afternoon to you, Molly. Molly, we read somewhere this morning that wind may be hampering in the search and rescue efforts there.
Wind is a huge factor because after the collapse of the World Trade Center and towers around it, as well as fires going on right now, there is dust, debris, even poisonous asbestos through the air right now. Some of the levels near the wreckage center that used to be the World Trade Center just a few blocks behind me have dangerous levels of asbestos, we have heard. I have around my neck, this is called a half mask. This will protect me from asbestos and the dust and debris. Many of the rescue workers are wearing things like this, but some just have paper masks wrapped around their faces. That's not going to help them with the asbestos. This is one of the major problems of this rescue effort. But already they've managed to cart out 6,000 tons of twisted metal and debris. I don't know if you can see the road behind me here, but we've been seeing activity up and down this all morning. Everything from cranes to military vehicles to police cars have been racing up and down here. It's certainly quite a chaotic scene.
Molly, it looks like, to be honest, a war zone behind you there. I mean, the streets are deserted, and we also see a lot of debris on the streets. It's got to be a frightening situation.
It's a very saddening situation, and I'll tell you that yesterday part of what we found on the streets are people's abandoned shoes. It's really that bad. There is a certain amount of lockdown where we are. We're just a few blocks away from where the World Trade Center used to be. So all we have are just layers upon layers of soot and dust forming on cars, as well as burnt out cars, but nothing like what those rescuers are facing at this hour. We're live in Lower Manhattan. Molly Falconer, Fox News.
All right, Molly, thanks. Well, the American Red Cross still needs blood donors. However, the response has been so overwhelming, they say they have enough for now, but will keep more in the weeks to come. They suggest you make an appointment to donate. That number to call is 1-800-GIVE-LIFE.
Now, this weekend's pro football games have been canceled because of the attacks in New York and at the Pentagon. The NFL has not said when or if those games will be made up. Major League Baseball, the PGA Tour, and the National Hockey League had already suspended their events.
All right, a lot more information coming your way. Fox 5 News will return after this.
For women suffering from irritable bowel syndrome, the medication Lotrinex seemed to be the answer. But there was a problem. The FDA found that Lotrinex can cause serious long-term intestinal damage. Lotrinex has been linked to complications that can be fatal. If you've ever taken Lotrinex, call our lawyers, 1-800-734-4039. Even if you haven't noticed any problems, you may be entitled to money. 1-800-734-4039.
Kohl's anniversary sale starts Friday at 8 a.m. and we're celebrating with 20 to 50% savings throughout the store. Save on your favorite brand names like Sag Harbor, Dockers, Nike, and more. Save on our entire stock of sweaters and outerwear, shoes, and everything for your home. Plus, every time you use your Kohl's Charge through Monday, take an additional 10% off at Kohl's Anniversary Sale. Kohl's, that's more like it.
Why do I trust Meineke? I believe in the quality of the parts and service and the people who stand behind them. My family is too important to trust just anybody.
At Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
Count on Meineke for preventive maintenance and see what a change you can make in your car. That includes a regular oil change. Get one right now, and Meineke will throw in free wiper blades.
At Meineke, you won't pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
Come take a walk with me and see the Atlanta I dream of. As mayor, I'll require background checks for anyone who takes care of our children or seniors. We'll invest more in green spaces and parks so our neighborhoods will shine. We're going to expand community policing so police and seniors become a team. We're going to raise the homestead exemption to $40,000. You make me mayor, I'll make you proud.
Shirley Franklin, the Democrat for mayor.
Renew your independence with style in an elegant new power wheelchair. The power chair is easy to operate and provides outstanding maneuverability. It's great inside the home. And you'll be glad to know that most insurance, including Medicare and Medicaid, may pay for your power chair. In fact, if you have Medicare and co-insurance, the power chair could be yours for no money out of pocket. Call 1-800-279-6789 and start celebrating life in your stylish new power chair.
Even in the very first moments that America realized it was under attack, our military leaders have reassured us that our armed forces are ready to respond. But it's frustrating for the best equipped and trained military in the world not to have a target for retaliation. On Fox 5 News this morning, retired Major General Gerald Carey said, "Make no mistake, retaliation is coming, but bombs alone won't do the job."
I think that in the final analysis, we will find a strike force that combines the bomber or a cruise missile, but more importantly, special operations forces that are going to go on the ground and are going to find and destroy, if possible.
The general added his support for the president's statements and that any country that harbors terrorists should be treated no differently than the terrorists themselves.
Many Georgia lawmakers in Washington want quick military strikes in response to the attacks. Senator Zell Miller urged President Bush to hit Afghanistan for its connection to terrorist mastermind Osama bin Laden. Senator Miller said, quote, "Bomb the hell out of them." Others are also pushing for action.
I would tell the Taliban government in Afghanistan that you'd better move your people or they will die. We simply have got to stop the scourge of terrorism, which we've been treating rather casually for 30 years. This is an international war with people with real guns and real money to finance it, and we've got to stop it.
Those of us in the Senate will give the president a broad leeway in deciding whatever we should do to halt this threat to our country. We now know it's a different world, and we got to take action.
Senator Cleland says the U.S. should also focus its concerns on making America's airports safer.
The Fox 5 News will return right after this.
Attention, users of the drug Baycol. You may be entitled to a cash award. Call attorney Ken Nugent now and get the facts. Your health may be at risk.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent. If you've used the drug Baycol, your health could be at risk. Call me now to get the facts. You may be entitled to a cash award.
If you've used the drug Baycol and have experienced any of these symptoms, your call will be given top priority. Call now. Your health could be at risk and you may be entitled to a cash award. Deadlines are approaching. Call now.
Started my career in my 20s, started a family in my 30s, worked like a dog in my 40s. I'm ready for a little payback in my 50s, like these long weekends in the country, and even the extras I get from my bank. South Trust with their Silver Service checking account.
Turn 50 and you get lots of discounts and travel perks, some free things too, like no charge for checks. Yeah, life's always changing, so you better enjoy the scenery.
Heartburn caused by acid reflux. Some prescription medicines promise you freedom from the pain.
But what kind of freedom is getting locked into taking a pill every day?
Ask your doctor. He may recommend you take Gaviscon whenever you need it. Gaviscon tablets are different. They become smooth and creamy on the way down, forming a soothing protective barrier that helps keep acid down.
Why get locked in to taking a pill every day when Gaviscon gives me relief?
Gaviscon, relief from acid reflux without a prescription.
Now through Tuesday only, it's the ultimate store-wide bedding sale. A sale you only expect from Rooms to Go. Every single mattress without exception will be on sale. One of the rare times every brand, every size, every sleeper, and every Rooms to Go showroom will be reduced to shocking low prices. Get quick delivery, the Rooms to Go 60-day comfort trial. Plus, Rooms to Go will remove your old mattress. So forget department or bedding stores. The real deal is at Rooms to Go. Now through Tuesday only, all bedding's on sale.
Now there's another reason why life is better on Planet RX.
Yes, I'm approved.
She just got approved for the new Revelation America and Western Union MasterCard, introduced to you by Planet RX. Call now. No existing bank account required for approval. No interest charges, and you can direct deposit your paycheck. Use it anywhere MasterCard debit cards are accepted to pay bills, buy groceries, and shop online. Call today to get your MasterCard.
It's a great feeling.
The terrorist attacks here have affected people all around the world. A large outpouring of sympathy has come in from Russia, Germany, and all across Europe. Now, earlier today, a moment of silence was observed outside London's Buckingham Palace, and the ceremony was attended by Prince Andrew. European Union foreign ministers have asked all Europeans to observe 3 minutes of silence tomorrow at noon.
Many people are leaving Afghanistan anticipating a military strike by the U.S. in response to Tuesday's attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. U.S. officials suspect millionaire Saudi dissident Osama bin Laden to be behind the attacks and that he is living somewhere in Afghanistan. A French organization pulled some of its workers out of Kabul. They left in jeeps heading for the relative security of Pakistan. And international staffers from various UN agencies are being withdrawn from the country as well. The U.S. border with Mexico is open, but under the highest alert following Tuesday's terrorist attacks. At El Paso border crossings, people waited in line about twice as long as usual as officials thoroughly inspected suspicious vehicles. Long waits at the bridges are expected to continue throughout the week. Guards wearing bulletproof vests and carrying assault rifles look on.
We'll be back with more Fox 5 News right after this.
Attention, if you took the drug Lotranex, you may be entitled to a cash award. The FDA has recalled the drug Lotranex after several patients suffered from severe constipation, colon tissue damage, and death. If you used Lotranex, call now. Your health could be at risk and you may be entitled to a cash award.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent. If you've used the drug Lotranex, your health may be at risk. Call me now to get the facts. You may be entitled to compensation.
Your health could be at risk. If you experienced constipation, your call will be given top priority. There may be a time limit. Call now.
Attention Medicare recipients. Are you having respiratory problems or breathing difficulties? Not getting relief from your breathing medications? Do you use Preventil or Albuterol, Atrovent, Combivent, or other breathing medications? Did you know if you qualify, Medicare can cover breathing medications that are already pre-mixed? Call Med4Home to discuss Medicare requirements. Call us now at 1-800-844-9245.
Tommy, you know what mystery meat is?
No, sir.
Well, that's what's in those formed and pressed nuggets that you've got here. That's a pity, because you could be having KFC popcorn chicken. All white meat chicken, crunchy on the outside, juicy on the inside.
KFC's crispy popcorn chicken is back. Get an individual size for only $1.99 or a party size for $6.99.
This is springy and spongy, not worthy of a fine young man like yourself. Here you go, Tommy. Have a nice day. There's fast food, and then there's KFC.
Medical alert.
The cholesterol-lowering drug Baycol was taken off the market because of its toxic side effects: rapid heartbeat, severe muscle breakdown, pain, and other serious problems. The FDA has linked Baycol to heart attacks, kidney failure, even death. If you have ever taken Baycol, call the lawyers at Beasley Allen, 1-800-329-0860. Remember this number, 1-800-329-0860.
We want to recap today's top story and the latest events in the attacks on America. Justice officials say they hope to recover the flight recorder boxes today from the jet that crashed in Pennsylvania. That could give investigators many clues into the elaborately coordinated terrorist attack.
Now, President Bush announced this morning that he will visit New York to inspect the damage. Yesterday, he toured the rubble at the Pentagon. Airports are now allowed to open, but only on a limited level if strict security measures are met. The casualty count continues to be revised at this point. 4,700 people are missing in the World Trade Center, while nearly 200 are dead at the Pentagon.
We're going to have much more on the terrorist attacks against our country tonight on Fox 5 News at 5 and 6.
And we'll return you now to the Fox News Channel's coverage right after this.
Attention, users of the drug Baycol. You may be entitled to a cash award. Call attorney Ken Nugent now and get the facts. Your health may be at risk.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent. If you've used the drug Baycol, your health could be at risk. Call me now to get the facts. You may be entitled to a cash award.
If you've used the drug Baycol and have experienced any of these symptoms, your call will be given top priority. Call now. Your health could be at risk and you may be entitled to a cash award. Deadlines are approaching. Call now.
Why drive all over town to compare cars? Make one stop at CarMax and test drive an Accord, Taurus, and Camry. We have nearly every make and model, 10 times more cars than the average dealer, so you get the car you want. CarMax, the way car buying should be.
Looking for a fast, easy way to sell your car? Bring it to CarMax. We make selling a car as easy and as hassle-free as buying a CarMax car. In fact, we'll buy your car even if you don't buy ours. CarMax, the way car buying should be.
Yeah! Hey, we love our kids, right? Yeah! We want them to eat anything. Yeah! Meet the Nugget Master at 3000. Liver? Yeah! Liver in? Nuggetize it! Tripe? Nuggetize Chicken it! carcass? Nuggetize! And voila, kids won't have a clue what they're eating.
And that's a good thing. The only thing you'll find in my fresh Purdue chicken nuggets is 100% white meat.
Purdue chicken nuggets, guaranteed 100% white meat.
Yeah, they're 100% white meat. You want a bite?
Think about it. You've just been badly injured in a car accident or at work, and you need a lawyer now.
In choosing an attorney, do you want to hire an actor or someone who could rhyme crash with cash? Of course not.
Instead of poets or actors, wouldn't you prefer attorneys who used to represent the insurance companies and can put that experience to work for you?
I'm Roger Orlando.
And I'm Richard Kopelman.
Come in and meet us. You'll find we're lawyers with the experience you deserve.
Orlando and Kopelman, for the people.
Not the powerful.
In the face of tragedy, you can help. Stop by your local public supermarket or call the American Red Cross Care Force at 1-800-HELP-NOW.
We will now join the Fox News Channel for coverage of breaking news.
Can you give us any sense of how much involved preparing for strike?
I don't think we know the breakdown yet, partly because the needs are so enormous. It basically includes all of the above. And not, as I said, not just for the Defense Department. There is help for the victims and their families. I mean, even things as simple as DOD mortuary teams that have gone up to New York to help with the disaster up there. You've seen the disaster in this building, and we still have major work to do. But obviously, a significant piece of this is going to be to bring our armed forces to the highest level of preparedness to be able to execute whatever it is the president may ask them to do.
How much of the $20 billion would be for the armed forces?
That remains to be worked out.
Well, it has not been.
Secretary Wolfowitz,
It kind of rolls off the tongue pretty well, sustained and broad against terrorism, but doing it, most people concede, is a totally different issue. According to the polls, the American public supports military action against those who conducted the attack on Tuesday. But what do you hit, and how do you go after it? If it is Osama bin Laden or somebody comparable, there don't seem to be any hard targets, nothing comparable to the damage done here. What kind of a war do you wage?
Well, I think we're going to see how this unfolds, and it's going to unfold over time. I think one thing is clear is that you don't do it with just a single military strike, no matter how dramatic. You don't do it with just military forces alone. You do it with the full resources of the U.S. government. It will be a campaign, not a single action. And we're going to keep after these people and the people who support them until this stops. And it has to be treated that way. Yes.
Mr. Secretary, what support will you be getting from the allies in this effort? NATO has expressed support. Are you talking with your Russian counterparts? Will we see a different alliance striking at terrorism?
The civilized world has been shocked by what's happened, and even some elements of the uncivilized world have begun to wonder whether maybe they're on the wrong side here. The President's been in close contact with a number of world leaders, including our allies, including President Putin of Russia, including our friends in the Middle East, in the Gulf region. I think everyone understands that we have unfortunately entered a new era. We're all going to be tested. We're going to be coming to each one of them, I'm sure, with a variety of different requests. Some of those are being developed. Many more we're going to develop as we proceed. And I think so far we've seen indications from a wide variety of sources that people will step up when asked. And believe me, they will be asked. Yes.
Does this mean there's an end to any kind of drawdown of the military?
I'm not sure which drawdown you were referring to. We were talking in the context of the QDR about major investments to build up our military for the next decade. I think what this means is there are also going to be some huge requirements to build up our military for the next year and maybe longer. Yes?
Yes, Mr. Secretary, you have a quadrennial defense review that's due to Congress in just a few weeks, and certainly this changes the whole perspective of it. It changes everything from the program that you're going to put your money in. Do you still intend on meeting that September 30th deadline, or what do you plan on doing with the quadrennial defense review?
I don't think a final decision's been made on that. I wouldn't agree that it changes everything. It changes a great deal, and as I just said in answer to the previous question, we now have requirements that we didn't contemplate 2 weeks ago, but I don't think that means that the requirements that we contemplated for 10 and 15 years from now are necessarily all that different. Yes.
Sir, question about the budget process as it stood on Monday before the incidents. Have you or anyone else at OSD level issued different guidance, different directions today or yesterday as to the disposition of the development of the next comm cycle and budget as a result of the tragedy? And can you give us any visibility about where you stand in building that next fiscal perspective for the military buildup that you've discussed? Have you put that down in writing to the forces?
Well, I think you probably understand, because it's a well-informed question, that the budget process is a great big machine, and you don't sort of turn it on or off or steer it quickly. And I think that machine continues to work in a lot of fine-grained detail on our out-year requirements. Clearly, there are going to be a whole range of new requirements, and we are already working with the services and defense agencies to start to identify a range of what those near-term requirements may be. As you probably realize, this $20 billion is 01 money, and so it doesn't even begin to address the question of amended requirements for 02 and beyond. We are in a different era. I think the President has made that clear. The Secretary of Defense has made it clear. Everything is going to change, but we hope that with this $20 billion initial move forward, that particularly our enemies, will get a message, and the people who have to be with us will get a message as well that we're serious.
Sir?
Yes, sir.
The President has said that the United States intends to find those who were responsible for these attacks and hold them accountable. But he and others, including you today, have also spoken about a much broader campaign that would seem to go beyond, in terms of targets, beyond those that may have been responsible for this particular attack. How should we look at that?
Well, I think the President's words are pretty good, so let me say, these people try to hide, but they won't be able to hide forever. They think their harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. I think one has to say it's not just simply a matter of capturing people and holding them accountable, but removing the sanctuaries, removing the support systems, ending states who sponsor terrorism, and that's why it has to be a broad and sustained campaign. It's not going to stop if a few criminals are taken care of. Yes.
Do you anticipate, given the devastation in New York, $20 billion looks like it's just going to be a down payment on repairing what was destroyed. Do you anticipate having to shift around any of DoD's internal resources in the 2002 budget to cover some of the bill here and to begin work on any of the kind of anti-terrorism or counterterrorism?
I anticipate, and the indications from the Congress are that my anticipation is well-founded, that we will have new additional resources to cover not only the damage that has been inflicted, but to start to begin to build the military capability we need for other options. So I don't envision shifting resources around, as your question implies.
So the money that you all have asked for now would stay where it is, and then you expect to get additional resources in the 2002 budget for added work restoration here?
That's my expectation, yes. Over here.
Secretary Mineta talked today about his request to put military personnel aboard civilian airliners when they start flying again and to supplement the Scud Marshall program. Have you received that request from the Transportation Department, and do you think that's one you're going to be able to take on now?
I'm not sure what Secretary Mineta said there. The question of marshals is a complicated one. The question of putting U.S. military personnel who may or may not be trained in law enforcement techniques on planes is a difficult one. We're obviously going to work with the Transportation Department and with the FBI and the Marshal Service and anyone who can use our expertise to provide what capabilities are needed. But it is a complicated issue. Yes, indeed.
Just to follow on that question, if I could, Secretary Mineta also said that he was going to request personnel from Delta Force to come in and train air marshals in a speedy fashion to get them up and running quickly. I'm assuming, I guess, that you have not received such a request. Are you willing to entertain such a request? Is this something that would be appropriate for the Defense Department?
There's definitely been discussion, and I don't know whether you want to get into a semantic discussion about what's a request, what's not a request. What is needed, and I think we all agree on it, is a plan for training up civilian air marshals, and if U.S. military expertise is useful in that, obviously we want to make it available. At the same time, this is fundamentally a civil function. It doesn't require all the exotic training that Delta Force members have, and on the other hand, it requires law enforcement training that our people don't have. So we're going to be working closely. I hope you understand, I mean, there's a great deal that we're improvising here as we go. We're trying to improvise as fast as we possibly can.
Looking at that may or may not be deemed appropriate. There may be some other avenue that would be more desirable.
I think the exact way forward hasn't been decided yet. Yes, and Dak?
As a follow-up, you said some of the money will be to start to build the military capability we need. You've been identifying terrorism as a threat now for 10 years. What is it that you envision when you say that? What is the capability that we don't have?
All right, this is Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz giving a sobering analysis of what is likely to come in the weeks, months, and even years ahead. He's talking about a broad strategy within the United States government that would involve not only military but other means to take on what he considers the enemies of terrorism. We'll be back with more, but first we are going to take you now to a tape of President Bush taken not long. Here is President Bush coming out of the George Washington Hospital Center earlier this afternoon.
People who worked for our government that was inside the building, met with their families. This is a great hospital. The doctors and nurses are not only accomplished, they're loving people. There's a wonderful spirit up on the floor that we went to. We told them that our country's praying for Each and every one there, we're praying for their families. Some of the folks could talk, and they described the horror of the incident in the moment. They talked about escaping, going through fire, and crawling through debris. That it's clear that they were fighting for their survival then, and like every patient up there, they're still fighting for their survival. And it's just a sobering moment for Laura and me, but we want to again thank the hospital, the docs, the nurses, and of course, again tell the families that the nation prays for those who have been injured during this unbelievable act of terror. Thank you all.
Thank you all. President and Mrs. Bush traveled to the Washington Hospital Center earlier today, where they visited with 11 of the victims of Tuesday's bombing here in Washington. We are told that 9 of the 11 were in critical condition, 1 in serious condition, 1 in fair condition, and that the president was conveyed into the rooms of each of these patients by a family member, did a brief visit, and then came down, and after thanking doctors and nurses, had a conversation with reporters. Also, as we saw just before that tape, Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz was talking to reporters, and it's probably worth reiterating a couple of the key points he was making. He was talking about assembling an international coalition to deal with the problem of terror. He said, he made no bones about it. He said that we will have to remove states that support terrorism. He talked not only about military means, but also financial and other means, presumably meaning economic and other force. He said that we need to send a message to the world, quote, that we're serious. And finally, as I mentioned before, the phrase he used was ending states that sponsor terrorism. Now, the Deputy Secretary of Defense no doubt understands that that not only requires an enormous expenditure on the part of the United States, but also people on the receiving end of that kind of force are going to try to send a message of their own. This is a very sobering press conference. The reason for the press conference was merely to talk about an expected $20 billion so-called emergency supplemental appropriation. It's $20 billion extra dollars that Congress is granting to the Pentagon, not only for military purposes, but also for helping clean up the mess after Tuesday's tragedy. But you can rest assured that the Department of Defense is going to be back with more and very significant requests for new expenditures and even new ways of thinking about military doctrine. Let me toss it now back to David Asman in New York. David?
Tony Snow, thank you very much. Sobering is the right way to describe that press conference as the Defense Department gears up what undoubtedly will be a battle coming in days or weeks ahead. Some of the information, some of the evidence gathered as to where to strike and who might be responsible for this is being actually uncovered right now as we speak in Lower Manhattan. Some of the search efforts have uncovered extraordinary finds that our own Eric Shawn has been reporting on this morning, including possibly pieces of the plane or one or both of the planes that smashed into the Twin Towers, and possibly even bodies that may have been on that plane. And in addition, there's a little bit of good news to report about what's going on down there. Eric Shawn joins us once again live from Lower Manhattan. Eric?
Yeah, David, let's first start with some terrific news, if it's the case. We're hearing unconfirmed reports that 2 survivors have been found in the rubble. 2 survivors, not a lot, but at least these would be 2 more survivors if this is indeed the case. This has not been confirmed officially. We're waiting to get that word from official channels later on this afternoon. But we're hearing here that 2 people have been pulled from the rubble. If that is indeed the case, it would provide a tremendous boost to these rescuers who are working so hard and haven't had a break by finding anybody since yesterday when they recovered 5 bodies. Now, the recovery system is working on 2 tracks. One is the search and rescue with the dogs, with the TV cameras going down the holes and the voids, finding people, trying to see if they can get any survivors. The other is the evidence, and there's been some movement on that. Law enforcement sources tell us, not not confirmed, but sources tell us that the body of a man believed to be one of the terrorists was found in the cockpit ruins. That is because we're told he was dressed not in pilot's clothes, was not in a uniform of a commercial pilot, but some other clothes, so it could be a body of one of the terrorists. Also, some chilling news, a body of a flight attendant also, I'm told, has apparently been recovered. The flight attendant's hands were bound in the back by a wire. That would then, of course, seem to indicate that the hijackers bound by wire the flight attendants with their hands behind their backs, which could provide one reason why they were not able or did not put up a fight and were basically relegated to one part of the plane. In terms of other news and evidence, we are told that there is evidence gathered from the plane that if the search and rescue folks who are doing this find pieces of the aircraft that they think is the aircraft, that is segregated to a separate pile that is marked airplane wreckage, and that is brought into a separate truck, obviously for very important reasons, because that could provide crucial evidence. One of the major points of that is the evidence that has to do with the so-called black boxes that are actually orange. The rescue workers here being told that that is priority number one besides the search and rescue, but for the evidence to try and get those black boxes that are actually orange that could provide such clues and unravel some of the mystery of exactly what happened in the final moments of the crash. Those boxes record about a half an hour of an airplane flight previous to when the two planes hit the World Trade Center, so they could get up to half an hour of the flight on that. Meanwhile, there's also a call from many of the volunteers who are here for this. This is a sophisticated mask that goes over a mouth like this. This is designed to weed out all the particles. There's a tremendous amount of particulate matter in the air. We're told that the asbestos levels are 4 times than accepted in the center of the ground zero. So many professional fire units, search and rescue, hazmat, they have these, but the iron workers, the laborers, the guys who are in there in torches, the workers and the union guys who are taking out stuff by hand, a lot of them have just these flimsy little coverings that you can go, we bought ourselves actually in a drugstore, and many police officers only have these. Not enough experts tell us to try and completely ward out potential small particulate matter such as asbestos that can be so troubling. So if anyone, I have a call from some of the volunteer guys, some of those groups, if anyone who is watching us today around the country has any access to these type of more sophisticated breathing apparatus, and you know who you are, if you have them, please get in touch, we're told, with Mayor Rudolph Giuliani's office and try to see if there can be any type of donations of this equipment for the for the thousands who do not have them. As you can, as this indicates, the cloud, the plume of smoke that has been drifting over this whole area is really enveloping the lower Manhattan. This is why this is so important. You've got this plume that has come up from some more
Eric,
of the ruins.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Attorney General John Ashcroft is speaking. Let's go there right away.
Emergency rescue personnel struggled to make their way in to those structures. Many, and we don't know how many yet, never made it out of the buildings. Even as we continue to hold out hope that more of these brave Americans will be found alive, it is my duty as Attorney General to begin to process the provision of relief to the families of public safety officers who sacrificed so that others might survive the attacks of September the 11th. The Public Safety Officers Benefits Act of 1976 provides for approximately $150,000 in benefits to the families of law enforcement officers, firemen, emergency response squad members, ambulance crew members who are killed in the line of duty. This morning, the President of the United States, President George W. Bush, directed me immediately to implement procedures to streamline application processes and approval processes of claims for benefits under this act. Pursuant to the President's directive, the Department of Justice this morning has taken the following actions to expedite the delivery of benefits to public safety officers' families. First, the existing regulations under the Public Safety Officers Benefits Act requires that officers' families and employing agencies fill out individual forms certifying that the officer was killed in the line of duty and that no disqualifying circumstances were present, and that the officer was in fact related to the family members seeking the benefits. These regulations direct the Bureau of Justice Assistance in the Justice Department to give substantial weight to evidence presented by federal, state, and local agencies and to resolve in favor of payment any reasonable doubt concerning the circumstances of the officer's permanent disability or death. In view of the unprecedented loss of life and the debilitating injuries to public safety officers, I have directed, pursuant to the President's request, that this process be streamlined in this case. I am directing the Office of Justice Programs to exercise the full scope of its direction and its discretion under the statute and regulations to accept applications, consider evidence justifying claims, and to process prompt payment of benefits. In cases in which benefits are sought by survivors of officers killed in the line of duty on September 11, I am directing that blanket certifications from executives of public safety agencies be considered as evidence of eligibility without requiring further individualized documentation. In addition, the family claim form will be abbreviated and streamlined. Secondly, the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs is immediately making available additional resources to see that the claims of fallen officers' families are processed as quickly as possible. Staff are being brought to New York from a variety of other settings to assist in case processing. Second, a separate computer database is being established to expedite and monitor the case processing. Third, lawyers from the Office of Justice Programs are immediately reviewing all cases from New York to make sure that those cases move as quickly as possible. Office of Justice Programs, fourth, staff members are being sent to New York to assist with family contacts and the assembly of claim packages, including the gathering of pertinent records. The Office of Justice Program representatives will be available on site, if requested, to pre-certify claim packages in terms of the completeness of those packages. These representatives will also work with the Treasury Department to expedite the payments to families once claims are approved. The provision of benefits is an insufficient but a necessary response on behalf of the American people to the unknown number of individuals who fought fires, law enforcement officers, and medical rescue personnel who died answering the call of their fellow citizens on September the 11th. It is President Bush's and my hope that the actions that we have taken today will provide a measure of relief to the husbands and wives and children that have been left behind. I know that it is the nation's hope that this assistance will stand as a gesture of the inexpressible gratitude that so many Americans feel, as well as a small tribute to the honor of the sacrifice of those who were willing to lose their lives so that others might be saved. Additionally, today I announced with the Treasury Department a step that has been taken to provide additional security at airports across the country. As airports reopen and as travel is resumed, there will be substantially increased security presence on the ground at designated security checkpoints throughout the country. The Departments of Justice and Treasury have deployed hundreds of U.S. Marshals, individuals from the U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Patrol, and U.S. Customs officials as part of a broad effort by federal law enforcement authorities to provide a larger police presence at airports in addition to the heightened security procedures already put into effect. We will take all precautions necessary to protect American travelers. Finally, Our nation calls on us in times like this to be at our best. If we are to prevail in difficult times like this, we must be at our best. Since Tuesday, the Justice Department has received reports of violence and threats of violence against Arab Americans and other Americans of Middle Eastern and South Asian descent. We must not descend to the level of those who perpetrated Tuesday's violence by targeting individuals based on race, religion, or national origin. Such reports of violence and threats are in direct opposition to the very principles and laws for which the United States of America stands, and such reports of violence and threats of violence will not be tolerated. I now have a few updates with regard to the ongoing investigation. Legal attaches of the FBI around the world are receiving enormous cooperation from law enforcement authorities in the host countries that are cooperating with us to assist us in following up on leads. We have also received numerous offers of help from other countries if we need those elements of assistance, and we are grateful for the assistance that has been offered and the assistance that has been rendered. With regard to federal law enforcement personnel casualties, there is an FBI agent assigned to the New York field office who remains missing. 3 U.S. Marshals who are assigned to the Southern District of New York sustained minor injuries. We are also in the process of collecting information nationwide regarding the loss of life and casualties among law enforcement personnel. As of this morning, the FBI's Leads hotline has received 2,055 phone calls. Some of these leads have been helpful to the investigation. The website, which was opened virtually immediately after the crisis, has received more than 22,700 suggested tips. The FBI is working thousands and thousands of leads. As of this moment, none of the black boxes has been recovered yet. However, we believe retrieval of the black box at the Somerset County location is the most feasible in the short term. Last but not least, the total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge, given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18, unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each. The director of the FBI, Mr. Mueller, is here with me, and we would be pleased to respond to your questions.
All of the hijackers, were they ticketed passengers? And if not, do you know how they got on the planes?
Yes, they were ticketed passengers.
General Ashcroft, are you convinced, based on the evidence in Florida and Boston and elsewhere, that Wyoming was or may have been behind this?
I'm not prepared to identify or to comment on persons ultimately responsible at this time.
How many people at this point are detained around the country, and why are these potential accomplices, Mr. Director, of such concern to the Bureau?
Well, I can't give you a specific number. What has happened, as I indicated yesterday, that we're, as a result of following up leads, we're interviewing a number of people. And in the course of doing those interviews, we find that a number of the individuals, when asked for identification and the like, are out of status. And when we find somebody out of status, we quite obviously bring in the INS and they are detained. And that is the policy and procedures we are following.
And they're a concern to you regarding the investigation?
Some may be concerned to us and some may not after we interview them.
What sort of indication do you have of other operations being aborted, other plane hijackings, perhaps other terrorist operations?
I'm not prepared to make comments about any other items at this time.
Has there been any determination about where the plane crash in Somerset County might have been?
I missed.
Has the FBI made any determination about where the plane crashed in Somerset County, what its target might have been, and what happened to cause that plane to crash where it did?
I think it's fair to say that we're unable to comment on that.
How many associates are you looking at? How many hijackers and associates you have?
Well, obviously, I've just announced that there are 18 hijackers. The number of associates is significant, but I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to try and attach a specific number. We are continuing to develop an understanding of all the associates.
We're going to leave this briefing by the Attorney General and the FBI Director to pick up what the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, is having to say at the State Department. Colin Powell.
And our sympathy goes to not only these victims who will be in our prayers, but our sympathies go to their families. In the last 24 hours, we have continued to work on our coalition building effort, and I'm very pleased with the results we've been able to achieve. We spoke about NATO Article 5 yesterday. The UN Security Council resolution, I think, is an especially effective resolution in that it calls on all states to participate in and expresses the UN's Security Council's determination and its readiness to take all necessary steps to respond to the September 11th attacks in accordance with the UN Charter. By that language, it gives us the ability, and any nation the ability, to put forward on the agenda for Security Council deliberation any other issues related to this attack that we might want the Security Council to take up. I'm very pleased also with the response of the European Union, with all of the other international organizations who have come forward and responded in one way or another. The President has been on the phone constantly, as have I, talking to leaders around the world, and we are getting a solid expression not only of condolences and support, but of action. They want to work with us, not only in this specific case of what happened on the 11th of September, but in response to the general recognition that terrorism is a crime against all civilization. Terrorism is a crime against all humanity. It knows no ethnic, religious, or other national or geographic boundaries, and we must see it in that context, and that's why we are calling it a war. I have also been on the phone within the last 2 hours with Prime Minister Sharon and Chairman Arafat, and with Foreign Minister Shimon Peres of Israel, trying to move forward the process of a ceasefire in the region, trying to begin those meetings that we have been talking about, which would lead to implementation of the Mitchell Plan. I'm still hopeful that something can be done in the next several days to have that first meeting, and we will be in close touch with the leaders as the next days unfold. In addition to the United Nations Security Council resolution, I mentioned the General Assembly has passed its resolution 56-1. We will be having a meeting with the Russians in the near future when Mr. Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, travels to Moscow next week, and Mr. Bouster will give you an announcement on that a little later for the U.S.-Russian Working Group meeting on Afghanistan. We have been in very close touch with the Pakistani government. Deputy Secretary Armitage met with Pakistani representatives again this morning, and I expect to speak with President Musharraf in the very near future, in the next several hours, if I'm able to reach him, to discuss the situation and exchange views on the situation in the region. Our embassies are all hard at work. There have been some closures, and they go down and come back up in response to threat conditions. But our plan is to be actively engaged around the world and not let this heightened sense of tension affect our ability to do our job. And so we are encouraging all of our ambassadors to do smart things, to take all necessary safety precautions, and to make sure their security is intact, but at the same time to continue doing America's business throughout the world. I think I'll stop at that point and take your questions.
Could I pursue Pakistan with you a bit? The president there has made some general statement about cooperation. What does the United States want from Pakistan? And frankly, I'm confused whether the U.S. sees Pakistan as an ally or, as the patterns of global terrorism pointed out, a place where terrorist groups get training. Or is it a mixture?
We have provided to the Pakistani government a specific list of things that we think would be useful for them to work on with us. And I will be discussing that list with the President of Pakistan later this afternoon.
Mr. Secretary, can I, as you said, since the attacks, you've been receiving lots of messages of condolence, lots of statements of condemnation about the attacks, some that appear to be solicited, like this morning from the Pakistanis, who seem to be falling all over themselves to condemn terrorism in all its forms, but also some unsolicited ones, like I assume from the Cubans, from the Libyans, from the North Koreans. But of all of the 7 countries on the State Department's state sponsors list, only one of them, I believe, has not condemned this, has not said anything. Does it raise any red flags with you that Saddam Hussein and Iraq have been silent about this?
I'm not surprised. He is one of the leading terrorists in the face of the earth, and I would not expect the slightest drop of the milk of human kindness to be flowing in his veins.
But you talk about links between Iraq and Osama bin Laden?
No, I would not. I would rather, if I were able to talk about such a matter, I don't think I would do it here.
Senator Powell, you keep talking about this specific list provided to Pakistan. When you talk to them later, when Secretary Armitage talks to them later, or you talk to them, will it be you have to do everything on this list, or you're against us? The United States keeps putting out this with us or against us?
Pakistan is a friendly country. We've had friendly relations with Pakistan for many, many years. Those relations have had ups and downs as a result of various things that have happened over the years. But right now, we have friendly relations with Pakistan. I have spoken to President of Pakistan over the months, and we had a very good conversation just a month or so ago. And so I will approach this as if I'm talking to a friend, and let a friend know what we would like to see happen in order to improve the situation in the region and the situation in the world. And I hope that the President will respond as a friend. Our initial indications are that he will. He put out a very fine statement that you have a copy of. It's general, and we will get more specifics on it. And our ambassador, who went in yesterday, and we got the report of her discussions with him after she presented her credentials. She just arrived, and he gave her a strong expression of support, the kind of expression of support that you would expect from a friend who is trying to help us during this time of trial.
Just to follow that, will you be asking the President of Pakistan to have U.S. troops stationed in Pakistan if you choose that?
I really don't want to get into what I might or might not be asking the President of Pakistan until I have asked the President of Pakistan.
Secretary,
Andrea?
It sounds as if what you're saying is that up until now you've been hearing very positive statements, but that now it's sort of time to put their money where their mouth is?
I wouldn't characterize it quite that crudely, Andrea.
I'm sorry, I'm not a diplomat.
Some say neither am I. But the fact of the matter is, we're going to have a responsible, sober discussion with the Pakistani government. And when the results of those discussions are complete and we have something to present to you, I assure you I will present it to you.
Why all the focus on Pakistan? Why is it
We're
so...
focusing on everything and everybody. We're looking at those terrorist organizations who have the kind of capacity that would have been necessary to conduct the attack that we saw on the 11th. We haven't yet publicly identified the organization we believe was responsible. But when you look at the list of candidates, one resides in that region. So without waiting for the whole body of evidence to be ready for us to make a judgment and a presentation to you, I think we're acting in a prudent way by talking to those governments in the region. One at a time. Robin.
Can you tell us what you expect Undersecretary Armitage to get out of his talks with the Russians on Afghanistan? Are you asking for a very specific kind of help?
We have not yet put together the agenda, but what impressed me is that Foreign Minister Ivanov, when I spoke to him the other day, was anxious for this meeting to take place. Deputy Secretary Armitage has spoken to his counterpart in Moscow, and 2 conversations that President Putin had with President Bush suggest to me that they are ready for active discussions, but I don't have the specific agenda with me right now. Jane.
The Russians know Afghanistan very well from their time in the 80s. They will be able to be helpful on topography, installations, what kinds of things?
I'm sure they will be helpful on many things. It's their neighborhood. They do have a great deal of experience in Afghanistan, and we will draw on all of that experience.
Secretary.
Reports as of 1 a.m. That bin Laden was reported under house arrest by the Taliban. Also 2 leaders, one an Egyptian and a military commander. If so, where would we ask? Would we ask The Hague for extradition to the World Court? What would we do?
Well, I have seen those reports, but I've also seen subsequent reports that say the first reports are not accurate. So let me not speculate on what is at the moment just a rumor. Yes, Terry?
Do you know if David Donahue is still in Kabul? We haven't heard that he's left.
I don't know. Let Richard.
Okay,
He's left. Okay.
My question is, are we having talks with the Taliban in Islamabad? They are said to be desperate to avoid a U.S. attack and perhaps ready to talk about things they weren't ready for before.
We have ways of talking to them, and we're exploring those ways now. And we also want to make sure exactly what it is we wish to present to them as items of discussion and not just general conversations.
More flexible, possibly listening more?
I wouldn't say that yet. Yes, Barbara.
What kind of leverage do we have with Pakistan? They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs. We have give them very, very little aid anymore. What can we possibly offer them that would make them cooperative in this case?
You kind of said it in your question. They are sanctioned up to the eyeballs, and they don't have that much aid now. But I think that we have been exploring with the Pakistani government many ways that we can move forward in the relationship, and we want to do so. Yes.
Are you delivering an ultimatum to the Taliban to deliver bin Laden or else to face the wrath of the United States?
I don't think I said that. What I'm saying is that we are assembling the evidence that will tell us in a way that the world will fully concur with us who was responsible for this. And when we have done that, we will announce it. And at that point, we will go after that group, that network, and those who have harbored, supported, and aided that network to rip the network up. And when we're through with that network, we will continue with a global assault against terrorism in general. Okay, let me...
Mr. Secretary, the list for Pakistan, does it include only requests for assistance in terrorism to rip up this network that you're talking about, or does it go broader than that?
I would rather not characterize or comment on the list until we have had a chance to discuss it with the Pakistani government in detail, all the way in the back.
Mr. Secretary, just for the record, when you spoke of the candidate who resides in that region, were you speaking of Osama bin Laden?
Yes.
Could you answer the question about Iran? We've hopscotched all around. There are 2 significant factors here. As of January, there were several, if not more than a dozen, Shia Saudis training in aircraft and piloting down in Florida. Osama is a Sunni, and not a Shia. He has no attachments to Iran, and Iran has a close attachment to, possible attachment to the Al Khobar bombing, as you know. Are we barking up the wrong tree here?
We're barking up every tree that's out there. We're going to find the right tree with respect to what happened on the 11th of September. But we also recognize that there are other groups out there that mean us no good, that have conducted attacks previously against U.S. personnel, U.S. interests, and our allies. And the point we've been trying to make over the last several days is with the severity of this tragedy in Washington and New York against America, we now have to use this tragedy and respond to those and take care of those who are responsible for it. But at the same time, we should see this in a broader sense, that this is a horrible blight on the civilized world. And so we will also be focusing on other organizations, terrorist organizations, who go after us, our citizens, our interests, and allies.
Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
You spoke about building a coalition, and you talk about tools such as the NATO Article 5 and the UN resolution. Are you speaking about war in a legal sense? Are you ready to declare war on this candidate, Osama bin Laden, or another candidate? And are you expecting these organizations to join you, much as you did during the Gulf War, in such a war? And are you worried that using the language of war would carry with it specific guidelines as per war that you're not willing or able to follow?
I am speaking about war. The President is speaking about war as a way of focusing the energy of America and the energy of the international community against this kind of activity. And war, in some cases, may be military action, but can also be economic action, political action, diplomatic action, and financial actions. All sorts of things can be used to prosecute a campaign, to prosecute a war. And we will be looking at every tool that we have, every weapon that we have to go after terrorism and to go after these specific organizations. And in building a coalition of the kind we're building now, and it's not that it'll be a new organization, but between the UN and between the EU and NATO and a number of other organizations that Richard can give you a list of who have come forward, we will not do it in such a way that if the United States feels a need to act alone, by itself, we will not be constrained by the fact that we're working with others as well. But at the same time, because we are working with others, there may well come along specific things that can be done by all of us together. I think we all can agree that these kinds of organizations should be isolated financially, legally, in terms of getting into safe haven countries. So there are many things we can do together. There may be some things that the United States has to do alone, and we will always reserve the right to do that. Yes.
You all have, several people in the administration have talked about the need for an increase in intelligence. Can you say whether this Bureau will become more involved in the collection of intelligence?
This Bureau?
This building.
This building?
Your building.
Yes. I mean, we are, in a sense, one of the major accumulators of information in the national security community through our representation around the world. And we will hopefully do everything we can to enhance our ability to collect and to analyze information through our I&R Bureau, working as I think a very, very important member of the overall intelligence community within Washington. Yes. That gentleman right there.
Yes, Mr. Secretary. Among the options that I understand the administration is considering are ground forces, special operations forces going into Afghanistan if it's proven that they are responsible. The other thing that I had heard was that on the table is the use of tactical nuclear weapons. Are they on the table, Mr. Secretary?
I have no idea where you're getting this kind of speculation from. I've never heard any such discussion.
Mr. Secretary, how does the United States draw the line between the sort of heavy, massive retaliation that many Americans seem to want on the one hand versus wanton excessive destruction and the killing of innocents on the other? And has, in this case, has this development, this terrorist act, created a situation where the U.S. concern about collateral damage has now gone down?
We always have to be concerned about collateral damage because we don't want to kill innocent civilians in the prosecution of any of our combat operations. I won't speculate on what kind of military actions might or might not be appropriate in the future, but we will always try to do all of our military actions while minimizing collateral damage. The kind of organizations that conduct these terrorist activities make for difficult targets. It is not as if you are going after an army in the field or you're trying to destroy cities or fixed installations. They're also a thinking enemy. They know what they've done, they know when they're going to do it, and they know what consequences might be coming back in their direction. So you have to consider you're dealing with a very, very skilled, knowledgeable, thinking enemy. And we just have to think better than them, think faster than them, and be cleverer than them in order to respond in a sensible way with all of the weapons at our disposal. And
Colin Powell, Secretary of State, outlining for reporters, much as he did a day ago, the shape of what is clearly a course that this government has embarked upon. You heard the Secretary speak of the diplomatic contacts that he has made. He said that he had received what he called a solid expression of condolence and support, but also of a desire for action. He spoke of the solidarity among the EU, the UN, members of the United Nations that he talked to. He said he would be talking to the leader of Pakistan and expected to shortly. He went on to say that in answer to a number of the questions, Washington reporters tend often to be focused on what is right in front of them and what is right in front of everyone's mind, and tip of everyone's tongue in Washington these days is the name Osama bin Laden. Powell is stressing there, though, that they're barking up, as he put it, every tree, and that there are other groups that intend us, as he put it, no good. And he said, in the light of the severity of this tragedy, he said we should seek to take care of them, to eliminate what he called this horrible blight on the civilized world, and that we would use every tool that we have, every weapon, he said, could be used. In addition, it's worth noting a bit of what Attorney General John Ashcroft said in the briefing prior to that. 18 hijackers in all, he said, 5 each on the 2 planes that struck the World Trade Towers, and 4 each on the other 2 planes, the one that struck the Pentagon and the one that crashed near Pennsylvania. We are waiting now to begin an interview. Our senior White House correspondent, Jim Angle, is going to interview Laura Bush, the First Lady, and we'll await the beginning of that. We have just been told that 5 firemen have been just now been rescued in New York at the moment. Let's go to Jim Angle at the White House with the First Lady. Jim?
Red, thank you very much. We are joined by First Lady Laura Bush. We've just heard that 5 firemen have been rescued in New York City. Good news.
That is great news. That's what everybody's praying for, that more and more people will be rescued, but it's wonderful to know that 5 firemen have been saved so far.
Now, we were all stunned with what happened, obviously. You were on Capitol Hill to testify. Right. Were you told that terrorists had attacked the United States, and what happened then?
Well, before I left for Capitol Hill, we heard about the first plane that flew into the World Trade Center, and then I went in and was with Senator Kennedy and Senator Judd Gregg when we found out about the second one, and at that time is when we knew that it was terrorism. I've stayed there in the Capitol, or their offices, until we got the word that they were evacuating the Capitol and evacuating the White House, and so I went off then. But like every American, I was horrified. I was horrified with the photos of the World Trade Center and the fire there, and we all are.
Now, were you told at some point what we have now been told, which is that Air Force One and the White House itself were targets of the terrorists?
Not really. I mean, I was told. I was taken away to another site and didn't go back to the White House after I left Capitol Hill, but I didn't really know the extent of the threats. I still really don't. My husband hadn't really told me, and I only know now what I hear on TV.
He doesn't come home at night and start talking about everything.
Well, we talk about a lot of things, but we haven't talked about that.
What do you talk about when he comes home after one of these days of dealing with such horrific things?
We just went just earlier this morning, just a few minutes ago, to the Washington hospital where victims of the Pentagon accident or tragedy are. These are people who are burned. Some of them couldn't talk to us because they were on ventilators. Their families were all standing around them. A lot of them were military, actually. Some were civilians that worked in the Pentagon. But it gave us the chance to tell them on behalf of the American people that every American is praying for them. And, to see their families and give their families a hug.
You now know, obviously, what the White House is saying about having targeted Air Force One and the President. Is it your sense that the terrorists were trying to assassinate your husband?
Well, I have no idea. I don't know that. I really am not privy to all the intelligence that the president is getting, so I have no idea. But I do know that the people we now are most concerned about, of course, are the people whose lives have actually been impacted. The people in Washington who are waiting for somebody to come home and don't know where they are, and the people here at the Pentagon, the families of those people as well. That's who all Americans really are concerned with now.
You know, the president talked about that some today, and there are times when those of us who have to follow these things closely in government or in media compartmentalize things. This morning, the president choked up as he talked about this, obviously betraying his personal feelings in this. Is it hard for him to balance the sadness over what has happened to people with the anger at what has been done to them?
Well, I think it's very hard for everyone to deal with the sadness. And one of the things I wanted to talk about, since I used to be a teacher, was a way that parents can help their children deal with their sadness. I know that parents have very conflicting emotions. They're sad and confused themselves. They feel vulnerable, but at the same time, they want to reassure their children that they're okay and that they'll take care of them. So I wanted to talk specifically to parents about things that they could do. First, acknowledge their own feelings, and if they feel like they need to get some help, I know that all across the country, houses of worship and community-based organizations and mental health associations are offering grief counseling to parents. And so I hope parents will take advantage of that if they need it, and then do the same thing for their own children. Reassure their children, talk about the feelings that they know their children have, and it won't just be tonight that they'll have to talk about that. It'll be a long time in the future. They'll need to really watch their children to see what signs their children are exhibiting. For instance, when the airports open again and children see an airplane, they may have a fear that they had not had before, and that's a good time for a parent to hold their hand or put their arm around them or in some way let their child know that they're with them.
How soon did you talk to your daughters?
I talked to them, of course, immediately, and then mainly, just like every other parent in America, I wanted to hear their voice. I wanted to reassure them, and then I called my mother because I wanted to hear her voice. I wanted to hear her reassure me, and I know that mothers and dads and children and grandparents around the country were talking to each other to send their love to each other.
And when did the president call you to hear your voice?
He called me right away before he left Florida, as soon as he knew about it. And we heard each other's voice then.
The president was very emotional this morning in our meeting. How hard is it for him to separate his emotions from what is a very awesome burden, perhaps the most awesome burden on any president, certainly in modern history, certainly in the last 50 years?
That's right. Well, I'm very proud of my husband. He has a steely resolve. He's very, very disciplined. He has been that way for his whole life. He's tough. He can handle all of this. But at the same time, he has a very loving heart. And I know that he's feeling what all these other families are feeling and imagining how the horror of it as they wait for somebody to come home and hope against hope that that person will come home. And thank God for the families of and the prayers of the families of the firefighters who were found today.
You know, many of us, many Americans who don't follow public policy every single day, many people in the country spend more time running their lives than worrying about the government. Do you have a sense that Americans have been too naive about terrorism and its threats?
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe so. But I do think that we've taken for granted our freedoms. And I think this is a wake-up call to all of us. I think every one of us now realize how lucky we are to be Americans and to have all the blessings that we have. We're so showered with blessings in our country, and certainly our freedoms are one of our many blessings.
What would you tell people, any final message for people for what may be some very trying times ahead?
Well, I want to tell people how proud I am to be an American. I know they are too. When we drove to the hospital today, to the Washington hospital, all along the streets were people who were applauding the president. They were waving flags. I know that all Americans are standing shoulder to shoulder right now. They're grieving for the families who are grieving. They're grieving with the families who are grieving, but they're also proud to be Americans. And I just want everyone to know how we're thinking about them and the love we send out around our country.
First Lady Laura Bush, thank you for joining
Jim.
us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Brett, back to you.
Jim, thank you very much, and thanks also, of course, to the First Lady for granting that interview. The First Lady you heard just saying, sending her love on behalf of herself and the President as she put it out around the country. You heard her say also that she believes that Americans have taken their freedoms for granted, perhaps have a renewed sense of how showered, as she put it, we are with blessings in this country. She called this a wake-up call. That concludes this phase of coverage from Washington. More to come from here, but for now, back to Linda Vester in New York. Hi, Linda.
Britt, thank you very much. 202 firefighters had been listed as missing in the rubble of the World Trade Center. Now we have terrific news. It appears that 5 have been found alive. Senior correspondent Eric Shawn is down near the World Trade Center with more details. Eric?
Yeah, Linda, this is something that all the guys down here have been waiting for. The rescuers, terrific news. It gives them a real boost. 5 firefighters rescued within the last hour or so. 1 removed, taken to the hospital. Apparently, they are in good condition. It seems, though, that 2 of the firefighters among this group were trapped in a landslide a little earlier this afternoon, and then when they came out, they indicated that there were more firefighters in this area. We hear that some of them may have been trapped in a crushed firefighter vehicle. With me now is Mike Colon. You were there, you saw it. Mike, just tell me what happened.
Well, like I said, we've been digging all morning, piece by piece, and somehow after some of the beams were removed, there was indication that there were life underneath, and firefighters began frantically just digging with their hands, and when they found out it was 2 of their own, it was chaos, but they were able to pull out 2 firefighters. The firefighters were well enough to walk on their own. They were disorientated. One of them just simply indicated we had to get the other guys out of there. And
so what he said what?
He simply just indicated we have to get the other guys out.
So the first two came out of the rubble, and they said there were more underneath. We've got to get the other guys out.
Yes, the second one that was pulled out. He was disorientated, but yet he was able to walk on his own, and he was filled with joy, and it was just an emotional moment and a lot of hugs, and the crowd just began chanting USA, and everyone was just clapping.
There are people that were
Eric
chanting
Shawn,
USA, USA.
Yes,
Eric and our guests, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to let people know what you're seeing on your screen. Apparently, the firefighters who've been rescued, who needed to be transported, they're in that ambulance and just arriving at St. Vincent's Hospital. Just to explain what you're seeing on your screen right now. Eric, back to you.
Yeah, one of the firefighters now we have on Fox News Channel arriving at the scene. He was, how do you feel about this? You guys must have been waiting for this at least the past 24 hours because no one has come out of there since yesterday.
Yeah, there's been a lot of chaos, and although we've been constantly working, digging, it's a big boost. It's a big boost, especially when 2 other New York firefighters are being pulled out. And
did you know the condition of the 3 that apparently were trapped in the rubble since the center was attacked?
There was no indication of how they were doing, but from the 2 that I was able to witness, they were able to walk and talk, and it was beautiful.
Mike Colon, thank you very much. Obviously, good news. It is confusing because a lot of these reports are unconfirmed through the day. So we originally had reported 2 were taken out. Now we have a total of 5. And earlier we had reported that law enforcement sources tell us that in addition to that, that a body was found in the cockpit, one of the cockpit areas that apparently may have been one of the terrorists. The thinking among detectives, I'm told, is the fact that this body had clothes that were not clothes of a commercial airline pilot. Also, law enforcement sources tell us that there was another body of a flight attendant discovered with her hands tied behind her back with wire. This, though, I want to caution you, are unconfirmed officially. We were trying to confirm them, but these are the type of the reports that we get out here in the field from back there, from what's going on, and we will see obviously later on this afternoon if that is indeed is the case, but that obviously could fit in with the scenario if the hijackers, when the hijackers took over the plane, if they heard of the flight attendants and others in the back of the plane and bound, or someplace, and bound their hands with wires, similar to reports that we've also heard from others. As you can see, many of these trucks are coming back with debris, with a tremendous amount of debris. Tons have been brought out. Here is that ambulance now. Perhaps we're just trying to see if someone is in there at the moment. It is obviously confusing at many times because this search is going on two paths: the debris path and the evidence, and obviously the search and rescue. On the evidence path, we also have some other prominent news, and that is the fact that apparently airplane parts have been discovered. Airplane parts of the airplanes are being segregated and put in a special truck, and that is a potential evidence for the crime investigation. And that includes pieces of the plane such as tires and other items that are being segregated. That going to the FBI to be analyzed at the garbage dump, the New York City garbage dump, which is run in Staten Island. So clearly you've got two paths: the search and rescue, dealing with 5 firefighters put out of the debris, and also the evidence rescue. So that's what's going on right now. Let me just come over and see if you can bear with me live. Hey, did you come out of there just now?
A little while ago, yes.
What did you see anything? 5 firefighters
I did not
apparently?
I'm going to tell you what happened. I was talking to a Pennsylvania firefighter because everyone's united. As I was speaking to him, his mom was talking to him. She said 5 firefighters were found alive, 2 walked away. I did not see the firefighters. I'm just out spreading the good news because it's excellent. There's some hope out of here.
What does this mean to you?
There's no words yet. There's no, the feeling of them being found is excellent, but for this senseless act of destruction, there's no speakable words, and it's inhuman. And whoever did this, as bad as it may be, they have to pay. They have to pay.
Did you get a sense, did you think when you're in there that anyone could be found alive after this 110-story tall building pancaked right into itself?
Did I think they could be alive? No. Do I know there's people alive in there? Yes, because there's plenty of air pockets. There's plenty of air pockets that fuel did not get to yet. So now this is more hope now, obviously. It's only going to make the rescue effort more intense. Hopefully we find another 5 in an hour. Hopefully we find 500. I got to go.
Well, that's the best way we can say it, that this find has really boosted the spirits of the folks here. As you can see, 5 firefighters found in the rubble so far. So obviously the search and rescue continuing and will continue until for weeks, I imagine. And one other final point, in a sense that things are getting back to normal, in the midst of all this chaos, in the midst of this whole tremendous operation, the New York City Sanitation Department actually came and picked up the garbage. So I think there's right on the corner, in the basket that's on the corner. So I think that is a symbol, and there's a sense that we're trying to get life back to normal here in the city of New York, despite the devastation. This good news really kicks it up a notch. Back to you.
Erica, I'm just going to stay with you for a moment and help us explain a few things to our viewers, because people are going to be joining us minute by minute. So explain how close you are to the World Trade Center. Right now, to our viewers, there you see the kind of the nexus of rescue workers at the base of what is left of the World Trade Centers. You just saw one of the rescuers that Eric Shawn was talking to. This discovery of 5 firefighters alive, in fact 2 who were able to walk away, has boosted the spirits of everyone working there at the base of the World Trade Center. So Eric, explain how close you are and what all those trucks are doing behind you.
Come over here. Okay. I'm sorry, Linda, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to give people a sense of context of how close you are to where all those rescuers are working at the base of the World Trade Center, and all the trucks and the ambulances that we see behind you, where they're headed, what their jobs are.
I'm about, it's about 3 blocks away. We are at a staging area where the dump trucks and the emergency vehicles and the ambulance come back and forth up to St. Vincent's Hospital, which is north. If you look down, you just go about 3 blocks, 1, 2, 3 blocks, and that is where the World Trade Center used to be. So these are the guys you see walking up right now. Obviously, many of them taking a break. Some work 24-hour shifts, 24 on, 24 off. Others 12 hours on, 12 hours off. and they finished the job for the day, and they're coming right back. So this is the exact location we're at, which is one reason why we've had these gas masks, because the plume of dust and smoke and ash just drifts right over to us. In fact, has earlier today engulfed lower Manhattan completely, and it just depends upon the winds. Let me stop you for a second. You know about the firefighters? You got the flag in your hat. You got the flag in your hat. You hear about the 5 firefighters rescued?
No, we were in there and we heard we got one. They said they got one. We weren't sure what they were talking about. Then they pulled out 2 bodies, and I don't know if they took any live people, maybe the other
This
side.
in a way is part of the confusion of the reports, because you say 2 bodies, we have other reports that 5 have been rescued.
Well, 2 bodies for sure we saw.
If this is the case, what does this mean to you guys? You've got you're flying the flags and you're here.
2 that were deceased.
You did see
Right.
2 were deceased.
2. There was 2 more down under that they're trying to pull out, and they're keeping in contact. They got a listening device down. Yeah.
Trying to get to the parking garage.
Yeah.
They're down in the parking garage?
Right. That's what they're trying to get to.
Right.
How do you know they're alive? How do you think?
Because when they saw them, they heard them talking, and then they started cheering. Everybody started cheering. That was like saying that they was alive.
What did you hear?
The firemen were saying that if they could hear them to bang twice on metal, which they did. Took a few times, but they finally got through. And right now they're just waiting or trying to dig in.
So it's banged twice. That was able to confirm that there were people alive.
Correct.
And then they were theoretically able to pull
I
them
also
out.
heard about a fireman who was buried, took him out, and he walked away.
Yes, the one who has walked away.
Yes, I heard 2.
Now 2 walked away.
Yeah.
So there we have maybe 2 others who were found dead, 2 who were walked away among maybe the 5 that are alive. Let me see what this is.
Jensen. I want to make sure he gets accounted for. He was obviously in the building.
Okay, this appears to be a piece of ID from a belonging to a Kenneth Jensen that appeared to be some type of business symposium. You know, one of those ID tags that you have, and also in your hand you have. Was this found there, or is this something
I wouldn't call it a souvenir, but just a little something I found.
Oh my God! Look at this. I mean, this is so touching, and I so poignant. It's a little bear that says "Top of the World," World Trade Center, New York City, and a book, obviously a children's book, and souvenirs, "Top of the World," World Trade Center, New York City. That some of the search and rescue guys have found. This is, there are no words, I think, when you see this from the children. We had someone bring a doll by us earlier today.
3 of them.
So these are some toys, and this is a little, some other notes inside there. Because it is a crime scene, I would advise you perhaps to try to turn that over to the authorities. And they will probably try to get it back to the rightful owner if that's possible at all.
This is an autograph.
So I appreciate it. Thank you. Great. So that is the scene, and that's what's been brought out. Sometimes these guys bring out their own things that they find. Let me give that back to you.
Eric,
and I think, frankly,
Eric,
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I also don't want to let these gentlemen go because there are eyes and ears, and I'd like to just talk to them about why they've all made such a point of putting the American flag in their helmets.
Okay, let me come over here. Let me talk to you. What's your name?
Dave.
Where are you from?
Trinidad.
You're from Trinidad, and you're out here with an American flag in your helmet.
Yeah, because Americans support them, so I gotta support them too. They take care of me and my family, so I gotta take care of them in this time, in stress.
You're an immigrant?
No.
No, I mean you're from another country?
Yeah.
You're not an American, or are you an American citizen?
Not yet.
Not yet, but you want to be, and you feel like an American, I would imagine today.
Yeah, because I work hard over here. Very hard too.
Well, good luck, and I hope the American dream can come true for you. And I know this country appreciates the work that you are doing and you guys are doing. So obviously a lot of symbolism, Linda, as you can see. There also are American flags, not just in the hats, but we've seen them on the sanitation trucks and the police cars. Going home in the early hours of the morning, I saw huge American flags that people are putting in their cars. Just like all over the country, the Stars and Stripes Old Glory is coming out as I don't know if you just saw it over my shoulder, but this truck, a lot of these trucks and the dump trucks and the trailer trucks that have debris are flying the American flag as is happening around the country. We're getting some new updates. 5 total firefighters rescued, 3 in an SUV. 2 walked out. Apparently, when the local ladder companies first responded to the scene, they pulled up, and when the World Trade Center 1 and 2, when they came down, it just buried multiple emergency vehicles in rubble and in concrete, and that is obviously where much of the search and rescue is going on right now, to try and see if there are firefighters and police officers trapped in those cars in front. And clearly that's one thing that has been happening, and today, thank goodness, they have at least been successful as it relates to 5.
All right, Eric, Sean, if you would stand by. We're going to get back to you as you're able to talk to more rescue workers. In the meantime, we want to get now to correspondent Catherine Herridge. Here's the news as of this hour. 5 firefighters have been rescued from the rubble. They were caught in the debris when the towers went down on Tuesday morning. Now, apparently they were all in an SUV, or at least part of them were in an SUV. They were in the basement, or they were in the garage of the World Trade Center. They've been in there ever since. Apparently, when the ladder companies got there, they heard some people, they were actually able to hear people inside this SUV down underneath this rubble in the garage talking. They told them, if you can hear us, bang twice on the metal. They did, and now they've gotten them out. 3 of them apparently able to walk out. We go now to correspondent Catherine Herridge, who is at St. Vincent's Hospital. That is where these wounded firefighters have been taken. Catherine?
Yes, that's right, Linda. I just want to sort of give you a stark contrast. Really, for about the last 12 hours, this whole front section of the hospital, they had moved the triage units back inside the hospital. It had been 18 hours, if not more, since they had taken people with serious injuries. But now, as they anticipate the arrival of the firefighters, they have moved back out onto the sidewalk. Certainly a sense of anticipation and certainly a sense of relief, giving people here a boost. Now, we were told earlier this morning that this is the trauma center of choice. It's the trauma center of choice because it is the closest center to the World Trade Center, and also because this is their specialty here. So far, system-wide, St. Vincent's has taken 719 people. Approximately 90 of the people who have been cared for here are firefighters, are police officers, many of them who have taken extraordinary risks to try and save others who may be trapped and still alive. Some of the very common injuries that they've seen here, particularly with the firefighters, have been called abrasions to the cornea, to the eye. And just to give you an example of what that is, you have the heavy concrete dust in the air, and as the activity has increased, as they have searched, as they've used the heavy lifting equipment to move debris, they have stirred that up. And your eye, as we all know, is moist. That dust comes up to the eye, gets trapped and caught under the eyelid. As you naturally blink, it in effect scrapes or abrades the eye, and it's very painful and it can make it very difficult to see. That's a very common injury that they've seen with the firefighters here. A couple of other points I want to make. Since we are so far away from the attack now, 2 medics I was just talking to were talking about sort of the changing of the weather or the conditions, the cooler temperatures at night. And they said one of the big concerns they have is that people who are trapped and still alive are becoming severely dehydrated. If you have sudden drops in temperature, which is what will happen to your body temperature with heavy rain, that is very difficult for people who may still be alive, may be very difficult for them to survive. Reporting live from St. Vincent's, Catherine Herridge, Fox News.
Catherine, thanks very much. Let me explain once again to our viewers what you're seeing on your screens. We were told that shortly after they found those 5 firefighters alive in the rubble of the World Trade Center, that they were transporting them to St. Vincent's Hospital, where Catherine is standing by. There you see one of the gurneys being taken out. It appears that that is one of the firefighters found alive. Once again, they were caught in the rubble when the towers collapsed, and apparently today, the rescue workers who are at the base of the rubble, you see them on your screen right now, they've had listening devices drop them into some of the bits of twisted metal and concrete. They were able to hear talking. At least some of these 5 firefighters were in an SUV, trapped in the garage underneath the rubble. They could hear them talking. So the rescuers said, tap on the metal if you can hear us. They did. They've been able to get them out. Apparently, 3 of them were able to walk out. We're going to get more information on the conditions of them. Obviously, this is a fluid situation, and the St. Vincent's Hospital is standing by to care for those rescue firefighters. And again, those who were at the base of the building, the base of the 2 crumbled towers, have told us that this has given them a tremendous boost of optimism. there was a sinking feeling that as time went on, they would not be able to get any more people out of there. But each time they find someone alive, it gives them more hope. They work with renewed energy. They try to lift out the rubble as quickly as they can, hoping they can find more people. So we're going to stay on this. In the meantime, we need to check on the White House. Correspondent James Rosen is there with more information as to what President Bush is saying as of this hour, in addition to telling us this morning that we are seeing the first war of the 21st century. James?
That's right, Linda. At this hour, President Bush is back here at the White House compound following a visit to the Washington Hospital Center. There he met with victims of the terrorist attack on the Pentagon, as well as with doctors and nurses attending to those victims. Just moments before embarking on that trip, Mr. Bush literally choked up with tears in vowing to avenge American casualties from what he calls the first war of the 21st century. Those remarks came from the president after he conducted a conference call with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki of New York. Mr. Bush announced in that call that after a prayer service at the National Cathedral tomorrow, Mr. Bush will travel to New York to witness firsthand the devastation from Tuesday's destruction of the World Trade Center by terrorists, to comfort grieving families, and to thank rescue workers. Now, after that conference call, Mr. Bush took a few questions from a select group of reporters, including our own Jim Angle, and Mr. Bush made his most extensive extemporaneous remarks yet on this tragedy. He turned away questions about the progress of the criminal investigation by citing the need to protect sources and methods used by law enforcement and intelligence agents. And Mr. Bush also defended against criticism that it took him too long to return to Washington on Tuesday. As you are about to see, the Q&A session ended when the president grew emotional in response to a question about what goes through his mind at a time like this.
This is now the focus of my administration. We will be very much engaged in domestic policy, of course. I look forward to working with Congress on a variety of issues. But now that war has been declared on us, we will lead the world to victory. To victory.
President, what is your understanding of the threat to Air Force One, and do you believe that the terrorists attempted to assassinate you, sir?
I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered.
Do you believe they tried to assassinate you?
I believe I took I know I took the appropriate actions as the Commander-in-Chief to be in a position to be able to make the decisions necessary for our government to handle the crisis. You didn't hear the end of the phone call with the mayor and George Pataki, both of whom thanked me for the fact that we was immediately on the phone with them from Air Force One, and our government responded quickly.
How do you feel knowing you're under personal threat?
Could you give us a sense as to what kind of prayers you are thinking and where your heart is for yourself as you work on that?
I think about myself right now. I think about the families, the children. I'm a loving guy, and I'm also someone, however, who's got a job to do, and I intend to do it. And this is a terrible moment. But this country will not relent until we have saved ourselves and others from the terrible tragedy that came upon America.
Thank you. Thank you.
And there you see Mr. Bush choking up and then just leaving the Oval Office. He proclaims tomorrow a national day of mourning and prayer and remembrance. He will ask all Americans to say a prayer on their lunch hours tomorrow, and then Mr. Bush will make his first visit to New York since this tragedy. Reporting live from the White House, James Rosen, Fox News. Back to you in New York.
James, thank you very much. This now being reported by the Associated Press that U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell confirming what a lot of people are thinking and fearing, that Osama bin Laden is the prime suspect in these terrorist attacks. The Department of Justice saying that they believe now it was 18 hijackers on those 4 doomed planes, that 2 of the planes had 5 hijackers, 2 of them had 4. They were all ticketed passengers. They've gotten more than 2,000 phone tips at the FBI, more than 22,000 tips to the FBI website. They are still searching for the black boxes. In the meantime, we take you back to the most important center of activity, that is at the base of the World Trade Center in New York. Senior correspondent Eric Shawn is right nearby. Eric?
Yeah, we have information that one of a building is now collapsing. One of the buildings in the World Trade Center complex is now collapsing. Reports of people running. We don't know what building that is or what part of a building that is, but we have the reports that part of a building is now collapsing. People, rescuers running from that area. They were concerned about the Millennium Hotel, but I don't think that was it, because that is right down this street. So the other side, though, you've got One Liberty Plaza, which is over by Battery Park City, but then you also have some other buildings in the complex, which could indicate that there were unstable buildings, obviously, and that's the report that we have now, that there's some more devastation. Also, so many poignant, sad stories coming out of here. Another one, witnesses saying that 2 firefighters were found dead, and they were found together in the rubble, embracing each other. So as if when the building was coming down, these 2 guys, firefighters, you talked to them, they're brothers to the end. They were hugging each other at the time of death when that came. With me now is John Walsh, the host of America's Most Wanted. John, you just spent 4 hours at the site. You've seen everything in this country in crime, and how does this one, when you saw it, what do you think of what you saw and what this is?
Devastating. I was at the Oklahoma bombing the day after the Oklahoma bombing.
We've been told to run? All right, we're running.
Okay,
oh, no? Oh, wait a minute.
Told to run.
Okay, wait, we get. Okay. Wait.
They've been told to run.
Oh, who's been told?
The evacuators.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
All the people have been told to run.
The evacuators have been told to run, so obviously there's a problem. One of the buildings may be going down, and right now we're hearing sirens. The reason I reacted that way is that there were apparently gas leaks here, and last night our crews were ordered away from this site because of gas leaks, and we were actually pushed back another block. John, as you were saying, what did you see, and how do you think the rescue operation is going?
Well, it's unbelievable. You know, having been at the Oklahoma bombing, this is 50 times worse. It's devastating. I was down there all morning in the triage unit. You know, they're bringing out little pieces of bodies and things like that. I mean, it's a horrific scene. It looks like a World War II bombing. And what you were talking about all morning, they were keeping away from that one building because they thought it was going to fall on the rescuers. But there are thousands of heroes down there. Well, that's what people don't realize. There's crane operators, truck drivers, there's fire units from all over the country, there's dog units. And what I saw this morning was firemen is so exhausted that they're laying on the sidewalks. The dogs are so exhausted that they're laying on the sidewalks. But we've been asked by the FBI and the federal marshals and New York City PD to do a 2-hour special on Saturday night because we've caught so many fugitives, 680 fugitives. So we're developing a profile on some of the people who helped these terrorists. Now we know that these guys had money, that they had passports, got in and out of this country. They had a lot of assistance. So on Saturday night, we will be working very closely with the FBI and Interpol, New York City PD to profile some of these people that they suspect helped these terrorists.
Now, John, if with these reports of a building going down and obviously the rescuers being told to run, that in terms of trying to help people at this moment, that is probably some of the worst news you can get. That stops this search cold.
No, not necessarily. That they've been prepared for that. All morning they've been prepared for that, and they've been prepared for pieces of the buildings to fall down. This morning, what they did was suspend the big cranes and the iron workers because they've gotten down to ground level. Now they believe that they are doing it by hand, so they're prepared for any parts of buildings to fall down there, etc. I was there this morning in the triage unit when they were talking to a man on a cell phone for 3 hours. Unfortunately, part of the rubble shifted, and the triage rescuers and the dog teams couldn't get to him because his cell phone went off.
Well, we're hearing reports that the building on the left down this street could collapse. That is the Millennium Hotel, if that is indeed the building. Latest, rescuers told to clear the area. We'll keep you up to date. Back to the studio.
Okay, senior correspondent Eric Shawn down near what looks to be one building in the World Trade Center complex on the verge of collapsing. According to authorities, rescue workers, or at least some of them, have been told to evacuate to get out of there as quickly as possible. We're going to keep a close eye on it. In the meantime, we need to go now to the Pentagon and correspondent Brian Wilson, who has more information on the rescue efforts from there. Brian?
Yes, Linda, the rescue efforts continue, but let me try to do some triage of my own and give you the most important facts that we have here. First, the death toll, now thought to be fairly firm at 190. That includes 64 people aboard the American Airlines Flight 77, 126 people inside the Pentagon who are unaccounted for. 74 of those connected to the Army, 42 connected to the Navy, 10 are contractors or work for other agencies. Another significant piece of information having to do with the rescue is that they now have located the area inside the impact crater where they believe the black box might be located. And there is some hope that indeed they can recover the black box, which would be extremely important. At first, it was thought that the plane was so badly obliterated that they might not find the box. Now there is some renewed hope for that. Also, inside the building, the work of the Pentagon continues to go on, and we are giving the indications that they are in for a long campaign to fight terrorism around the world. Here is Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz.
$20 billion is a lot of money, but for this country, it is just a down payment on what we're going to do. The people who have done this horrible deed against us and who plan other deeds better realize that the American people are aroused, and as observers from Alexis de Tocqueville to Winston Churchill have observed, once this country is aroused, we mobilize the resources, and $20 billion is a good start.
A voice of firm resolve there inside the Defense Department. Finally, one other thing that should let everybody rest assured that we know that there have been combat air patrols over the Washington, D.C. and New York area. The Pentagon wants you to know that indeed there are combat air patrols over many cities in this country trying to keep things very calm and very protected. Back to you, Linda.
Brian Wilson, thank you very much. We take you now inside the Pentagon for a briefing. Let us listen.
Tragedy, and in particular for all the Navy families. As President Bush commented in his press conference, this is the first war of the 21st century. And this is going to take the long-term commitment of everyone here in the Pentagon, of our military services, and of all Americans. This is not going to be a short program. I do want to thank and particularly commend all those who have worked so hard, so diligently these last few days, assisting in all the rescue efforts here at the Pentagon. I also want to particularly thank those unknown heroes who were directly responsible for saving so many lives after the incident here at the Pentagon, because there were people who showed up and led the way for a lot of other people, and without their help, this would have been a much worse tragedy. So for those unknown heroes, and we don't know who those people are, but to them, I on behalf of myself and all the people who walked out of this building in good shape, I just want to give them my special gratitude. And again, for all America, our prayers and thoughts are with you. And thanks to everybody in America for all the support that you provide everyone here in the Department of Navy. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Admiral Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon. As has been previously announced, and we are releasing to you this afternoon, 42 Navy personnel were working in the Pentagon at the time of the attack and have not been accounted for. These 42 people were serving their nation and when they were attacked. And in my profession, I always talk to those of us in the Navy and to our Navy family about service. It is what our profession is about. These men and women committed their lives and have committed their lives to be lives of consequence and lives of service. And they have been wearing the cloth of the nation, and I'm talking about those who are wearing the uniform and those in civilian clothes, because this involves both military people and civilian individuals who are serving our Navy. As many of you know, the Navy has an established system to notify family members about the status of their loved ones during a time of tragedy, when a tragedy like this strikes. We have a process where we assign casualty assistance officers and we have done so in this case. And they have personally met with family members and become the personal conduit for information to the families and in support of the families. This process was put into place immediately after the attack, and as soon as we began to gather the information about those who we could not account for. This is a process that is routinely applied to military personnel. In this case, we have applied this program to both military and civilian people that I have identified, and they are in contact with the families. I would just say that on behalf of the entire Navy family, we extend our deepest sympathy and condolences to the loved ones of those who in New York and here in Washington. We especially talked to our Navy family today about those that remain unaccounted for. These are the sons and daughters and moms and dads, aunts and uncles of the nation, and they're our Navy family. So we are all pulling together to support one another together, and we so appreciate the support that we are getting, the work that is going on here at the Pentagon, working at the scene of action, the support that we're getting in the interagency process, and the fact that and the support that our families are getting, where people are reaching out to our people who have been affected by this attack.
Mr. Secretary, Admiral, are you?
Dead air, folks.
To you now, and it has the list of
operations. That's Admiral Vernon
that were working here in the building, and that is
the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Vern Clark, who came to the podium after Secretary of the Navy Gordon England finished his remarks. This is a press conference that seems to be in the nature of an effort to thank the people who have helped out at the Defense Department there. You heard Gordon England, the Secretary of the Navy, say, or Admiral Clark, I should say that there were 42 Navy personnel that are now unaccounted for as a result of the plane attack on the Pentagon. As we await further briefings and statements here in Washington, let's turn to correspondent Rita Cosby for the latest on the reporting that she's been doing on what may have been behind this. Rita?
Britt, Attorney General John Ashcroft and FBI Director Robert Mueller held a press conference just a short time ago and gave some new details. They revealed a breakdown of exactly how many hijackers they believe were involved in the attacks. Let's listen in. And we're told that
the total number of hijackers, to our best estimate and our best knowledge, given the information at this time, on the 4 planes that crashed was at least 18. Unless contradicted by evidence which we wouldn't anticipate. 2 planes had 5 hijackers and 2 other planes had 4 hijackers each.
Now, they say preliminary evidence shows that the 2 flights that crashed into the Twin Towers in New York each contained 5 hijackers, and that the ones that crashed in Pennsylvania and into the Pentagon contained 4 hijackers each. Law enforcement officials say that there is evidence that the pilots were trained in the U.S. and were very sophisticated in their abilities for them to be able to hit their targets with such precision. The Attorney General says that among those still listed as missing from the Towers attack is one FBI special agent based in the New York field office. Now, law enforcement sources say that more and more evidence continues to point to surrogates of Osama bin Laden carrying out these complicated attacks. Sources say that they have identified all the attackers and that more than 36 people possibly tied to them may have played a role. At least at this point, they expect many more to come out down the road. Britt, back to you.
Rita, we've been hearing expressions of unity with the president from congressional leaders. Here's the Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle on Capitol Hill.
Senators reported on circumstances there. We then went on to discuss the current legislative
drafts involving both the supplemental appropriations bill as well as the authorization of additional force on the part of the President. Those are both works in progress. We are not completed, so we aren't able to comment about the specifics of either of those pieces of legislation, except to say that our hope is to complete our work on both of those pieces of legislation expeditiously. I can't define expeditious because I really don't know yet just how soon we will complete our work, but at least in the case of appropriations, it would be my hope to finish it before the end of the week. But I will work very closely with the Republican leader and with our colleagues in the House and, of course, the administration, and we will be in a better position to give you some clearer understanding of what the balance of the week will hold legislatively, perhaps later in the day. Trent?
Well, just briefly, we're involved in a very active process of consultation and communication to make sure that the House, the Senate, members of both parties, the key leaders of the committees are informed of what we need to pursue. We're communicating with the administration in a variety of ways. And I must say that very much in a joint process, the House and the Senate is moving forward. I want to thank Senator Daschle and various committee chairmen for indicating they're going to move forward on nominations that could be critical in this period of the aftermath of what we have seen this week. I'm working to make sure that we make every effort to complete the Commerce State Justice Appropriations Bill that does include, among other things that are very important, funds for the Justice Department, which includes the FBI, the State Department, with very important work to do, and actually it includes counterterrorism funding. We also will be working to address the early request that the President's made for the funds. As Senator Daschle said, that process is underway. We're not ready to make any announcement at this time. And then the additional authority that has been requested. We hope to get as much of that as possible done today and tomorrow. But we want to make sure that we do it in the right way.
What exactly has the President asked for as far as force authorization, and what's keeping the Senate from passing exactly what he asked for?
Well, I don't think it's fair to characterize the President's request.
There you hear a statement from the two leaders of the Senate about how hard they're working to do two things. One is to pass the supplemental appropriations bill, which would be year 2001 money. It's an additional $20 billion you've heard described by Deputy Defense Secretary Paul Wolfowitz as a down payment on this large-scale effort against terrorism that the United States now seems intent on undertaking. And, of course, the other is some of the overall appropriations bills, which need to be passed by the end of the year, or money will start to run out and government agencies will shut down. Of particular importance, as you heard Senator Lott say, is the one for the State Department, Justice Department, the Commerce Department. So work apparently proceeding at pace, the bipartisan spirit holding up. Let's get back to New York, to Linda Vester. Linda?
Fox's Washington Managing Editor, Britt Hume. Britt, thank you very much. We're going to take you back now downtown New York to the site of the rescue workers. Once again, fantastic news that 5 firefighters who'd been trapped in the collapse on Tuesday have been found alive. Correspondent Eric Shawn has more information. We realize that many of you around the country may be watching and perhaps mourning vicariously through what you're seeing. We do have some good news, and now we have a name of one of those firefighters. For any family members who may be watching, who may know this man, Eric Shawn has the name. We go to him right now. Eric?
Yes, I'm sorry. Our IFB, our communication goes in and out. The latest is some great news. 5 firefighters rescued. 2 so far sent to the hospital. 2 may have been there only for a couple of hours as part of a team that was going down to get the other firefighters. 3 of the firefighters were found alive in a fire department SUV. They apparently had pulled up when the building collapsed, and the debris and everything just came down upon them, and they were found alive. We don't have any details on what condition they are in. 2 other firefighters, I'm sad to report, were found dead. The 2 dead firefighters, witnesses tell me, had their arms wrapped around each other. They in an embrace. They were embracing each other as the building debris rained down on them. Confusing and conflicting afternoon. Reports that part of one of the buildings collapsed. Then the workers who were engaging in the search and rescue were immediately told to run and leave the area back there because another building, which which houses a temporary morgue, the Brooks brothers, started to shake, and they feared that that building may collapse. Obviously, it has not now collapsed at this time, so we're waiting to hear word on whether or not the search and rescue is proceeding. Obviously, it was stopped in one area while it can continue along in another area. Other developments here this afternoon, law enforcement sources say that a body of a man was found in the cockpit area of one of the airplanes whom they believe is the terrorist, because he was dressed in civilian clothes and not in an airline uniform, as well as another law enforcement report that we have that a flight attendant was found with her body of a flight attendant was found with her arms bound behind her by wire. Those reports have not been confirmed by authorities. We are efforting at that. These are type of the conflicting news that we get coming out of the area behind us. So it's sometimes hard, as of the moment, as we are on live, to be able to give you the exact information based on being confirmed by authorities. We imagine that will come later on this afternoon. But the great news out of this location this afternoon is that 5 firefighters have apparently been found alive and taken to the hospital. Linda?
Eric, we understand that one of the firefighters, according to your crew down there, that at least we have one name, which is John Moradito.
I don't have communication with you.
Okay, let me help fill in the blanks here while we keep Eric standing by. The information seems to be changing about exactly how many firefighters were found alive in the rubble, but we know at this point at least 3. One name that is coming to us is John Moradito. Because we realize that so many of you around the country may have connections to New York, there are so many people still unaccounted for that perhaps any name of any survivor will be helpful. It's why we're broadcasting it now. Eric Shawn was explaining to us before. He was speaking to some rescue workers who had just come from the scene when they had rescued the firefighters. Apparently, as you may know, there are some rescue workers there who are equipped with listening devices that they can basically drop down on a pole or a cord into the rubble and see if they can hear any sounds, breathing, talking, tapping, movement, anything. Apparently they were able to pick up some movement in there. It was in the garage of the World Trade Center, and apparently some firefighters in an SUV in the garage, trapped in there, and they could actually apparently hear them talking. So they got word to them, and they said, bang twice on the metal if you can hear us. They did, and then very painstakingly and delicately they were able to get to them and get them out. Apparently the firefighters are being taken, if not already, to St. Vincent's Hospital. That's the closest facility to the World Trade Center to be treated. Back now to correspondent Eric Shawn, who is on the scene. Eric? Okay, we're going to reestablish audio with Eric Shawn. In the meantime, one of our other correspondents who we dispatched to the scene of the World Trade Center is Heather Nauert, speaking to people who've gotten out alive themselves and who are helping others. Heather, are you there?
That's right, Linda. Good morning. We're still here in front of the Armory where family members are coming to what they're calling the Family Center. There are now hundreds, if not 1,000 people here frantically searching for their family members. We're getting handed flyers. I have so many of them here in my hand, at least 20 or 30 of them, people looking for their family members. Some of them are hearing that their family members have survived, that their names are on a website. I think it's newyork.com. Others are saying that the website is not reliable. The most important thing we can tell you about that is that you shouldn't solely rely upon that information. There's one man, for example, Mark Zeppelin. His father is here frantically searching for him, hoping that his name will turn up on some list. His name was on that website list, but now they cannot locate him. They're not being able to find him at any hospitals. We have a young lady here who's searching for someone. When was the last time you spoke with?
We got an email from him on Tuesday morning about 8:55 a.m. Saying that a plane had crashed into Tower Number 1. He works in Tower Number 2, and that it was on fire. And he said this is just sick. And that was the last we had heard from him. After that, we had heard that the buildings were being evacuated.
And have you spoken with any of his colleagues? Has anyone said that they have seen him?
He works for Keefe, Bruyette & Woods, KBW, on the 89th floor of Tower 2, and we've been in touch with the hotline that they have set up, and they said they have found half of the employees. They were on the 88th and 89th floor, so that's hopeful. We've spoken to some of them. They said that they found some people from the sales desk, which was right next to his. He was on a trading desk.
Okay. And what is it that the family is hoping to find out here today?
We're just hoping to locate him in a hospital somewhere. We know he didn't carry a wallet. He just carried his things in his pocket, so that might be one of the reasons that we can't find him. So we're just hoping that we do find him.
And what is his name again?
Christopher Duffy. He's 23 years old. He's about 5'11", 180 pounds, blonde hair, blue eyes. He has a scar right on his chest, right there, a burn mark. Muscular guy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As you can see, all sorts of families here. We have some more that are coming up. Again, I can't tell you how many people are coming up, handing us these flyers, desperately searching for their family members. We're seeing photos, wedding photos, people talking about planning weddings, getting engaged, children. We have someone else who's going to come talk to us right here.
They just found her husband.
Hold on, sir. We have some breaking news here. This lady's husband was just found.
Yeah.
What have you heard?
We just found him at, we don't know what hospital he's at. He was mentioned on the internet site. His code number is 14785. His name is Richard Salinardi. He's in critical condition. He worked for Aramark. He was on the second building.
Oh my God!
Yes.
That's where my roommate is, 107th floor.
And so we just don't know where he is. We know he's okay. We just need to know what hospital he's at.
And you found this out on the website, is
yes,
that right?
we found this out. My cousins from Alabama to California were calling when they found out.
Okay. Best of luck to you.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Of course, that's big news, and hopefully that does turn out to be accurate. We have more people here, Linda, and we'll just keep ushering them in. Sir, you're looking for a friend of yours.
I'm looking for a good friend of mine, Scott Coleman, and his brother Keith. Both of them work for Cantor Fitzgerald on the 104th floor in the first building. And I last spoke to him, I would say, on Monday. I know that we have people scouring the city, looking at the hospitals. We're inside here at the Armory. Have not found him yet, but everybody is extremely hopeful.
How is the family holding up at this point?
I would say, in waves. I mean, everybody is very emotional. There's a lot of support coming from family and friends. We kind of all got together last night to hang out and basically keeping a lot of hope. We know that both these guys are fighters, and if there is a chance that they're alive, we know that they will be there.
Thank you very much. That's what we're hearing from a lot of people. A lot of people describing their friends, their wives, their husbands as fighters, as people who are truly survivors, who would help out their fellow colleagues, but also would get out alive. We have one more woman here who's looking for her sister. Tell me, I'm sorry, if we can get a shot of her, unfortunately, we have to go back to you in the studio.
Heather, if you would, just have those people stand by. We realize they need this as a public service. We're going to get back to them. We want to take it back down to Washington Managing Editor Britt Hume in a Pentagon briefing.
This is Brigadier General Clyde Vaughn, who was driving by the Pentagon and saw the plane hit the building.
And they've got a lot of equipment trying to get at this very, very complex problem. So one of the overriding pieces that you got to take out of here is that all services are prepared to do whatever it takes to assist in that. And for consequence management, which is where this is right now, FEMA is the lead federal agency, okay? Why a green suitor talking to you today? The Secretary of the Army is the executive agent for the Secretary of Defense. What you need to take away from that is, because of the importance of military support to civilian authorities, that responsibility for making those kinds of decisions are held at the highest levels of DOD. That means that the Secretary of Defense owns this program. He makes that decision. Those decisions are executed by the Secretary of the Army as the executive agent. He obviously coordinates, talks to, and makes those kinds of decisions to enable us to go forward. Now, I say that because that line of communication and authority is extremely short. Notice what I just said? Sec Army to Sec Def. I work for an Army 2-star. DOMS
is made up of representatives from all services, all components. And we're located, and I'm kind of giving the 5 W's, I'm located in a place, we, DOMS, are located in a place that many of you have been, commonly referred to maybe affectionately as the hole, or the bunker. That's where it's located, in conjunction with the Army Operations Center. Let me tell you what you need to take away from this one. Is that particular Operations Center, like many others in the building, never missed a beat. We took the big lick on the other side of that building, and that Operations Center was never without power, was electronically linked to all the other major headquarters in the military, and has functioned as a crisis action center ever since the towers were struck. It, like all other operations centers that are going now, especially in this building, is represented by all the staffs of those particular services. We have everybody in there. So when you talk about, hey, are you operational? How can you operate? Operations is the name of the game right now, and they're all there. I want to talk just quickly about process. We get a request from a lead federal agency, and in this case, again, at the time and place that we're at, that lead federal agency, again, is FEMA. That request moves rapidly to the Office of the Secretary of Defense. They pass it to DOMS quickly. At DOMS, we take and work all the little actions associated with that and put it in terms of an order. By the way...
Well, there you have at least a piece of a briefing by General Clive Vaughn. He had earlier described what it looked like when he actually saw that plane hit the building. He is now into an explanation of the communications process that has been put in place since the attack was first known to the Pentagon on the World Trade Center. And I think it's safe to say that we have caught the essence of that. And let's move back now to Shepard Smith in New York. Shep?
Britt, thanks. There are concerns in Manhattan now about another building. Let's go live downtown. One Liberty Plaza. Producers, that's the building that's directly through the smoke, correct? One Liberty Plaza directly through the smoke there. There are reports from rescue workers and observers on the scene that the top floors of this, what I believe to be 54-story building, have buckled to some degree. And now there are very real concerns that this 54-story structure is soon to collapse. This is the same building about which there was concern last evening, about 5:30 Eastern Time. Rescue workers and others were moved away from the area as there was a rumble and some degree of buckling in the middle floors. Rescue workers have indicated to Fox News and managers of the site now that they do believe this building will collapse. It is just a matter of time. Now it would appear some of the symptoms are coming to the forefront. There are concerns as well about buildings 4 and 5. For those of you who are not familiar with the downtown Manhattan area, this particular building, One Liberty Plaza, is on Liberty Street and was just east of what was Towers 1 and 2 of the World Trade Center. Buildings 4 and 5 are smaller yet still quite tall structures that were part of this 7-building complex. There are concerns about those, and all 3 of these buildings are previously evacuated. Rescue workers and managers of the sites tell us that they're convinced that no one is in danger, and before those buildings fall, everyone will be able to get out of the way. Now, there is another building in the general vicinity which has just become of great concern. It's the Amex building. The Amex building, which is adjacent and now, to my understanding, has not been previously evacuated, but that evacuation process is underway right now. We don't know the extent to the rumbling within the Amex building. We don't know the extent to structural damage there, but we can tell you that there is concern for folks inside, and the evacuation process is underway now. We have cameras on all of these buildings, and we're keeping close monitor on them. Of course, rescue workers and managers of the site insist they will not put any of those at ground zero in any harm. We were speaking just a moment ago, our correspondent Heather Nauert was, with a woman who believes she has made a discovery that her husband, who's been missing now for the better part of 2.5 days, has been found and found alive, that he may well be in a hospital. The good Lord willing, that's true. However, there is a serious problem in Manhattan now with a number of websites, including one, I'm not going to give out the address to it because the fact is it's been hacked. I know this from our morning anchor, Brian Kilmeade, who sadly was going down to get a case ID number on a distant family relative who at this moment is still unaccounted for. The process is a very particular one, and authorities here urge and caution relatives of those and friends of those who may have been inside the building to not rely on information found on websites. That in fact the only reliable information comes once a family member goes, reports a missing person, brings identification in a way to possibly identify this missing person, gets a case ID number, and then is either notified by authorities one way or the other, or calls in to receive that sort of information to the proper authorities here in New York. Just because a name is on a website listed as someone who is alive and in a hospital does not mean that it's accurate information. Unfortunately, some of these websites have been hacked. The owner of one of the websites telling Brian Kilmeade that there's nothing he can do about it at the moment, working to shut the website down, but do not be lured by false hopes. The only spot which can give you official information is the officials here in New York, and without a case number, that's not possible.
Shepard Smith on the roof of the Fox News channel. Once again, One Liberty Plaza, also known as the U.S. Steel Building, the top floors beginning to collapse. Once again, this building has already been evacuated, but rescuers have been told to move away from the immediate area of the building. We want to take you now to St. Vincent's Hospital, the hospital closest to the World Trade Center. They've been giving a briefing. Basically, some officials are explaining what happened with the firefighters who've been found alive and are at the hospital now. Let's listen.
The Red Cross has allowed us to train new phlebotomy so that we can get all the people that are going to want to give blood to be able to do it and not just wait for too many hours. And on top of that, the governor has decided this morning, as we were talking with the secretary, Senator Clinton and Senator Schumer called and talked to the governor and talked to Governor Pataki, so they were planning also some kind of a package for the city. And on top of that, I have to tell you that we speak twice a day from the state perspective with CDC, and at this moment there are two things that are important. The air quality is okay. The mask must be worn when you're close into the center of the city, but more than anything, not to worry about anything that happens in the air. And second, when the call comes to see if there's any way about an epidemic, CDC will be coming to help us, but anything that is an epidemic at this moment is not for the city to worry about, because whether it's dead bodies or body parts, there is no way to think of an epidemic as a cause of that. So at this stage, your state, your federal government, and your governor are working wonderful, and we're making everything possible to get all the resources. But as of now, the hospitals have not claimed for anything except broken batteries, broken places in where the data is not stored very well. Ambulances are able to get 3 major hospitals, St. Vincent's, Bellevue, and NYU downtown, and Continuum. They're able to see the patients. We have 2,900 patients that have been seen, admitted, or discharged, and there is a list in the greater New York in where you can trace all their names. On top of that, today the governor and the mayor decided to have in the armory 4,700 names in where people can go with identifiers to see if you can find where their family members with identification. Apart from that, we're moving slowly and take patients, but everything in the hospital seems to be under control. We have 50,000 units of tetanus toxoid. We have ordered 10,000 masks, 2,000 goggles, and at least 5,000 masks to be specially for smoke and specially for anything else that is in the air. So the epidemics are not existent. The dust is not something that could be harmful, and the governor, the federal government, and absolutely the mayor are doing wonders.
Okay, we're going to step away from this for just a moment, but one of the key pieces of information coming out of the briefing, for those of you who may know any of the 4,700 people who are listed as missing at this point from the collapse of the World Trade Center, the most reliable place to get information about them is at an armory set up in Manhattan. Some of the websites, as Shepard Smith has been reporting, some of the websites that were set up appear to have been hacked. They may not have reliable information for you. We take it now to Los Angeles International Airport. Correspondent Trace Gallagher is there. Trace?
And Linda, we are seeing something now for the first time in 51 hours, planes starting to take off and land here. An Alitalia plane came in, a Delta plane took off, a cargo plane took off, and a U.S. Air jet has just made its way out to the runway. Haven't seen this in 50 hours. This, of course, the first priority to get all of these diverted planes back to their original destinations, and there are tons of them. Just coming into LAX from Canada and Mexico, some 150 planes, another 120 coming in domestically, and then, of course, there are several dozen planes that were diverted here that need to go home. So for the next 3 or 4 or 5 hours, we will see those planes coming in and taking off. But it gives you an example of how slow this process is. This ground stop order was lifted some 4 hours ago, and we have seen but a handful of planes take off. Now, we have seen some employees coming in and going out. We've seen very few passengers. We have to tell you that this airport is supposed to open in about 25 minutes at 12 noon today. That, I think, is more symbolic than anything else because, quite frankly, the airlines just aren't ready. You've got United Airlines saying, look, we're not going to start flying regular flights until at least 4 p.m. West Coast time, 7 p.m. in the East. You've got other airlines like Delta saying the same thing. So LAX may open, but a lot of other airports around the country will not open, which could back up traffic. It is a big domino in a very large domino scheme. So LAX will open symbolically. You really won't see a lot of flights coming out of here until probably tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon on a regular basis. When they do start, it could take maybe 5, 6, 7 days for them to get back on their regular schedules. And then, of course, we have talked over and over again about these new security measures. They are worth mentioning. Also about what will happen when they are implemented. Let's face it, no more curbside baggage check-in means you've got to get your bags out of your car and go inside the terminal. You no longer can use e-tickets, which means everybody has to go inside the terminal and wait in line. The lines will be huge. The security checkpoints will be much more severe, which means those lines will be much, much longer. They're talking about having air marshals on the flights. They're talking about having more handheld metal detectors, having random ID checks. These are going to slow things down quite a bit. So a lot of these things will be implemented as the airports around the country start opening. But the good news here is there are flights now coming and going from Los Angeles International. Linda, let's go back to you.
Trace Gallagher, thank you very much. And once again, the important breaking news right now, it appears that the top floors of part of one skyscraper that's part of the World Trade Center complex, the top floors appear to be buckling and collapsing. This is One Liberty Plaza, also known as the U.S. Steel Building. It had been evacuated some time ago. There are no fears that anyone is inside there. However, some of the rescue workers who are nearby have been evacuated. Once again, it is believed to be buckling right now. It's the top 10 floors of One Liberty Plaza. Correspondent Eric Shawn is close to the scene right now. Eric?
Yeah, we can't see the building from this vantage point, but One Liberty Plaza would be, if it goes down, the 5th building of the World Trade Center complex to be destroyed by terrorists. As you said, the top 10 floors or so are buckling. It was evacuated. Throughout the night, we saw the emergency and authorities putting a laser device on this building. It shoots up a laser and it actually measures building movements. It's often used here in New York City in our bridges, many of them that are about 100 years old or so, to see if they're weakening, see what the movement is. And this laser device, a little earlier today, apparently told the engineers that there could be a problem with One Liberty Plaza. Now that has indeed come true and to pass. The top 10 floors apparently are buckling. No one, as far as we know, endangered because it was evacuated, and the search and rescue workers around that area evacuated. The search and rescue ongoing in another area, which is that pit, part of the 5 floors of rubble in which the 2 twin towers of the World Trade Center completely imploded. The great news, though, from this spot today, firefighters rescued. 3 firefighters alive who were from the original incident when the 2 planes smashed into the building. 2 other firefighters who were part of the rescue team going out to get them. They were buried for a couple of hours. All 5 now rescued. The original 3 from the original incident, as I said, Sadly, though, we have to report 2 firefighters found dead. When they were found dead, they were embracing each other, hugging each other as if they knew when the building was coming down at that time. We've also reported this afternoon some other developments, law enforcement officials or law enforcement sources telling us that they apparently believe they found the body of one of the terrorists in a cockpit area. That is because the clothes in that area of this man are not commercial pilot uniforms, and also that a flight attendant's body was found with her hands tied behind her back with wires. That not officially confirmed, but it could fit into the scenario of the terrorist herding the flight attendants into a corner perhaps, and then bounding their limbs, at least their arms, with wires to prevent them from fighting back, obviously. We had been reporting speculation earlier that the Millennium Hotel, which is a building straight down there in the, if you can see, the soot, that perhaps was also in danger of structural problem with its structural integrity. That apparently is not the case at this time. They have had concerns with that building that is standing. It has been evacuated as part of this process. So if One Liberty Plaza does go down, that would bring to the total number of buildings here to 5 that have been destroyed by the action here. Linda, back to you.
All right, senior correspondent Eric Shawn. Eric, actually, I'm just going to ask you, there are rescue workers who are coming right behind you. I'm going to ask you to talk to them and see what they know.
Oh, guys, can you talk to us for a second? We're from Fox. Sorry. Wait just for a second. We're live. What did you see? Have you been in there?
Yes, it's a mess. It's unbelievable. The whole place is just for blocks.
Come around here. Come around. Turn over here. You know that 3 firefighters were found alive. 2 others who were trapped were found alive. Have you heard that?
Yes, that's what we heard. We were in the area.
Okay. You saw 4?
No, 4 walked out was the story. We were digging right next to it. And it was an SUV with 5 people in it that were alive. I don't know if that was confirmed or not.
The numbers we have are 3 alive in the SUV. 2 other guys who were trying to go get them were buried for a while. But tell me, what does it mean to you? What does it mean to you as a firefighter? You're not from New York City. You guys are from Massachusetts. But it's all one big brotherhood, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. They do it for us, so we do it for them. I mean, there's not just firefighters. There's people from all over walks of life here helping out, digging piece by piece,
You were there when the firefighters emerged?
Yeah.
And there was a cheer?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me about those shouts.
We were singing USA, God bless. We were just happy. We were just yelling.
God bless America, USA.
Actually singing God bless America?
They weren't singing it, but...
But there were chants.
Some of the guys, I guess, were.
Just a bunch of people.
Yeah, everybody was doing kind of their own thing.
What is it? It really boosts the spirits, obviously.
Oh, yeah. Kept us going.
Now, you're from Massachusetts. Where are you staying?
We're actually heading back now. We're not sure if we're going to be back next week or not with a task force, but no, we were here the past couple of days, and we're pretty beat up right now. We're going to head back, and we have to work our regular shifts back home.
Regular shifts back in
Massachusetts.
Well, go protect Chelseam. Thank you for coming to New York.
Thank you.
We thank you, and the country thanks you. That's the story. One big brotherhood, a big boost for these guys by the fact that the firefighters, 3 firefighters were rescued. 2 of them have been trapped for just a couple of hours. But, any rescue for these guys is a great joy and a great triumph. That is why they are here, and that is why they continue to dig, even amid the threat of another building, potential building collapsing, which is One Liberty Plaza. Linda?
Senior correspondent Eric Shawn. Eric, thank you very much, and stand by if you would. We want to explain what you're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen. That's the Amex building, yet another building in downtown Manhattan that appears to be in jeopardy, some degree at risk of crumbling. This coming as we know now that One Liberty Plaza, which is a block away from the 2 towers of the World Trade Center, is buckling as well. The top 10 floors of that 54-story building buckling now. It's been in danger for a couple of days, and now it appears that the danger is only growing. It had been evacuated some time ago, so there's no danger of anyone actually being inside. It's just a matter of rescue workers being nearby. And again, the Amex building that you're seeing on your screen also in jeopardy as we speak. Now, this other piece of information, first of all, the White House asking us to clarify something from the president. This call for a national day of remembrance and prayer tomorrow. It is not a request from the White House for businesses to shut down. It is merely for all Americans to pause, mourn together, and honor our fellow Americans who have been killed or injured in Tuesday's terrorist attacks. Also, this information just coming in. The two former Florida flight school students have now been identified by German authorities as terrorists killed in the World Trade Center attack. A couple of names that you've been hearing over the past 24 hours. Mohammed Atta, 33 years old, and Marwan Aleshi, 23 years old. Now, they had been flight students in Florida. They were listed in the manifest on the planes that had crashed into the World Trade Center. Now, according to German officials, those two men had studied at the Technical University in Hamburg, Germany. They were from the UAE, the United Arab Emirates. And then they went on to train at Huffman Aviation, this flight school in Venice, Florida, where FBI investigators are examining student records. The good news is about the two of them that the owner of Huffman Aviation actually has a file on these two. He has their passports, he has their driver's license, he has a number of other documents on them. And that is giving the FBI a lot to work on. Also, we have this family that housed those two men for a short period and eventually asked them to leave because they were behaving strangely and disrespectfully. But they're getting much more information on those two, and now this coming from German authorities that they did study at Technical University in Hamburg, Germany. Want to take it once again back to senior correspondent Eric Shawn right by the World Trade Center complex with more information. Eric?
Well, Linda, some really terrific and encouraging news. More sounds being heard from under the rubble. The fire department, the firefighters and police have little cameras and listening devices that they can put down in what's called voids. Those are the big spaces that are created by the slabs as they have fell down. And in some of those voids, apparently there is tapping being heard, tapping back from people who are trapped. With me now is Chris Ingvortson, who's a volunteer fireman, a firefighter from upstate New York. And Chris, we talked yesterday. You've been in there. What have you heard, and what's the status now?
Well, I'm on actually a bucket brigade, which is sort of an all-hands work party of hundreds of people bringing debris out and bringing buckets forward and bringing medical supplies forward. And we've actually heard the sounds of three distinct tapping noises with the sonic devices that the technical rescue people have. So, you know, we've had to stand down because of I guess some sort of minor collapse in a nearby building, but we're looking forward to going back in there to that same spot. Very encouraging news.
Now explain what the tapping sound is. Do they tap back in any type of pattern, or is it just tapping on pipes, or do we not know?
Well, of course, it starts with just tapping when they can hear the sounds of people coming closer. Bullhorns are brought up, and you know the sound devices, and also the small video cameras, fiber optic video cameras, establishes contact. So it's, you know, people were very, very, very happy to hear that, and there's a lot of excitement on these work parties.
Does that give a lot of encouragement to you, obviously, to the people in there? What does that mean?
Well, when the word comes down the line that that tapping is heard, there's a massive cheer that goes up. I mean, it's amazing to see.
We were being told that when they were able to pull out the three firefighters who were trapped in an SUV, and the two guys who apparently had gone down to get them were trapped for a few hours. God bless America, and burst out, and USA, chance of USA. Is that what's happening?
It's amazing. I mean, there are thousands of rescue personnel, uniformed and volunteer, all working for one common purpose. It's unbelievable to see.
Now, some guys have American flags. Tell me about the sense of spirit. Is there an awareness that the country is watching, that the world is watching, and that the prayers from millions have gone out to the people such as you, who are basically risking your own lives to save others?
Oh, absolutely, that's the case. I mean, just everybody's working toward a common purpose, and I think everyone understands that the rest of the country and the world is watching, and we're just trying to do our best.
There was a time all throughout today, and I've been here since 3 this morning, that there was really a dampened mood because no one was found except for the 5 from yesterday. And there was a whole many hours today, as you know, of no success and no news and nobody else brought out. Contrast earlier today to what's happening there now.
Well, I mean, there was this sense of purpose for everyone, everybody trying to work, but as you said, I mean, there was really no good news earlier. And when this started happening, it's just electrifying. It's going throughout the line.
Do you think, you were able to see One Liberty Plaza, which the top 10 floors are buckling, and that building could collapse? Have you been able to be there or see that?
I have gone through it. It's still standing. It's still the morgue and medical center, and
apparently the latest that we have is that's been evacuated, where the Brooks Brothers is.
That's correct.
Have you gone down in the basement of the World Trade Center in any of the office areas underneath the rubble?
No, I have not.
But you were inside some of those buildings, such as the Liberty Plaza?
Yes.
What is the scene in there?
Basically the same as yesterday, just devastation, a layer of dust over everything.
Is there any idea or sense of how many people were in that building, may have been killed in there, or if most of the attendants were able to get out?
Well, I think in One Liberty Plaza, my sense is that people got out of there. I mean, the structure was fairly intact.
So now you're taking a break, and what's next for you? Do you plan to go back in, or is this, have you had enough for the day?
No, when we get, the order, we had a stand-down order, but we're going back in now, so I'm here till it gets done.
Well, our hats off to you, and thank you very much for keeping us informed, and please keep doing so to bring the news from what's going on inside to the nation and to the world.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So that's obviously the latest from those who are involved. Really, the spirits are up after the find this afternoon.
Senior correspondent Eric Shawn. Eric, thank you very much for that. We're going to keep getting back to you as you speak to more rescue workers who come from the scene, and also keep our viewers abreast of what you see on the right-hand side of your screen. That is the plume of smoke that continues to come up from the complex around the World Trade Center. It appears that at least 2 other buildings are at least somewhat in danger. One of them, One Liberty Plaza. It's also known as the U.S. Steel Building. It's 1 block from the World Trade Center complex, those 2 twin towers that were attacked and then collapsed. Also the Amex building, so that is why we're showing you the picture on your screen, so you can just monitor along with us what happens with those 2 buildings. There may be others that may be in danger of some degree of collapse. We're just going to keep getting the information as we go along. In the meantime, we want to bring into our coverage the former Deputy Attorney General under the Clinton administration, Eric Holder, with us now. Eric, thanks for being here.
Good afternoon.
We're getting word from the Justice Department that there's a federal program called the Public Safety Public Benefits Act, and that apparently families now through the Justice Department are going to get payments of $150,000. The government waiving requirements that families fill out these sorts of forms, and they're just going to get sort of blanket certification. Can you explain in lay terms how this works?
Well, I was very glad to hear that the Attorney General had made the decision to streamline that process. This is a way in which families of law enforcement officers who have fallen in the line of duty can get these funds. And it is sometimes a complicated process. It can be burdensome at times, and it was very reassuring to hear that the Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, have made the decision to streamline the process so that these funds can be released very quickly.
All right, I want to ask you also about the investigation. We now know that there were 18 hijackers total. That's what the Justice Department is saying. 5 of them each on 2 planes, and then 4 each on the other 2 planes. And that we're getting more and more information, and the connection seems to stretch from Canada, Portland, Maine, Boston, Massachusetts, Florida, and now to Hamburg, Germany. From your term with the Clinton administration in the Justice Department, do you know that these are all places where followers of Osama bin Laden are known to be?
Yeah, I mean, all of the evidence seems to be pointing in that direction. You never want to start an investigation with some kind of preconceived notion, and yet I think we're getting pretty close to the time where we're going to be able to say that this is an al-Qaeda, a bin Laden operation. The places that you've mentioned are all places that we know bin Laden cells have been operating. I think it's interesting that at least some of the terrorists came from Canada, which is consistent with what happened during the attempt at the Millennium bombing. The guy Rassam was actually caught in Washington coming in from Canada. We put a lot of attention on our southern border, and I don't think nearly enough on our northern border, and I think the terrorists understand that.
One of the things that we're beginning to understand about how quickly the FBI in particular was able to move after this is that they were able to get their hands on the manifest. They were able to identify names on the manifest of those 4 flights, and that within hours, at least by Tuesday evening, perhaps even sooner, agents were beginning to descend on some of those locations. How exactly were they able to make it work so fast?
Well, the FBI is really very good at this kind of thing. If you look at the work of the FBI after the Oklahoma City bombing, you see the FBI at its best, and I suspect that's what we're going to see here as well. The FBI can take really minor kinds of things, names on a manifest, and from that just run things back. You look back and see what kind of credit card the person used, what address the person had, and from there you get into databases and do all kinds of other things. You also got a couple of breaks where you have the person, I guess, up in Boston who said he had an argument with the people who ultimately turned out to be a couple of the terrorists. They were able to get to the car and then find things in the car. The FBI then shoots these leads out to their various field offices, and then the craft work that they do is just expanded. These are the kinds of things that happen that expand geometrically, and as I said, the FBI is very good at this kind of thing.
And here's where it gets a little more difficult. Two of the people who are believed to be hijackers have ties to Saudi Arabian Airlines. They had post office boxes and I guess identification attaching them to the Saudi national airline. That's tricky because dealing with the Saudi government has been tough in some of our other terror investigations. How do you figure that one out?
Yeah, well, it's true. It has been tough to deal with the Saudi government in the past. I would hope, however, that given the magnitude of the crime that we're dealing with here, that all of the world will resolve to help us in trying to solve this matter. I would hope that the conduct, that at least some of the problems we had with the Saudi government will not be repeated here. We had substantial problems with the government in the Khobar Towers investigation, and I hope, as I said, this would not be repeated here.
All right, let me just clarify something. I want to correct myself. Just some information about these two individuals who seem to have a connection to the Saudi Arabian Airlines. Miami Herald is reporting that they were not those who were on the planes, that actually these are two people. One of them was taken into federal custody after the attack. Amr Mohammed Kamfar, he has a Vero Beach, Florida address. He's linked to Saudi Airlines. Actually, he is the one, he remains at large. He's possibly armed with an AK-47. Police sources saying that he is dangerous. It's Adnan Bukhari is the other man who was taken into federal custody. Also a Vero Beach address, also apparently connected for Saudi Arabian Airlines. So now we have two people, let me clarify, who are alive, Eric, who they can get to. Now how do you work through those lines to get through to the Saudis?
Well, there are obvious connections that we have. We work at a law enforcement level to talk to people in the Saudi government. We'll also be using the State Department, the Defense Department, to talk to their counterparts as well. This is going to have to be a coordinated worldwide effort if we're really going to get at not only what's happening with regard to this case and trying to solve it, but really trying to incapacitate those who are responsible for this kind of crime. It's not something that the United States is going to be able to do by itself, though if we have to act by ourselves, I think we should be prepared to do that. But I would hope our allies, and even people who do not consider themselves our allies, would work with us in conjunction with this case.
Explain to us just one more thing. The FBI has said that they've gotten some 2,000 plus telephone tips and more than 22,000 website tips as they search for the terrorists here. I mean, is there the kind of manpower at the Justice Department to follow up on those leads quickly? That just seems like a tremendously high volume.
That is a very high volume, and I suspect that Director Mueller will be putting unprecedented resources in trying to deal with the amount of information that's flowing into the FBI. That, however, has been a problem for the FBI over the past years. The Bureau is very good at getting information in. It has not been as good in trying to process the information that it has received. But I suspect, as I said, that with regard to this investigation, Bob Mueller, the director, would be directing unprecedented numbers of resources at this kind of information so that they will be able to process it and glean from it relevant things to keep the investigation going.
Former Deputy Attorney General Eric Holder joining us from Washington. Eric, thank you once again.
Thank you.
We want to take the focus back. While you are watching on your screen, the right-hand side, you're watching the skyline, because there are at least two buildings now that we've been given information may be in danger. One of them is One Liberty Plaza. It's also known as the U.S. Steel Building. It's a block from the World Trade Center towers, the two that were attacked. The top 10 floors are buckling. It's long since been evacuated. It's just a matter of the rescue workers getting out of the way of it. Again, those top 10 floors believed to be buckling. The Amex building also believed to be somewhat in danger. The extent we don't know at this point, but we just want to keep you abreast as you watch the New York skyline. There is more information coming out of the Pentagon as well this hour. Correspondent Brian Wilson standing by as the list right now of people missing and feared dead is about 190. Have they updated that yet, Brian?
No, and we believe that's a fairly firm number, that they may stay around 190. It may change one person or two, but not a significant number. Here's why we know that. There were 64 people aboard the American airline flight 77. They all perished, so that's included in this number. Then there are 126 people inside the Pentagon who are currently unaccounted for. 70 were connected with the Army. 42 were connected with the Navy. 10 were contractors or worked for other agencies inside this building. Now, there's other news from the rescue site. They are saying that they now have some hope that they may be able to recover the black box from American Airlines Flight 77. At first, it was thought the plane was so obliterated that the black box probably did not survive. But now they believe they have located the area where they have some hope of recovering that box. The problem, of course, is that the structure is very, very unstable. It may take some time because the crash site is just so unstable and dangerous. Inside the building, they are continuing to ramp up the military. We are being told that the military is preparing for not a missile attack, not a one-time attack, but a long-term, sustained campaign to fight terrorism around the world. I want you to listen very carefully to the words of Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz.
I think the president's words are pretty good, so let me say, these people try to hide, but they won't be able to hide forever. They think their harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. I think one has to say it's not just simply a matter of capturing people and holding them accountable, but removing the sanctuaries, removing the support systems, ending states who sponsor terrorism, and that's why it has to be a broad and sustained campaign. It's not going to stop if a few criminals are taken care of.
Ending states that support terrorism, a fairly significant statement from the Deputy Secretary of Defense. One other thing, Linda, I want to leave you with is the fact that we have known for some time that there are military aircraft patrolling the skies of Washington and New York. But I also want you to know that we now know that that same activity is taking place across the nation over many U.S. cities. Now, if there's anybody out there who has any remaining concerns or fear about what might happen to them, rest assured that your military is patrolling the skies, and these guys are pretty good about locking down airspace and making sure that the skies are indeed safe. So we're here at the Pentagon where the death toll now stands at 90. That number fairly firm, not expected to climb significantly. Linda, back to you.
Correspondent Brian Wilson. Brian, just very quickly before we wrap things up, the FEMA teams that are inside, we understand, are medical officers, safety officers working with the FBI, correct?
Yes, they're going in teams for about 30 minutes at a time. There's a safety officer. They're very worried about the structural integrity of that crash site. So there's a safety officer, there is a medical officer, there are rescue workers, and there are FBI agents there. They go in short little forays of about 20 or 30 minutes, then come out and reassess. It's going to be a long time before this is cleaned up. It's a crime site. It's a tomb site. It's just a very, very sad situation. We are told that the rescue workers, and we hope to hear from some of them a little bit later this afternoon, literally come out in tears, crying over what they have seen.
Correspondent Brian Wilson, live at the Pentagon. Brian, thank you very much. Linda Vester in New York, shifting it over to Shepard Smith. The Fox News Channel's live coverage of the response to the United States terrorist attack continues in just a moment.
Now's an opportunity to do generations a favor by coming together and whipping terrorism.
He's not here no more. We're never gonna be here no more. He said, I just wanted to call you before I left and tell you that I love you. And this lady called me, and she's called me a couple of times. She's just really nice. And confirmed he was on that flight.
It's just past 3 in the east now, noon in the west. I'm Shepard Smith in New York, and this is Fox News continuing coverage of the aftermath of the terrorist attack as America unites. President George W. Bush holding it all together as America unites against terrorism. We are continuing now from New York and points beyond. More danger, not less, in the downtown New York City as the hours tick by, as researchers search through the concrete and the debris. The top floors of a skyscraper next to what was the World Trade Center Towers 1 and 2 is now starting to buckle. The top 10 floors buckling, according to reports from the scene, including the site managers there. All this as the people work very, very hard this hour to try and find anyone else who may have survived And it's all the work of people who clearly have a hate for America and a hate for what this nation stands for. The former Prime Minister of Israel said it best this morning when he spoke to our own Tony Snow.
We have been given, Tony, a wake-up call from hell.
And those of us who live in and around in New York City are certainly aware of that. The feel of death is all around and extends across this great nation where family and friends lost their loved ones when those planes went down. Here is the latest from Fox News Channel, just past 3 o'clock now Eastern Time. Despite the Deputy Defense Secretary says that the United States will make sustained military response to terrorist attacks. And what this means, the long and short of it is, this will not be an event, not a one-time strike, but a long-term process. The United States, which is used to fighting event warfare, will now begin, according to the President, a long and sustained campaign in a war to wipe out terrorism around the globe. United States response to terror attack could include special ground troops and bombings from manned planes. That would be a departure from recent history, putting our own in danger to end this terrorist surge. Going on, Fox News has learned that researchers may have found, or searchers that is, may have found the body of a terrorist, one of the terrorists in the cockpit wreckage of one of those that hit the World Trade Center. And they say this because it's now believed that this particular person was not wearing a pilot's uniform, was not wearing the uniform of a crew member, but instead was wearing some other sort of clothing. They've come to that realization, and of course, the best news of all, not listed in our latest, but there have been victims found alive this day. Among them, New York's bravest, located inside an SUV, a 4x4 owned by the fire department, buried for more than 2 solid days and found alive, some of them actually walking out of the debris. For the thousands of people who have been working so hard, it was an amazing discovery. Fox News anchor John Gibson on top of our headquarters here. John, how's the view from there?
Well, the view, as you know, Shep, is we're keeping an eye on that American Express building downtown that is in danger of collapse. The top floor is buckling. And if I can hold this up, I think you probably have seen this already. This is a special edition of Time magazine rushed out with some of the most dramatic still pictures from the last couple of days as people begin to understand what went on there. There are 2 or 3 or 4 major dramatic stories. One is the people who obviously escaped alive, all the little happenstance events that enabled people in the World Trade Center to escape alive. The incredible total of dead that is now starting to mount, which in fact may not be as high as initially feared, but is still, as you well know, quite awfully high. And then the incredible story in flight UAL Flight 93 that was hijacked about somewhere around Cleveland, and the hijacker trying to bring it back, the hijacker pilot trying to bring it back to attack a target, we believe, in Washington, D.C., and the mutiny by the passengers on board that thwarted that hijacker from bringing that plane to a target, as 3 others did here in New York and in Washington. These stories are amazing. We're following them in detail as the details emerge, some of them heartbreaking, some of them hopeful, all of them as dramatic can be. We continue to follow things up here. Shep, I'll send it back to you right now.
All right, thanks very much. John Gibson up on the roof. Now, we've been watching the pictures from downtown. Do we have a picture of one plaza there, One Liberty Plaza? One Liberty Plaza is a building that is just, that's it, right there on the right-hand side amid all the smoke. Hard to imagine, isn't it, that 2.5 days later almost, this fire is still burning, but it is. One Liberty Plaza is the building there. The top floors have been buckling for the last couple of hours. We believe it's the top 10 floors. This building has long since been evacuated. The area below is clear, we are being told, and rescue workers and site managers there tell us that nobody has been put in any danger. However, they are gravely concerned about the demise of this building. There are 2 others there, World Trade Center's buildings 4 that is, and 5. They're in danger of collapsing. And now evacuated has been the Amex building, which is just around the corner there. Worries about its structural integrity as well. We have a team of correspondents down there and at other area locations, including St. Vincent's Hospital, where today some terrific news. Some of New York's bravest pulled out and alive. Let's go straight to Catherine Herridge, who's live on scene there. Catherine.
Shepard, there's a great sense of anticipation here and relief that these firefighters have been pulled from the rubble. Every time we hear a siren, as we're hearing now, there's a great sense that maybe this is the ambulance that is bringing them to this hospital. The information we're working on is that perhaps they will be brought here. Earlier today, we were told that this is the trauma center of choice. I'm just looking around to make sure we don't have any ambulances coming now. This is the trauma center of choice. It's closest to the World Trade Center site. It's also a very direct route. This is why so many of the injured have been brought here. They've taken and treated about 450. Our understanding now is that 2,900 people have been treated in the New York City area. I just want to point out a couple of things here that have changed in about the last 6 to 8 hours. We've actually had more medical staff out in front of the hospital. Some of them have gone back inside, but we did have triage teams out here earlier. And also we've had the American flags that have been put up on either side of the hospital. That's very typical now. We're seeing people who are wearing red, white, and blue ribbons. They're also coming around carrying flyers, looking for people who are still missing. Now, a couple of other things that I want to talk to you about. Physicians here have been quite anxious as the hours have passed and they haven't taken in a lot of people. They've worried about the impact on those who may still be alive and trapped. One said to me that they're very concerned about the weather. For example, when we have these drops in temperature, quite dramatic drops in temperature at night, this is very hard on someone who is severely injured and dehydrated. If you couple that, let's say, with heavy rain, this is a major drop in body temperature and it would be very difficult to cope with in the best of circumstances, let alone for someone who is severely injured. Now, about half an hour ago, we had a briefing from Secretary Tommy Thompson, who was here. He spent about an hour inside the hospital. He was meeting with the staff to thank them, to express the President's thanks for all of the things that they have done, and also to meet with some patients. There were a couple of headlines out of it. One in particular is that they have 13 people here from the CDC here in the city, and they're doing testing on air and water. They want to make people confident, absolutely certain that they're doing everything to protect the public health, and they're telling us at this point that there is nothing to be worried about. Again, we are eagerly awaiting what we hope will be the arrival of the 3 firefighters here at St. Vincent's. Reporting live, I'm Catherine Herridge. Back to you.
Catherine, thanks very much. Imagine you're one of those rescue workers who has been in there for the past couple of days, having found so few people alive, working against hope to try and do so, and then at long last you hear a noise, and there amid it all, some of New York's bravest. Let's listen to this. These are our first pictures of those firefighters being pulled out just a short time ago. A miracle in Lower Manhattan.
line here. Move that one up.
Hey, we need buckets and a couple guys. Buckets. Buckets.
Move the line up. Don't stick it together.
So the good news, firefighters have been found alive. We want to go straight to Ari Fleischer at the White House and give you this information. The old executive office building in D.C. being evacuated. Hopefully information to come from Mr. Fleischer.
I'll be explaining everything. The President today has made a series of phone calls to world leaders. He has spoken to Prime Minister Koizumi of Japan, Prime Minister Berlusconi of Italy, Lord Robertson of NATO, Crown Prince Abdullah of Saudi Arabia, and Egyptian President Mubarak. As you know, earlier today he spoke with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki to express his concerns about events up in New York and inform them, of course, that he will be going there tomorrow. The President also visited a local hospital today. I'm going to have a little bit more to say of that shortly. And beginning in just a few minutes, the President will meet with members of Congress from the Virginia area and the New York area to talk about the ongoing efforts of the federal government to be of assistance to the families and to the victims. Tomorrow will be a national day of prayer and remembrance. The President will attend a church service here at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C., and the President is asking all Americans at their lunch hours to go and attend a church, a synagogue, a mosque, a place of their own choosing for worship, to say a prayer in assistance to the families and the victims of this horrible incident. As for the activities of the federal government, let me fill you in on several activities, including the one Helen just asked about. The Department of Defense will be announcing the names of those who are killed in the Pentagon disaster if families have been notified, for those families that have been notified. The Department of Housing and Urban Development announced that they will direct all FHA-approved lenders to provide relief to families with FHA-insured mortgages affected by the recent attacks by providing additional mortgage flexibility and not to start or threaten foreclosure actions for at least 90 days. Secretary Martinez has also asked all major mortgage lenders, including those who are not insured by FHA, to consider providing relief to families as well. The Department of Treasury, in conjunction with the Department of Justice, has announced the deployment of agents from U.S. Marshal Service, U.S. Border Control, and U.S. Customs at designated airport security checkpoints throughout the country as part of the heightened security measures that have gone into effect. The Secret Service has expanded the security perimeter around the White House, this is what you have seen here, as a precautionary matter. All further questions that I'll refer to the Secret Service. The Department of Transportation, Secretary Mineta, has ordered that national airspace will be reopened to commercial and private aviation. They did so earlier this morning. Airports will reopen on a case-by-case basis only after implementing a more stringent level of security. The Department of Justice, in conjunction with the Department of Treasury, I indicated, has beefed up the security at the airports, and the President has directed Attorney General Ashcroft, and he announced it earlier today, to streamline the application, approval, and payment process for benefit claims of eligible survivors of firefighters, police officers, medical rescue personnel, and other public safety officers who died in the line of duty as a result of the act of terrorism in around our nation on September 11th, 2001. Secretary of Health and Human Services Tommy Thompson is in New York. He has announced that the Department of Health and Human Services will be working with the Federal Emergency Management Administration to provide coordinating counsel and service to victims, their families, and rescue workers. And the Director of the Environmental Protection Agency, Whitman, is also in New York today, and she'll be having a briefing at 5 o'clock. Finally, let me just say this. The President was very touched by his visit to the hospital today. At the hospital, he met with people who are in a burn unit now, who have survived. Some people are there as a result of the heroic actions they took in saving lives. The President met with one family where a mother stood by the bed of her son in the company of a soldier who rescued her son. And she said, "Mr. President, you have no idea how much this means to my family that you're here." He and Mrs. Bush were very touched by the courage that they saw at this hospital and by the determination of our nation and its military and all the people who are affected by this and the people in New York City. The President is also aware there are people in this room who haven't seen their children in days. The President is determined, his resolve is clear and strong, and America is united. And I'm more than happy to take your questions.
Ari, the President is not legally bound to seek a resolution from Congress authorizing the use of military force against whoever is responsible for these terrorist acts. And indeed, he already has a resolution from Congress showing solidarity in any response that he chooses to undertake. Why does the President believe it's necessary to have a separate resolution authorizing the use of military force?
Well, the President views this as a real show of unity by the United States Congress. This is a real result of the expression of the bipartisan, bicameral leadership that met with the President 2 days ago to discuss Congress's role in this matter. So while the premise of your question is accurate, per the Constitution, the President as Commander-in-Chief has authority vested in him to take actions as he deems appropriate. It is also a recognition of the unity of our nation as expressed by the Congress.
I do a follow on that, Ari, please. If it is actual war, as the President and others in the administration have declared, does he indeed not need a congressional approval to wage war on anyone? And the second part of the question, yesterday you said from that podium that the plane that hit the Pentagon was destined to hit here, and yet the plane came up from the south along I-95 and hit the West Wing. It doesn't seem to figure. Can you perhaps clarify for us?
Well, on your first question, the answer is the same as I indicated to Mr. Roberts. The Constitution vests in the President the authority as Commander-in-Chief to take action that in that capacity he deems appropriate. Nevertheless, our nation should be heartened to see the joint action with the Congress as the United States government unites and the President and the Congress discuss the terms of any type of joint resolution that the Congress may offer. On the second question, I think we've really exhausted that topic. I've got nothing further to add.
All right. The President said this morning that he wanted to give Pakistan the opportunity to demonstrate that it can cooperate in this coalition he's trying to develop. State Department sources are telling ABC that the administration has asked the Pakistani government for permission to transit through its airspace in the event of a military operation, to close its borders with Afghanistan, and to stop providing fuel to the Taliban government. Why, and what would happen to Pakistan if it did not comply?
Terry, the President indicated that Pakistan has a chance to cooperate with the United States government, and the President is pleased to see that Pakistan may take this chance. Secretary Powell indicated earlier today that the United States government has friendly relations with Pakistan. I'm going to broaden your question and try to explain it to you in a broader context. When the President talks to these leaders,
make those requests?
you know I'm not going to share with you any private information the President or others in the government expressed on any communications. If they did, I'm not saying they did.
There are government officials sharing that information, and it's pretty significant. Are we looking to transit through Pakistani airspace?
I'm not going to deal with any type of specifics about the actions that we are taking or are not taking with regions around the world or nations around the world. But let me say this. As the President calls world leaders and as they join him in combating terrorism, the actions that the President is discussing with these leaders involve all forms of cooperation. It can be diplomatic cooperation. It can be military cooperation. It can be financial cooperation.
Ari Fleischer speaking at the White House. We're now showing pictures of a videotape taken just moments ago at the rescue scene in New York City, where victims alive have been rescued.
That is the purpose of all the phone calls that can include any of those actions.
The President seemed to put Pakistan on notice. What if they don't comply? He said, we'll see what they mean by their agreement to cooperate. What if they don't?
Terry, I typically don't deal in hypotheticals. I certainly will not deal with them now.
Kelly? On that, though, in the sense, though, is the message that actions speak louder than words here, that the Pakistani government can say that it's pledging to stand united with the U.S. government, that it will do what it takes, but is it your sense or the White House sense that we want to see what the Pakistani government will do and that actions are more important than
This is the beginning of a process that can be lengthy. And the cooperation around the world is going to take many forms with the government of the United States. And the President, as you've seen by his actions today and the phone calls that he's making, which incidentally he will continue to make, are aimed at the various specific areas I mentioned, and the President understands that this is a process. It will take some time, and he will proceed throughout that process with resolve.
How significant, though, for the Pakistani government to come forward with such a statement? Was the U.S. putting some pressure on the Pakistani government?
I'm going to let the State Department discuss that specific by specific, country by country. Suffice it to say the President, as a general matter, is very pleased with the conversations I've been having with leaders around the world. The world is uniting against terrorism, and the President sees this as a real opportunity for the world to do something that can save generations and protect generations from something that obviously has wreaked havoc on our nation and has killed thousands.
All right, could you tell us about what is happening in Lafayette Park, and could you also tell us whether the White House and Secret Service think that tourists and the American public are safe visiting the White House right now, and indeed are they safe visiting downtown Washington, D.C. and other parts of the city?
Yes, they are safe visiting the White House. Yes, they are safe visiting Washington, D.C. Suffice to say, it is not business as usual, and that's one of the reasons why the Secret Service has expanded the perimeter around the White House. But it is not business as usual. The President said to the American people the other day that the government...
Ari Fleischer referring to the evacuation of the park there. We had reported earlier the old executive office building was being evacuated. It is not. That was in error, and for the error we regret. However, Lafayette Park is being evacuated. The perimeter around the White House area is being extended, so that area from henceforth until further notice is off limits. And the rescue on your screen.
Mr. Wolfowitz talked about putting an end to states that harbor terrorists. Are you saying, did he mean to say that the U.S. policy is to wipe out governments that sponsor terrorists?
Well, I can only say in the President's words, and as the President said, the U.S. will use all our resources to conquer the enemy. And I think anybody who chooses to be America's enemy will have to think about what that means.
As the press conference continues, this just into Fox News, the New York Stock Exchange Chairman Dick Grasso says trading will resume at the New York Stock Exchange 9:30 Monday morning. The initial reports were that they hope to open it as early as Friday, but now it appears that will be impossible. Again, the Stock Exchange Chairman, the New York Stock Exchange Chairman, says trading will resume on the corner of Wall and Broad at 9:30 a.m. this coming Monday. Returning now to the White House briefing and continuing to watch the rescue of a firefighter in Lower Manhattan.
The perimeter is being expanded, but that deals with entree to the White House, but the White House will continue to have visitors. For example, there's a congressional delegation visiting now.
Can people be in Lafayette Park?
You have to check with the Secret Service.
Why?
Because the Secret Service knows exactly how their perimeters work.
Is there credible information of a new threat, or what prompted them to do this on day 3?
This is just ongoing security issues per the Secret Service.
I mean, they had a broader perimeter on the first day, then they came back, now they're expanding it back out. Is this a result of some new information?
I think if you look across cities across the United States, if you look at all the actions that have been taken, as the President said, it's not business as usual. Security has been beefed up around the nation as a result of decisions that local security forces make as they see fit.
Their information, or just they decided for today to expand it to Lafayette Park?
Yeah, I think the Secret Service can explain their reasons with better precision than I can, but the President did tell the nation it will not be business as usual, and I think what you're seeing is a sign of that. Campbell had it, yeah.
I know you don't want to go back to the subject, but the President, when he was asked today about the threat to Air Force One, said, "I will not discuss the intelligence that our country has gathered," and yet you and other senior administration officials have discussed the intelligence. Does he have a problem with that? Is there some sort of different policy? Is this something that he has authorized you to share with us?
What the President said is he's not going to discuss how the sources and the methods for how any information is collected, and that's exactly in keeping with what I've done and what I've said.
But prior to your statement yesterday on that subject, no law enforcement agency involved in this, the FBI, the Secret Service, any of the branches of the military, gave any hint that Air Force One has been a target. And so clearly, once you put that out there, people are going to want to know more information about whether or not that's a credible assertion.
Well, I think that people understand it's credible.
This morning you would not, you could not nail down what was the purpose of the president's phone calls regarding coalition. This afternoon you come back with an answer that the president's really asking world leaders for military, financial, and so forth help. Is that right? Do I have that right?
That's exactly what I said.
Okay. Is there a coalition now being formed formally?
I don't think you can say formally, the president. This is exactly what you would expect. This is what presidents do. At a time like this, the president of the United States, as the leader of this country, talks to his colleagues around the world, prime ministers and presidents.
Asking for specific sums and men in uniform and so forth to join in an effort?
He's asking for what I just indicated.
It's more than moral support, though.
That's a fair statement.
Practical action in response to terrorism.
That's correct.
When the president spoke in the Oval Office, he seemed to go beyond just terrorists and those who harbor terrorists to say those who encourage their actions. And I wonder, what did he mean by that? And which of the world leaders was he trying to send a message to, or did he discuss that with? Because it seemed to go beyond what he's already said.
No, I think when the president talks about those who carried out this act and those who harbor them, obviously those who harbor them have encouraged them. So it's one and the same. Jim?
If I could finish, how many world leaders has he spoken to since the beginning? And can we get a list of all of those?
Well, I've been announcing them day by day. I'd have to go back and just pull it, but that's publicly available. You've got it all. I mentioned yesterday he spoke to President Putin twice, President Chang, Blair, Chrétien, Chirac, Schroeder. So you can do the math.
I have your attention just for one last bit of that.
Three questions.
When do you think Washington will return to normal? And what is normal now that this has happened?
I think for the American people, not just for Washington, but for the people of New York City and for the people of Washington, it's going to take some time. There was an attack on the soil of the United States of America, and people should not expect this to be over overnight. Jim?
Powell has said that bin Laden is the prime candidate for these terrorist acts. Is that the view of the White House? And secondly, can you straighten out for us whether or not the administration intends to use military personnel as sky marshals or in any other way to secure civilian aircraft flights?
On your first question, I think what the Secretary said was he was asked a question about is bin Laden a suspect, and he indicated yes. I don't think he said prime, but I'd have to check the record on that. But he did indicate yes. On the question of the military, Jim, I'll have to find out from the Department of Transportation. When you asked me this morning, I tried to refer you to transportation. I don't have that information here.
Secretary Mineta said they're going to use the Delta Force. Then an administration official said Mineta was flat wrong, that was not going to happen. And the Pentagon indicated they might use military people to train. Almost everyone seems to have a slightly different version of whether or not military people will be used in civilian law enforcement.
Let me see if I can't get to the bottom of it. Connie? Connie?
May I have two questions? Do you have any special words for what the United Kingdom has done? The statements they've made are very strong, and today they played the Star-Spangled Banner when they had the change in the guard.
Yeah, and I noticed today also the United States is not the only nation that mourns. The United Kingdom has lost the lives of many of their citizens. Other nations also had their citizens working in the World Trade Center. And so it's a further expression of the wonderful solidarity that the world is showing with the United States. I think it's very touching for the United Kingdom to play America's national anthem.
One more question. Can there be war without a formal national enemy?
Well, as the President has indicated, this is a different type of enemy in the 21st century. The President said this enemy is nameless. This enemy is faceless. This enemy has no specific borders. This enemy does not have airplanes sitting on tarmacs. It does not have ships that move from one port city to the next. It is a different kind of enemy. Having said that, the President also knows that our nation's military is capable of carrying out whatever mission is assigned to it to conquer any enemies.
Keith, clarify the answer to John's question. Is it the White House view that whatever action is taken and whatever the scale and duration of the action, that you need no further approval from Congress? You'd like something from Congress, but you don't need anything else from Congress.
I'll say it for the third time. The Constitution vests in the President, as Commander-in-Chief, the authority to take actions he deems necessary to protect and defend the United States. The President is also very encouraged as a result of working with Congress on this joint resolution, which is a real show of unity from the Congress, and the White House will work with Congress on that language.
So that's a yes, right? That's a yes. You need no further approval.
I think I've made it very clear.
All right, very quickly, we want to update you as we leave the Ari Fleischer event for just a second here. I want to update you on some big business news that, of course, is happening not too far from the rescue efforts at the World Trade Center. The major exchanges are going to be open for business, but not until Monday morning at 9:30 Eastern Time. They were concerned about workers' safety and indeed the Gawker aspect of too many workers returning to work in the middle of this rescue effort, so close to this rescue effort. But apparently the workers' concern was paramount in delaying until Monday. This will represent 6 straight trading days that have gone by where the New York Stock Exchange has not been open, the longest in history. But back to business Monday morning. Back to you.
Ari, was Secretary Powell saying... Can you tell us anything about special security precautions tomorrow for the President's trip to New York? Are there going to be fighter jets on each wing of Air Force One, for example, like there were on Tuesday?
Well, actually, I do not know the answer to that question, and if I did, I'm not sure I'd be able to share it in all cases. But suffice it to say, the President has full confidence in the Secret Service and those who protect him.
Will he travel with the full contingent? Will he, the usual presidential motorcade that we see, this enormous beast that lands in a place and takes over a town, will he do that in New York?
I think Terry will be a smaller, enormous beast.
Ari, he's going to travel. You said that we wouldn't go to New York as long as his being there would create a hindrance to those trying to rescue workers, people
Exactly
cleaning
right.
up the debris. When they're still pulling people alive out of that rubble, how do you keep him out of the way and from being a distraction?
Because in conversations with Mayor Giuliani and Governor Pataki, they talked about how it would be appropriate and meaningful for the President to go to New York. And so all factors are taken into consideration. And of course, the President wouldn't go under any other circumstances.
So are you saying he'll keep his distance?
Of course, the rescue effort's still underway, and it has been an outstanding day for rescuers down in Lower Manhattan. They have found a number of firefighters alive, though there are conflicting reports on the numbers. There are survivors, and we have guests with us now, Francis Coladonato and Salvatore Coladonato, both of whom are looking for a loved one. Their brother Tony is missing and has been since before 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning. Gentlemen, good to see you. Tell us about your brother. Let us see his picture.
This is my brother, Tony Coladonato. He worked for Cantor and Fitzgerald. The last time we seen him was Tuesday morning before the bombing. We're asking for help, and anyone who had seen him or heard of him to give us a call.
Francis, if you could hold it real still, and we're going to have the photographer zoom in real nice and tight. If the photographer can go in just a little bit more. I know it's hard to keep it still, but what's the phone number again?
It's 718-634-6768.
Tony Coladonato, where was he? Where was he, Francis? Which tower? Where did he work? What was he doing?
I believe he was in Tower 1. He was on the 103rd floor of Canton and Fitzgerald. We have no confirmation. Cantor and Fitzgerald.
Right, which is an investment management company, right?
Yes, it is.
And this is he here in the pink shirt. How old is he? Where is he from? Tell me about your brother.
Yeah, he's about 47 years old, and he's an executive there. And the last we've heard of him, he spoke to his son about 8:45 that morning, and that was the last we heard. And then right after that, the first plane hit the tower. So if anybody has any information, he was put on a list that they have on the internet, and he goes, everybody knows him as Tony, and his name is, it says Tony Coladonato on this list that is on the internet. And if any identification he may have had says Anthony. So I feel I got some hope that he might have said his name, Tony Coladonato, just that we don't know where he may be, if everything is okay. But for his name to come up on that list, how accurate it is, we still don't know. Well, we have like a little hope.
Yeah, that does sound like something worth hoping for. Anthony Coladonato is his real name. He goes by Tony, and Tony's on the list. Right. But I want to let our viewers.
Tony's on the list.
I want to let our viewers know, as I'm sure you already do, Francis and Salvatore. There's a website, nyc.com, which had been listing victims who have survived and trying to get information to family members. Well, the sad news is that website has been hacked. and some of the information on that website is not accurate. For people who are missing family members, again, this is Tony Coladonato. He was on the 103rd floor of one of the towers. He was an executive there and is missing now, and his family hopes he's alive. As you continue to look at this picture, be aware of this. This is how you find out where your loved one might be. What victims' relatives need to do, or potential victims' relatives, is go to the Armory at 26th Street and Lexington Avenue in New York City. You'll fill out an 8-page form, and they'll give you a case number. And then the communication between you and the authorities there is a one-on-one direct thing. This internet site, as good an idea as it may have been, has not worked out well. Tell me about him, Francis, and tell me about him and what he enjoys doing, and about your relationship.
Well, he's a terrific human being. He's married. He has a wife, Deborah. He has 2 children, Anthony and Alex. I mean, if you could see in the picture, this is the way he is all the time. He's such a terrific human being. He never has a bad word to say about anybody. He's just the love of my life. And if anybody, please, has any information, knows anything about this man, please, he's my brother. I miss him. I need him. Please, anybody, just anything, if he got out of there.
We just came from the hotel, the Pierre Hotel up on 61st Street, and I met some of the people that did work with him, and not one of them had a bad thing to say about him, and they're hoping that, we hear from him, and there's a command center set up there. But as of that, we call the cell phone. The cell phone's like, we're getting through to the base, but who knows, like I said, if it's going through.
They're hardly working,
Yeah, they're hardly working, but that's less of it. But we've heard of some people, how true it might be, that came down from the upper floors, and he may be somewhere, hopefully, even if say he's hurt or he's whatever, because on that list he said it was fine, and the time that he got logged in, again, we don't know how true it might be.
Francis,
but hopefully.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. There's a bit of a satellite delay that's a little bit annoying for us all sometimes. Tell me this. You got the word like all the rest of us did. You were watching television, and the horror that the whole nation felt, you did. And then at some point you started trying to find him. How did the process go? How have you been treated? What's the scene like there?
Well, I wasn't working far from there. I'm in construction, and when I heard about it on the phone, my father happened to call me on my cell phone. I looked out the window from Madison Avenue down there, and just tried to make a couple of phone calls to get through to him. And then once the city, I got out of the city, but once trying to get back in, I couldn't get in till the following morning. So then we just started making phone calls to some people that we knew. And my sister-in-law got in touch with their boss because they were supposed to go on some kind of trip that day. And 2 of the bosses had stayed home, and he went to work. So now at least the owner of the company has been in touch with my sister-in-law back and forth, and they have people from the company out there going to hospitals, trying to find people that work with the company, trying to do some legwork. And that's as far as we are with this information. And now we're down here at this at the Armory here, and got some information from them, with all that paperwork. So that's right now as far as we got.
Well, we wish you good luck. Francis Coladonato, Salvador Coladonato. That's the brother Tony. There's the number, 718-634-6768. By some miracle, hopefully you'll be able to find him. Godspeed, and I'm sure the thoughts and prayers of people around the world are with you and yours.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Just 2 of thousands upon thousands of people who across this city, across the tri-state area, and no doubt around the world are wondering right now where their family members may in fact be. The news continues to break. I want to give James Rosen's going to join us from the White House. James, I want to let our viewers know, as trivial as it may sound at this moment, Major League Baseball has postponed all of its games through this coming Sunday. The National Football League has canceled all 15 games for this Sunday as well. So the world moves on, but it certainly moves a bit more slowly today, James, does it not?
Yes, organizations like baseball, football, the stock exchange, etc., all showing their respect for the victims.